He was the strongest hero, saved this world, and was betrayed. But fate gave him a second chance. Now he is back, not just a warrior, but a strategist, a monster that no one can stop. He knows all the mistakes of the past. He will create a new history, and now the whole world plays by his rules. This world, called Tanor land, is different from the planet Earth. When the Emperor's heart is burned here, someone who has defied fate will arrive in this land. A prophecy of a supernatural being came to Tanor land, and the ruler of the Lasclan Empire supported 5 sons, 7 daughters, and 19 confidants to summon this supernatural being. But when he performed the summoning, he saw an ordinary guy in front of him. He was shocked that this was actually the person from the prophecy, since he had wasted his time, and it was not a deity, but an innocent child. He summoned an ordinary earthly guy, and got angry, ordering him to get out of here. Sun Sihan found himself all alone in an unknown land. Sometime later, the walls of the Lasclan palace were stained with blood, and the emperor begged for the supernatural deity to hear his call. A huge monster appeared next to him, but Sihan was not afraid of it, and swung his sword, activating Conquer the Sky and Rumble the Mountains. He easily defeated the monster, and Lustanad cursed because the protagonist dealt with these creatures too easily. These monsters were so dangerous because they did not obey the laws of this world, but for Sihan this was not a problem, because he was also not from this world. He was called the Unearthly Savior, and now he announced that the powerful ability to summon creatures from another world was passed on only to the Lustanad family, and also caused many deaths. Peaceful people suffered from the Emperor's tyranny, not to mention that Sihan himself had to go through hell because of Lustanad. The Emperor decided that the one he summoned to this world was good for nothing, and got rid of him by putting him in the dungeon. He barely managed to escape, and 3 years have passed since then, and he ended up here. He lived every month in the hope of one day raising the sword of justice over Lustanad's head. He pointed the blade at him, warning him that his tyranny had come to an end. Now he was going to return all the desperate pain and indignation of his fallen comrades. He swung, and Lustanad only managed to curse, realizing that everything would have been different if not for this damned prophecy. The next moment, a cut had already pierced his body, and he fell, and Sihan put the sword back in its sheath. He looked at Lustanad's bloody body, finally realizing that it was all over. He sighed in relief, and at that moment he heard someone call out to him. He was glad when he realized it was Lavina, and she was happy since he had finally defeated the Emperor. She congratulated him, and the protagonist agreed with this, admitting that it was not easy. He hugged her, smiling happily, since everything was behind him, and now there was nothing more to worry about. He was going to do everything to make Lavina happy, and she wanted to answer him, but she did not have time, because Lilstein noticed that this was not all, because they had to burn the Emperor's heart in order to get rid of the monsters. He thought that Sihan would not be able to do anything, but it turned out that he was capable of many things. That is why he did not cease to amaze him. And the protagonist joyfully shouted his name, and his other comrades praised him for his excellent work, but noted that he could disappear if they burned the Emperor's heart. However, Sihan was summoned by the hearts of his confidants, not the Emperor, and some of his comrades did not think that he could return to his world. This meant that the Emperor had summoned his killer, and this seemed funny to the protagonist's comrades. He suddenly asked them to listen to him, but before he finished, Lavina sadly asked if he really did not want to go home. He confirmed it, because he had already made his decision. His deceased comrades, close friends, and the person he loved more than his life were in this world. He would be lying if he said he didn't miss the land at all, but he didn't regret his choice to stay here, because it was here that everything he held dear was. Everyone looked at him happily after these words, and Lilstein noticed that Sihan would not change his mind. He confirmed this, and then turned around because someone called out to him. Lavina kissed him, and he was surprised by such a sudden impulse, and she suddenly admitted that it was hard. Her tone changed, and the protagonist was surprised, and then felt an energy that arose behind him. He turned around, realizing that this was a dimensional portal, and warned the others to be more careful, because someone had opened a portal. However, his comrades did not react in any way, and he noticed the burnt heart of the Emperor in the palm of one of his friends. He understood what it was, and his comrades asked him if he didn't know that even if the entire Lustanad dynasty perished, the Emperor's heart would still be accessible, and they would be able to open a portal to another world. Now Lilstein held the ashes outstretched, warning that Sihan had become too strong. The other boys added that he was too popular, too beloved, and that meant that he would soon rise above them, and they did not need another emperor. The protagonist had saved this world, and for that they were immensely grateful to him. But it was time for him to return home. The future of this world was now in their hands, and they were not going to give power to an outsider like Sihan. He was outraged that they would say something like that, and turned to Lavina, begging her for help. However, she did not move, and this only shocked him more. She was sure that he needed to make this decision himself, and he shouted her name, and she apologized because she did not want to be the emperor's wife, but wanted to be the empress. She did not want to be someone's decoration, but wanted decorations to lie at her feet. However, Sihan was not fit to be her decoration, and so she approached him, running her finger along his chin. The protagonist still did not understand what was happening, and Lavina realized that it was not easy for him, but she decided to help him ease this pain. He tried to stop her, but she pushed him into the portal, telling him to return to his homeland. He, falling into the portal, saw the faces of his comrades for the last time and screamed. Soon the energy of the portal dissipated. The world was saved by the hero from another world and his 6 allies. A little later, they announced that the savior had fulfilled his role. They accepted his desire to return to his homeland and were ready to take care of the future of the empire, confident that their savior Sihan would be proud of them. The emperor's reign was over, and now the empire could rely on them. The era of the 6 emperors was about to begin, and the people rejoiced when they heard this speech. Taxes were lowered in the empire, and the people were freed from hard work. The 6 emperors were in agreement and ruled the land of Tanor wisely. It was a carefree time, but sometime later, the energy corresponding to the portal between dimensions arose in this world again. One day, Alita walked out of her house, humming softly to herself. She admired how blue the sky was, and not a cloud in it, and assumed that now was the time to plow the field. She smiled happily, walked to her plot, and began to work. However, sometime later, she was distracted because she heard some sound. A flounder fell near her, and she was very surprised, and then rejoiced that it was really a live flounder. It was delicious, but she realized that she couldn't eat it because she didn't even know where the fish came from. The fish couldn't do anything in the forest, so Alita put the flounder aside, deciding to continue working. But before she could get back to her work, something else fell behind her, and it was much heavier than the fish, so a cloud of dust rose in the air. She turned around in fear and saw a pig that had fallen to the ground with such force that it had made a dent underneath. Alita didn't understand what had happened, but she assumed that all these animals were falling from the sky, and then she saw Sihan, who was also falling from the sky, screaming. Because he was completely naked, Alita frowned, but didn't have time to react in any way, because the main character fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. When it gradually dissipated, Alita was surprised that after the pig, a naked man fell. She was worried about Sihan's condition as he fell headfirst on the ground and ran closer to him. However, he was alive and looked around, paying attention to the place he was in. Alita was surprised by such a reaction, but greeted Sihan, and he laughed happily, as after so many years he finally succeeded and returned. However, the next moment he fell unconscious on the ground, and Alita asked herself in confusion, what was that? Sometime later, when it was already night outside, the protagonist abruptly opened his eyes, surprised that he was somewhere in the house. Alita noticed that he was already awake and handed him the porridge she had prepared. She was curious about his well-being because she did not expect him to fall from the sky. He realized that she had saved him, but he screamed, his whole body ached. The side effects were more severe than he thought, so he assumed he had miscalculated. Alita realized he was a foreigner, as the way he spoke was the unofficial language of the land of Tanor. She assumed he was from some native tribe, although she noted that he was too pure for such a person. Sihan suddenly realized that he was not actually on Earth and began to speak in another language, asking if Alita had saved him. She confirmed this and realized that he was not from the tribe. The protagonist then asked where he was. She explained that they were north of Mount Defilan, about 12 hours from Goron village. Sihan did not know where all of this was, and Alita suggested that they start by saying that they were in the Lilstein Empire. It was a territorial unit formed by Emperor Lilstein I after the hero family revolution. The protagonist noticed that this was the Lilstein Empire, which meant that he had become the emperor. He called him names, and for a while, both he and Alita were silent, and eventually, Sihan asked her for some clothes, and she decided to give it to him. Soon she began to feed him, and he emptied several bowls of food, and although he noticed a strong fishy smell, he decided that nothing could be done about it, and assumed that there were expensive spices here. He was glad that he finally returned, and suddenly he realized that he forgot to thank Alita, and thanked her for the food. She was surprised by this, and then continued to observe the protagonist, noticing that he had a lean, muscular body, sharp facial features, and he behaved very rudely. Therefore, she assumed that he was from the nobility, but did not understand why in this case he did not have clothes. He suddenly realized that he had completely forgotten to ask the name of his savior, and Alita was surprised that he decided to ask about it now, but still said her name, adding that she was an ordinary village girl. Sihan was surprised by this, because he noticed that she was a swordswoman, and quite an experienced one at that. She did not understand why he decided this, and he honestly admitted that he simply assumed it, since everything was too difficult to explain. Alita did not argue with the fact that she was a swordsman and owned a weapon, but she was not part of the knightly squad. Free swordsmen like her did not work for the emperor, and technically lived off of individual orders. Personally, she was engaged in plant growing when there was no other work. The protagonist understood everything and suddenly asked what her relationship was to Emperor Lustenad. Alita froze, after which she jerked sharply, knocking over the table on Sihan. He screamed, and she grabbed a dagger, jumping over the table in order to attack him, but he was no longer there, so she was very surprised. The protagonist appeared behind her, noting that he did not ask for a fight, and Alita asked in confusion how he got there. She turned around, trying to attack him, but he easily dodged, and she assumed that he was also a swordsman. After that, she struck again, and Sihan dodged it again, and this happened several more times, but he still tried to convince Alita that he was not going to fight. He offered to talk, but she did not stop, drawing attention to the fact that he was strong, because he easily dodged her blows. In this case, it was necessary to speed up, and she really did it, but her blows still did not touch Sihan, and he realized that she was not as meek as she seemed. However, she had a good heart, since she aimed for the shoulders and did not want to kill him. Another blow aimed at him. He stopped with a spoon, and Alita was especially surprised by this. She fell to the ground, and Sihan simply smiled, and eventually, she gave in. She wondered who he was, and he introduced himself, saying that he came from Earth. Her eyes widened, assuming that he was the savior from another world. The protagonist was surprised that anyone still remembered him, and noted that he understood perfectly well why she attacked him. He asked her what the tyrant was to her, and he himself would have been offended if someone had asked him that. However, he was simply asking, so she did not have to answer. Still, she gave her full name, Alithers Bella Lustenad Lasklan, admitting that she was the daughter of Emperor Lustenad. She remembered how some time ago, the rebellious people shouted that the reign of the tyrant emperor had come to an end, ordering others to destroy the imperial family. They were not going to let the emperor's offspring ascend to the throne, and, at that time, Serafina apologized to Cargon, saying that he was the only one she could rely on. He wanted to tell her something, but he paused for a moment, and then promised that he would protect the child with his own life. Alita, who was still very young at the time, looked at her mother desperately. After that, their bodyguard Cargon took care of her, raised her away from people, and taught her how to fight. He was just doing his duty, but when her identity was accidentally revealed, he had to leave the empire. Alita lived here since then, but sometimes she went outside the village to run an errand if she ran out of money. Sihan realized that this was why she lived in such a remote place, and he never thought that he would meet the emperor's daughter. He assumed that he was her father's enemy. But Alita no longer had any relation to him, because he was dead. And yet, people were still afraid that someone would take his place. The members of the imperial family were able to open dimensional portals, so they were hunted, and she thought that Sihan was the killer. The protagonist was angry that his former comrades thought that he wanted to get rid of the emperor's relatives, but did not bother to check this and simply lied to him. The more he learned about what happened, the angrier he became. But he was sure that Alita should not be sad, although it was not easy for her now, since sometimes good people like him fell from the sky. Alita did not answer, and then she asked, with disbelief, if he was really a savior from another world. She heard that after killing the emperor, he returned to Earth, and so she did not understand how he managed to get to Tanor. In addition, she wondered why he returned without clothes, and Sihan shouted that such things are not under his control. The whole thing was later that only a living organism can pass through the portal, and not in strange fetishes. When he got here for the first time, he was also naked, and even when he returned to Earth 10 years ago in the middle of Gwangwamun Square, everything was the same. He did not even want to remember this, and Alita was interested in what he said about Gwangwamun, since she did not know about it. Finally, she realized that he returned to Earth 10 years ago and came to Tanor at someone's call. She could not believe that someone could summon a person from another world, since no one except the imperial family was capable of this. The protagonist explained that if you think about it like that, then it was him, because he returned on his own. Alita was shocked that he called himself and did not understand if this was possible. Of course, it was not easy, and Sihan needed 10 years, although he did not do it entirely on his own. Suddenly his eyes widened, turning around sharply, and Alita wondered what was going on. He remembered that she had said that she was being pursued because she had the Emperor's blood in her, which allowed her to summon beings from another world. This was indeed true, and Sihan suddenly cursed because he realized that he had been mistaken. He, noticing Alit's lack of understanding, explained that in order to get to Tanor, he needed to find a magical support for safe travel. He used the power of the Emperor's relatives, who were able to open a spatial portal, and Alita had the purest blood. Then she realized that this was why he asked her what her relationship was to the Emperor. In other words, the protagonist used her as a converter, and this meant that everyone would see that she had summoned him with magic. Alita was horrified, assuming that this could not be, and then stood up abruptly, approaching the window, and noticed the torches of the approaching people, not understanding how this was possible and when they had time. The knights were already near her house. The clan announced that they had detected traces of magic here, and he was sure that it was coming from the hut. He assumed that everyone was ready for a siege and attracted the attention of the knight Xenon Stride. He decisively thanked him for his help and then ordered everyone to prepare for an invasion, as well as to stay close during the encirclement of the building. Sihan, watching everything that was happening, sighed, and Alita, coming closer to him, resolutely stood up, clutching a sword in her hands. The protagonist noticed that she was already accustomed to difficulties and assumed that she had been preparing for this her entire life. He felt sorry for her being forced to suffer because of him, because she hid for so many years, and now everything was revealed. In his thoughts, she was cursing at him because she had gotten caught because of him. He assumed that she was very angry, even if she did not show it, and so he asked her not to be afraid to speak up if she really wanted to say something. Alita looked at him in surprise, and then thanked him for warning her about the siege in advance. This greatly surprised Sihan, and he asked again in shock, but before Alita could answer, the knights began shouting, ordering her to show herself, because if she did, her hut would be blown to pieces. Xenon suggested that the clan start with a light attack, and he cast a spell called the Burning Pike. A powerful flame engulfed the house, and Xenon was very surprised, assuming that this was too powerful an attack, since they had to bring Alita alive. The clan explained that the fire was only that strong outside, so she would not be harmed, but if she was unlucky, she would be left with several burns. The knights near the house looked at the flames in shock, and the next moment, Alita jumped out of it, and they ran to attack. Noticing her, whoever could catch Alita could get 10 gold coins. However, before the knights got close, she swung her sword, inflicting wounds on them, and everyone realized that she was a swordsman. However, Alita realized that there were too many knights, so she would not be able to fight back. She flinched as the attack flew towards her, and from this she had to jump back. Xenon was outraged that Alita, whom he called a name, dared to kill a normal soldier. He assumed that she should be very ashamed and promised that he would take revenge on her for this. She was scared, noticing that he had magical armor, because it meant that he was a level stronger than her. Xenon launched an attack, and she barely dodged. She managed to avoid another blow as well and found the right time to attack, striking, but the armor where she struck glowed, reflecting the attack. Xeno noticed that she had a high-level sword, but his equipment was also stronger and more durable than Alita thought, and so such others would not work against him. He struck, throwing her aside, and she coughed. Blood sprayed from her mouth, and the force of her landing on the ground caused dust to rise into the air. Xeno frowned, displeased by how dusty it was, and Alita was surprised by his strength and noticed that her arm was broken. Xeno warned her that if she really was a swordsman, she should know that she did not stand a chance. He wanted to tell her what would happen if she simply laid down her weapon, but before he could finish, she gave up. He thought it was a great decision and was glad that she understood quickly. He wanted to continue his speech, but suddenly someone called out to him. Sihan was unhappy that Xenon had been so heartless all this time, and now he decided to pity Alita. He felt like his mood was changing too quickly, and Xenon was very surprised to see him. He wondered who the protagonist was since he was so close, but he did not sense his presence. He asked him who he was. He swung his sword without waiting for an answer, and Sihan apologized to him, warning him that it was nothing personal. Still, he had to take action, so he turned around, and Xenon's eyes widened, and the next moment, the protagonist punched him, throwing him high into the air. Xenon fell, stuck in the ground, and all the knights were afraid that Sihan slammed him into the ground like that. Alita was wondering why the protagonist was against these warriors, since these guys were supposed to be his former comrades. The clan noticed that Sihan was part of the Devil Empire and ordered the others to get rid of him right away. He looked thoughtfully at the knights running towards him, surprised that they were not going to retreat even after the death of their commander. In this case, he had no choice, and although he did not want to, he entered the battle. He, throwing the soldiers in different directions, asked them not to be offended by him and not to be angry. He continued to apologize since they did not really want to do it, and this only made the knights more terrified, begging him to stop apologizing if he was going to kick their asses. In the end, after some time had passed, Xenon managed to get up, screaming in pain. He called Sihan a name and then suddenly shuddered when he saw the state of the other knights. He assumed that it was impossible, since an unarmed man had single-handedly dealt with an entire army. He assumed that this was how he had looked a few minutes ago and remarked that he was lucky. But suddenly he recognized those movements, remembering the hero from the past, because it reminded him of him. At the moment, Sihan noticed that he was awake and admitted that he was quite strong. He apologized to him, warning him that he needed to sleep a little more, and Xenon looked at him in horror, trying to make him stop. The protagonist concentrated energy near himself, preparing to strike, and before Xenon finished speaking, he slammed him into the ground. He repeated that it was nothing personal and suggested that the soldiers live in peace. However, he also warned that they would be in trouble if they raised a hand against him. The clan watched in horror as the army was defeated, since neither the knights nor the mages could do anything to Sihan. He called him a devil swordsman and wondered where he came from. The protagonist meanwhile approached Alita, assuming that the knights were no longer a threat. He noticed that she was still sitting in one place and asked if she would be here all day. She was not going to do so and tried to get up, and then they began to leave together. The clan realized that the mission had failed and noticed that Xenon had been defeated. They had to retreat, and he ordered the remaining knights to take care of the bodies of the dead. However, no one died, and the knights were simply stuck in the ground. This only made the clan more amazed, certain that such a thing could not be. It seemed impossible to him that there were no casualties in this fierce battle, and he did not understand what just happened. After some time had passed, and Sihan and Alita had gone deeper into the forest, the protagonist finally announced that the knights would not find them here. He felt relieved, as he didn't want the knights to follow him. The side effects of the spatial shift were stronger, and his combat energy was now at 10, and his mana was negligible compared to his previous level. He wondered how long it would take him to return to his previous form, but was distracted by Alita groaning in pain. He noticed that she had broken her arm, and she sighed, but realized that she was very lucky because in reality, it could have been much worse. Despite this, she was shaking in pain, and Sihan did not understand why she was happy about it. She seemed strange to him, and yet he soon made a bandage for her, hoping that it would help. Alita thanked him, but he had no problem with helping. She decided that in this case, it was time for her to go and began to leave, and the protagonist asked in confusion where she was going. He assumed that they should go together, and also didn't understand how she was going to get out of the forest with a broken arm. She calmly replied that she would just be careful, but it wouldn't help. In the end, Sihan decided that he would help her, since he would be partly to blame for what happened, and besides, he couldn't afford to leave a wounded person. Alita thought about it, but then agreed and decided to trust him in this case. Sihan was shocked that she thought for so long before saying this, and then he told her to call him by his first name. She immediately agreed, and he asked what she was going to do next. This question was related to the fact that she was exposed, so it was not safe to stay here. She thought about it, remembering that the closest village was Goram, but they were most likely already looking for her there. That is why they were going to just cross the mountain and then get to the trading city of Cargon. Sometime later, in the palace of the Lilstein Empire, the first ruler of the Lilstein Empire was studying a book, but was distracted by someone who caught his attention. A servant informed him that news had arrived from a detachment from Mount Defilin. Lilstein was curious about what had happened. A little while later, he went down from the library to the dungeon and used magic to open the door. Then went further into a room where there were a large number of books and various experimental instruments. Before Lilstein could do anything, he heard someone calling him. He turned around, looking at the man who had admitted to hating him. He was outraged that he still called himself a hero after that. He sat on a magic circle, chained to the wall, and Lilstein noticed that these 2 weeks had not done him any good. He did all this to him because he was a descendant of Lustclan, and suddenly he asked the man if he knew why the color of the magic circle under his feet changed color. The green color signaled the completion of the magical transformation process. The man felt sorry for Lilstein's subjects, but he felt sorry for someone else, namely the one who was about to lose his heart. The man froze in fear, not understanding what was happening, and the next moment, Lilstein tore the heart out of his chest. After that, he burned it, but realized that it was not enough. Gathering power from distant relatives was almost meaningless, because it was not enough to break the spatial barriers. As he thought, he needed a closer relative of the Emperor, and he remembered that his assistants told him that the mission had failed. They were struck down by an unknown man who had dark hair and black eyes, and looked like a representative of the Galan race. He imagined a person matching the description, and that person was Sihan. However, he pulled himself away from these thoughts because Sihan could not cross the dimensional gate, and it was simply impossible. Sometime later, the protagonist and Alita had already arrived in Cargon City, and Sihan was surprised by this. Previously, when this city was part of one empire, it was called South Clanium. He did not even immediately realize that this was the same city. In fact, he missed it very much, since he lived here in the past, and Alita was surprised by this. The protagonist confirmed this, remembering that this city was a center of trade, and explained that it was easy to hide here due to the large flow of people. There was also a race of Galan, and its representatives were very similar to Northern Asians. She did not understand what he was talking about, and then assumed that the rumors about imitators were true. She realized that he was talking about the Empress's power of 1,000 forms. This ability allowed you to use combat energy to change your appearance. Even the slightest change was able to make a person look like someone else. This unique skill belonged to Empress Lavina, as well as stealth. Sihan noted with displeasure that it was he who invented this skill and taught it to Lavina. He offered to teach this to Alita too, since it would make it easy for her to hide. But she had no reason to ask for his help, and he reminded her that they had become closer. Still, he did not continue this conversation and offered to find a place to stay. In fact, Alita would like to learn this skill, since she saw Sihan completely differently. A little later, the protagonist brought her to one of the places where she could spend the night and asked her opinion about it. She assumed that he knew this inn, and he explained that this was not so, since there used to be no building there but a gallows. Alita was horrified when she heard this, and Sihan imagined this gallows, noticing that this place had changed a lot. He recognized Tanor, and then offered to go to this inn since they had already come. Alita was scared, assuming that there could be ghosts there, but Sihan did not calm her down, since if there were ghosts, then he would be able to see his old comrades there. Eventually they entered the hotel, and after the necessary contract was concluded, the owner handed them the key. He was very tired of the service industry and was very angry, and the protagonist did not understand the reason for this. Alita later explained why this happened, and Sihan was horrified when he realized that he had been disrespectful to this man all the time. Alita confirmed this, warning that no matter how legendary a hero Sihan was, one should not forget about the rules of decency. She herself did not mind, but the man at the reception was much older than the protagonist. He understood that Alita was right, but this was because he almost never communicated formally in his native language, and so he habitually began to address everyone as acquaintances. He realized that he was rude to Alita too, but she warned that it was late, and so she offered to communicate as before. Sihan was very sorry about this, but she warned him that there were more important things to do, since they had already reached Cargon. She wondered what he was going to do next, and he told her that he needed to settle in, so he planned to stay with Alita for a while. He wondered if she would be against it, and she said that she really did not agree. He thought it was rude, but Alita told him that she was not the only person in this city, and besides, she was a wanted person. This meant that it would be worse for the protagonist if he stayed with her, and if he continued with her, she would have to question every time why she agreed. She was sure that he understood that she had no good reason to take him with her. Sihan admitted that this was true, but there was something else, and he did not want to say it, but now he had no choice. The thing was that without him, Alita would be caught right away, and she was amazed, and he explained that if you use magic to summon someone from another world, the energy of the transition will be very strong. No one summoned him, he came on his own, so most likely no one in this world knows about his appearance. However, the magic of crossing the gate of the dimension leaves certain traces, so every time they move, a small amount of energy is released, causing vibrations. While they were leaving traces, they continued to be chased, and Alita was horrified that they were still leaving traces, since this meant that escaping was completely pointless. Sihan reassured her, because yesterday he had only arrived, so he could not do anything, but now he had already blocked the vibrations with magic. While the magic was active, no one would find them, but the magic had to be renewed every 2 or 3 days. Now Alita understood why she needed him, but she wondered why he needed her. A question that surprised Sihan. Sometime later, in the capital of Delstri, Lustenad Empire, Xenon begged to be allowed to restore his honor. He was going to clear his name, and promised Darwin that he would get those damned wicked people at any cost. Darwin thought about it and then asked if Xenon really thought that was the point. The thing was, even the Emperor had not punished those responsible for the mission's failure, and Xenon was going to return to the battlefield with an inexperienced army. But he was sure that a knight who failed to carry out an order could not be forgiven, and he believed that a true knight must clear his tarnished name. And Darwin was amazed that he had not forgotten what a true knight was, and in the end, he allowed him to restore his own honor. Xenon left, thinking that these people would need money to survive, and they were both swordsmen, so they would most likely work on occasional assignments. They were heading to the trade city of Cargon, and there was only one job opportunity there, so he decided to pretend to be a customer and find out what assignment they had accepted. Now he needed to track them down, but he really had little interest in the Emperor's family and wanted to check out the unknown guy he had met. No matter how he looked, he forgot that he looked too much like a savior from another world, and although it was impossible, he still assumed that it was him. He needed to confirm this for himself. Sometime later, Ted Barcelona returned to the mansion, and Letward greeted him. Ted thanked him for that, and then noticed the people he had spoken of. They were the hired swordsmen Cargon had spoken of, namely Alita Relkin and Sean Stein. Alita was surprised when she noticed that the protagonist had settled on the name Sean, and he explained that he had simply chosen a similar name so that if she accidentally said his real name, no one would notice. Letward told Ted that they were both swordsmen. Warriors who could use fighting energy were divided into 6 ranks. This was the Zera rank, and these fighters were able to use fighting energy to increase the level of physical characteristics. The warrior rank was able to imbue iron with fighting energy and create special weapons, and most swordsmen possessed this rank. Those who reached the knight rank were able to imbue equipment with fighting energy, and those who reached the master rank were able to imbue any weapon with fighting energy, including non-metal ones. Those who were able to imbue air with energy to create a blade possessed the god rank. However, in the history of Tanor, there were only a few people who were able to completely control fighting energy, and Sihan was among them. He had once reached the rank of a deity, but due to the spatial displacement, he had lost his combat and magical energy. He was disappointed that he was now at such a low rank since he was a warrior rank, but Ted thought it was amazing for such a young guy. He was happy to welcome them here. Their party was leaving tomorrow, and now they needed to gain strength. Sihan soon fell tiredly onto the bed, since earning money was very difficult, and being a mercenary fighter was not easy. If everything was as before, he would simply rob the nearest estate. Alita was surprised that the heroes also steal, and the protagonist said that the girl he loved was a thief. It was a love story of people from different worlds, and it was a dangerous love, and yet they did not steal for nothing, because it had a serious justification. All the nobility of the empire in those days was very evil, but now it would be difficult to pull off, and this meant that there was no choice, and he would have to earn an honest living by cutting people and splashing their blood. Alita warned that people would think differently if they heard this wording, and San meanwhile thought about the assignment, assuming that there was some kind of monster there. This was indeed the case, because a pack of Ignea's wolves formed near Barcelion. The detachment was already being assembled, but they did not succeed due to a lack of fighters, and therefore it was decided to hire independent swordsmen. The protagonist hadn't seen fire-spitting wolves in a long time, and remembered that 13 years ago, the first monsters he had to face were also these wolves, and he and his friends had driven them out of the forest. When he thought about his friends, his thoughts flashed back to their last moment together, when they had pushed him out of this world into the portal. He frowned, but he shook off these thoughts, assuming that this task would be just the right time to warm up, and he would just gain some fighting energy. Alita wondered if he was sure that he had lost all his strength, since he had defeated her with a wooden spoon, and had easily dealt with a squad of knights. Sihan had said the same thing, since he had needed a spoon to defeat Alita, and that made him much weaker. He might be right, but it was driving Alita crazy. The protagonist noted that despite the lack of energy, he still had experience, because even if the international champion was lower in level, it did not mean that he would lose in battle. Alita did not understand what he was talking about, but he did not explain, but simply suggested that she lie down and return to her room. When the morning came, Ted warned that the monsters would pay for daring to encroach on his territory. He told the monsters to attack if they were not afraid, and promised that he would defeat them all with his own hands. The knights supported him, and Sihan watched this with displeasure. Ted was covered in iron from head to toe, and against the Ignea's wolves it was useless. This equipment was very heavy, and the protagonist noted that the knights had not changed at all since then. Alita did not answer him, and he was interested in the condition of her hand. Thanks to the fighting energy, she felt much better, and Sihan was glad to hear this, and then ordered her to prepare for battle. She was surprised, and he explained that he smelled a sulfurous odor. At that moment, one of the men was distracted by a rustling sound, and then he screamed, as a monster jumped out of the bushes. Ted ordered everyone to stop and prepare for an attack, as it was a pack of Ignea's wolves. The monsters were coming at them, and Ted ordered them to approach, as their flames were nothing against the knight's blade. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster struck him, and he fell, and Sihan explained that this was why it was necessary to remove the armor, as it was necessary to dodge. In this case, he did not understand how the blade would help Ted, if he even chose the wrong equipment. The rest of the warriors, meanwhile, entered the fight with the wolves, telling each other not to run away, as they were bound to win due to the fact that this time they had hired swordsmen with them. Sihan had already destroyed one of the wolves by this time, but he realized that these people were weaker than he thought. He could have dealt with the entire pack on his own, but he wasn't going to do it, because it would have attracted too much attention. It seemed incredible to him that these people actually needed help against such monsters. The knights were running away, because they had noticed a slightly different creature. They soon realized that it was the leader of the Igneasian wolves, and Sihan noticed that this was the main thing here. In that case, he knew what they had to do. He stood in front of the monsters, and then smiled when the knights began to run past him. Ted ordered everyone to stop panicking, because this was their chance, and if they got rid of the leader of the pack, the rest of the wolves would lose their will to fight. He decided to leave all this to Sihan and Alita, and he himself was going to protect the soldiers. The protagonists did not answer him, realizing that they got all the dangerous work. Being a hired hand was very hard. He left the leader with Alita, and he himself was going to make sure that the other beasts did not come close. She was surprised by his continuation, and he admitted that he did not really want to run away, because they could handle several firewolves. One of the monsters tried to attack them, but Sihan killed it with one blow, after which he told Alita to act. She resolutely agreed, running towards the leader, but it opened its mouth, directing a stream of energy towards her. She managed to dodge to the side, swung her sword and struck, and from this the monster screamed in anger. Alita remained focused and attacked again, and Sihan noticed that she was strong, and knew that there was no need to worry about the leader. But his eyes widened, as electrical discharges began to emanate from the monster's body, and Alita was afraid, and the next moment one of the especially strong electrical discharges hit her, throwing her to the side. The wolf grabbed Alit with its teeth, and the protagonist excitedly shouted her name. He remembered how he thought about it when she asked why he needed her. In the end, he decided to be honest to avoid misunderstandings. In the past, he was summoned by sacrificing the hearts of nobles, and because of this, he was able to stay in Tanor despite the will of the emperor. However, this time, he came in a way that was more like a summoning than a sacrifice, so the connection with the summoner was the guarantee of his existence in this world. In other words, he would return to Earth again if Alita died, so he ran after the leader to save Alit. She lost consciousness, and Sihan cursed, because he did not have enough combat energy to speed up. At the same time, as he continued to run, the energy was consumed, and he remembered that he waited 10 years to get here, and was ready to fall naked from the sky. The main thing was to end up in Terranor. That's why he was angry that he could go back because of something like that. He concentrated energy near his sword, using the energy of the dragon sword, and directed an attack towards the beast. The monster was distracted by the flash of energy, and Sihan concentrated, then sighed, noticing the splash of blood next to him. The wolf dropped Alit from its mouth, and the protagonist lay down next to her on the ground, glad that they were alive. He tried not to overexert himself, and almost went back home because of it. Sometime later, they made a fire and sat next to it, and Sihan asked Alit how it felt. She was bitten by the beast, and so he was worried that she might be in pain somewhere. Alit's whole body ached, but she said that the leader did not want to kill her. She did not even know that the fire wolves have a tradition of giving living people to the leader. She was shocked that she, the highest swordswoman, was mistaken for food, and Sihan laughed. It was the first time they both saw a fire wolf that struck lightning and assumed it was a mutation. However, they killed it, so everything was fine for now. Alita thought for a while and then called out to Sihan since she did not need it before, but since they became allies, she needed to know something. She wondered why he was revealing his true identity, since the Six Kingdoms were countries built by his comrades, and wherever he went, he would be welcomed. The protagonist admitted that he would be lucky if he was not executed, since they stabbed him in the back and forcibly sent him to Earth with the magic of return as soon as he killed the Emperor. It had only happened for a few minutes, but he remembered it so clearly. Even though 10 years had passed, he could not understand his former comrades and still did not know why they betrayed him. Neither of them hesitated at all, which meant that it was not a hasty decision. He did not understand what he was thinking and how he could not see through his true intentions after so many years of being together. Alita was silent for a while, and Sihan assumed that she was in shock, sure that she would be punished, because now she was involved in a conflict against all the countries of Tanor. She realized that he had returned for revenge, and that was why he hid his true identity. The protagonist assumed that she could have misunderstood him, but she understood everything and did not understand such a reaction. Sihan did not know why she was so calm, because he had practically declared war on all 6 kingdoms of Tanor. However, all of these kingdoms were already enemies of Alita, and she had been fighting against Tanor for the past 10 years. No one gave her a choice, but she did everything she could. The protagonist noticed that she was hopelessly positive, and she remembered that her father often said that to her. Sihan assumed that she was talking about the Emperor, but she got angry, since she was not talking about that psycho, but about her real father, Cargon. The protagonist did not answer her, since he flinched, having felt something. He told her to wait, since something was heading that way, and looked towards the bushes. Alita was scared, assuming that it was an enemy, but Sihan did not want to believe it, since he did not understand why someone would send people to look for them. He assumed that it was one of the lost Barcelian squads, but he warned them not to let their guard down. He was about to voice his guess about this, and at that time Xenon came out from behind the bushes apologizing to them, so he wanted to ask them on the way. Sihan and Alita froze, surprised that it was him, and realized that it was a spy from Lilstein. He looked at them in confusion. He did not understand what they wanted to say, but before he could say anything, Alita pulled out her sword, attacking him. He screamed, dodging, and asked them to wait, since he did not want to fight. Sihan appeared behind him, concentrated energy near his palm, and noticed that Xenon did not want to attack, but he was going to put him to sleep for a while. He threw him into the air with one blow, and he, paying attention to this skill, realized that he was right. He managed to minimize the effect of the skill on his body, stopping his flight, and the protagonist was surprised. Xenon soon landed nearby, and Sihan asked in confusion, how did he manage to cancel it? He used this skill when he was a child, so very few people knew about this skill even among his old comrades. That's why he was curious about who Xenon was, and he didn't answer right away, but he thought that he was sure of something now. He suddenly put his hand in his bag, and the protagonist became wary when he noticed this movement. But the next moment, his wariness was replaced by surprise, as Xenon suddenly turned away. Showing the item he took out on his outstretched palms, he assumed that these panties belonged to Sihan, and he, as well as Alita, froze in shock. Xenon seemed pleased, and the protagonist displeasedly ordered Alita to kill him. After all, he was just a pervert. Xenon asked him to wait, sure that this was a misunderstanding. He got nervous and said the first thing that came to his mind. However, Sihan himself noticed that they were panties, so he told Alita to kill Xenon. He shouted that he surrendered, and the protagonist asked in displeasure why he was waving his underwear instead of a white flag if he was going to surrender. He repeated his order to Alita again, deciding to help her kill Xenon, but suddenly he fell silent, noticing a stripe on the waistband of his underwear. It was in Korean, and Sihan also recognized his own handwriting and realized that it was indeed his underwear. Xenon confirmed this, asking if it was true that he was a savior from another world. His eyes did not deceive him, but the protagonist did not seem impressed, since he did not have even 1,000th of his energy right now. Xenon assumed that he remembered him, and told him that he was a child he saved 12 years ago. He reminded him that he was from Baron Village, and Sihan thought about it, and Xenon told him that he finished off all the Imperial soldiers who attacked their village with that skill. Thanks to this, Xenon was saved. And it was only after some time that he learned that his benefactor was a savior from another world. When he began to use fighting energy and became a swordsman, he learned the art of nullifying the attack power that the protagonist showed back then. It was a thoughtful skill to avoid unnecessary casualties, which showed Sun's consideration for other people, and so he was especially admired by him. Now the protagonist remembered that back then, he only wanted to test the new skill, but he did not talk about it since everyone had different views on it. However, he suddenly noticed that Xenon was the child he saved 12 years ago. This meant that he was younger than Sihan, and Xenon revealed that he had recently turned 22. He looked very mature in the protagonist's opinion, and he declared that appearance was only one side of a person, and it was what was inside that determined a person's worth. Sihan wondered where he got that cheesy phrase from, and Xenon reminded him that it was a quote from the protagonist himself. He was a middle school student back then, and now he was surprised that he was like that. Still, Xenon's respect was understandable, but he found it strange that he carried his underwear around with him. He asked him to hide it, but he exclaimed that it wasn't just underwear. He had a Sihan figurine that was exactly like that moment, and he also had numerous books and drawings of him. He collected everything that had to do with him, and the protagonist was shocked by this information. Xenon, meanwhile, added that his underwear was special because he wore it during the battle with the Mad Emperor Lustanad. Xenon was lucky enough to get it at an auction, and he spent half a year's salary on it. Sihan understood everything and asked Xenon to put the underwear back in the bag. He actually listened this time, and then declared that he had sworn to serve the Lilstein family because the king was Sihan's comrade. He knelt down, holding out his sword, as he wanted to use his weapon to serve the protagonist now. Sihan thought about it, wondering what he would do if he considered the Lilstein family his enemies. In that case, Xenon would also think the same way, and the protagonist noticed his gaze, knowing that he was serious. In the end, he agreed, because if Xenon knew who Sihan was, he still couldn't let him go so easily. He accepted his sword, and he smiled happily, promising that he would do his best and not disappoint him. He was also about to destroy all the remaining firewolves, but the protagonist noticed that they had already finished everything themselves. He pointed to the leader off to the side, but Xenon reminded him that firewolves always come in pairs. He thought that they used the male's corpse as bait for the female, and these words made Sihan freeze in shock and then ask again in fear. The next moment they heard a loud roar and realized that everything happened just in time, as another monster appeared next to them, which was much larger than the other leader of the pack. Sihan realized that if firewolves walked in pairs, then it was not surprising that there were two leaders in the pack. He did not understand why he did not think of this, and Alita was unhappy there that such an experienced person did not know elementary things. However, this happened because a large number of years had passed, and, for example, an adult after graduating from high school would not be able to solve the equation right away, and there was the same logic here. Alita was surprised, since she did not know what an equation was, but Sihan decided that it did not matter, since she would not have understood it anyway. Xenon asked the protagonist to let him handle this, and he was going to show what he could do. Sihan allowed him to do so, and Xenon stood in front of the wolf, thinking that he had the chance to work with the hero he had tried to look up to his entire life, and also protect him. However, he did not make a good impression, having been slammed into the ground twice, and he was not happy about it, so he now concentrated a large amount of energy near you, intending to show his true strength this time and gain Sihan's recognition. Alita was amazed by his fighting energy, but the protagonist did not seem impressed, not understanding why Xenon was putting in so much effort. The wolf prepared to attack, and Xenon directed his own magical energy towards it and screamed. He struck several times, and it seemed stunning to Alita, as Xenon fought back against the giant beast without receiving a single scratch. This meant that he would easily defeat her in a fight, and suddenly Sihan noticed that Alita was very strong for her age, but Xenon was also quite good. He had several talents, and Alita was indignant because in her opinion it was not just several talents. She was annoyed by geniuses, and the protagonist explained that there were many talented people around him, suggesting that he had inflated expectations. He himself was not a genius, but rather an exception, because he was an earthling. Lavina, for example, was a real genius, but Alita did not respond to this remark. Wolf, meanwhile, concentrated fire near his mouth and then directed the flames towards Xenon. He cut it with his sword, warning that this fire will not even scratch him. He jumped, preparing to deliver the finishing blow, and warned that this is the end. Alita suddenly became afraid, and Sihan noticed the wolf's position, and the next moment, a bolt of lightning pierced Xenon, and he fell to the ground. They all felt déjà vu, and Alita was terrified that she fell as shamefully. Xenon didn't understand why the fire wolf was beating with lightning, and Alita suggested that she figure it out herself, but Sihan decided to join the battle himself, because he could work with magic better than anyone here. Alita remembered this, because he was from another world. The thing is that the Imperial army of monsters was feared not only because of strength, because otherworldly creatures could not be damaged by magic, and it did not matter how strong the magician was. This law also applied to Sihan, who came from another world, so now he stood in front of the wolf. The monster sent fire in his direction, but the protagonist did not even think to defend himself, because it did not work with him. Absolute immunity to magic last time helped him succeed, and he had to pretend to run away because of the large number of extra eyes. However, the lightning bolt sent by the wolf still struck him, and he was terrified because of it. He was angry and also did not understand why the magic worked on him. This had never happened before, but he distracted himself from his indignation, turning towards the wolf that had disgraced him. In anger, he swung his sword, cutting the monster in two, and when the monster fell to the ground, Sihon thought, because the fire did not affect him earlier, and that was why he did not understand why the lightning bolt hit him. The next moment, Xenon ran up to him, worried about his condition, but the protagonist did not respond to his concern, but simply asked him to call him by his name, since they met him on the internet. Xenon tried to refuse, since he could not do something like that, but before they could continue talking about it, the wolf's body was engulfed in light, gradually beginning to dissolve. Everyone was very surprised by this, and Sihon honestly admitted that he did not understand what it was. Sometime later, they returned to Ted, and he was happy that they had survived. Now their lands were free of monsters, and it was all thanks to them. He paid them 600 pieces of silver, and as Sihon and Alita left the estate, the protagonist thought about how they would need more money in the future. However, getting such a sum for one task was already good, and it meant that if they completed all the difficult tasks, they would completely get rid of money problems. However, such tasks were not given every day, because this time they were just lucky. Alita's words really made sense, and at this time Xenon came closer to them, curious about how everything went. He noticed that they said that they needed money and showed a bag that contained 100 gold coins. Sihon and Alita were very surprised by this, and they wondered where he got such money. He sadly lowered his head, crying, and explained that he sold the Savior's artifact, that is, the panties. The protagonist, noticing Xenon's disappointed state, realized that he had asked in vain and added that if it would help Sihon, then he wouldn't mind. Alita thought about it, realizing that Sihon's underwear could be sold for a lot of money, but he ordered her not to even think about it, since this thing was expensive, not because he wore it, but because it was a limited edition. Xenon was distracted from this topic of discussion, since he was interested in what the protagonist was planning to do now. This money should be enough for now, and there was no need to work as mercenaries for a while. Sihon had 3 options, but he had not yet decided which one to choose. There was one place that would not be difficult to conquer, but suddenly he fell silent, noticing something, and laughed, since he would soon see the face of a person he knew before. Alita and Xenon looked at him in bewilderment, and he decided that their destination would be the north and the kingdom of Jacksongard. Soon, in a laboratory in the kingdom of Lilstein, Thrandon contacted King Lilstein through magic. It had been a while since they had seen each other, but it was still not time for a scheduled report. So Lilstein did not understand why Thrandon contacted him. He explained that they would not need to hire anyone for test subjects 11 and 12, as the kingdom of Barcelion had taken care of it themselves. Lilstein was surprised that this was true, but he still admitted that these test subjects were not very strong. But there was more to it than that, as they had also lost test subject 1. This only further surprised Lilstein, and also angered him. And he asked again, assuming that Thrandon had gone completely crazy. He did not understand what they were being paid for, and asked how he could call himself the head of the Blue Ivory Tower? The thing is, there were 4 magic towers in Tanor for 1,000 years, which included the red, white, blue, and black ivory towers. The first emperor of the Lusclan kingdoms was the most powerful mage in history, and he collected all the knowledge and wisdom from the mages of all of Terranor, and placed the records in the 4 towers. This was divided into classes and placed on different floors, and so on one of these levels, the mages learned their level of magic. As they advanced in their magic skill, they would go up to the next floor to study, and that meant that floor showed the mage's skill. Lilstein himself was the head of the Red Ivory Tower on the 9th floor. He was too furious about what happened, and warned that the only reason Thrandon was in such a high position was because more suitable candidates were executed. He suggested that Thrandon was expecting to be fired, since he was only worthy of the 8th floor at most. He gave him one last chance, ordering him to quickly deal with test subject number 1 and cover his tracks. He immediately agreed, promising that he would not let Lilstein down this time. When the communication session was ended, he sighed, glad that he was at least given another chance. Soon, in the capital of Rattensell in the kingdom of Vev Jacksongard, the squire reached one of the rooms in the palace and approached Jacksongard Rothenberg, who was interested in the reason for his visit. He invited him in for a glass of alcohol, but he was not at all happy about Jacksongard throwing another party. But he laughed, asking if a man could be happier? The days when the Empire was hunting him now seemed like a distant dream, but the squire warned that in the eternal feast and celebration, Jacksonguard forgot about political matters. He was afraid that this could lead to his authority among the people being shaken. But Jacksonguard warned him not to be afraid, because he was not a bad ruler after all. It was not extravagance, because he spent money from his own pocket, but the squire was dissatisfied, because it was the taxes of Jacksonguard's people. Jacksonguard added that he did not have a 60% tax like the previous emperor, but the squire thought that his tax was 50%. In addition, Jacksonguard did not burn hundreds of villages, forcing tens of thousands of people to become slaves. But he punished hundreds of villages, and also forced tens of thousands of people to join the army. And yet the squire did not say anything out loud, and Jacksonguard suggested that he still deserved this small reward for overthrowing the previous emperor. He reminded him that this emperor was very cruel, and asked how he could be compared to him. After all, the poor had no choice, and Squire wanted to argue, but Jacksonguard cut him off, assuming he couldn't take a hint. The squire was scared by his menacing appearance, and fell silent, before bowing and leaving. He knew that Jacksonguard had gone too far. He had the ability to fight, but he had no management skills, and it would be great if there was someone who could make him take responsibility. All of Jacksonguard's good humor had evaporated, as he had been having a good time, but now it was ruined. He supposed he should fire Squire, but before he could think about it any further, another of his subordinates entered the room, calling him the savior of the world and the hero of all heroes. He was honored to meet him, and Jacksonguard was immediately pleased when he recognized his visitor as the Duke of Keltron. He apologized for disturbing him, but there was something that needed Jacksonguard's attention. He thought it was no big deal, since he had always liked Keltron. Keltron handed him some papers that he needed to sort out, and Jacksonguard took it and actually looked at the papers for a while, but then he threw it away since he didn't care, and he ordered Keltron to take care of it himself. In his opinion, it was the king's duty to protect the defenseless, and he had no time for insignificant matters. Soon, on the western outskirts of the capital Rattenzel in the kingdom of Jacksonguard, Sihan and his companions stood near an old house. Alita realized that he had bought the house after all, and he warned them that they would attract attention if they stayed in the inn for too long. This house was to be their temporary base of operations, and Xenon agreed that he was right, but he still wanted to object, and Sihan was surprised that there was some problem with that. Xenon did not understand how the protagonist could stay in such a dump, and exclaimed that if he knew, he would sell his house to buy something better. Sihan ignored his cries and simply suggested that they go through. Once they were inside, he noticed that it was not as bad as he thought. They need to clean up. But before Sihan could continue his reasoning, Xenon exclaimed that this place was cursed, so they could not stay here any longer. He threw Alita and the protagonist out of the house, since they were distracting him from cleaning. The next moment he screamed, emitting magical energy in order to speed up, and began to clean up. Alita supposed that this was not what normal cleaning sounded like, but she and Sihan did not interfere. Soon everything was ready. When the protagonist and Alita entered the house, it was much more often than before. In Xenon's opinion, the squalor was still there. But now it was not so terrible to walk here. Sihan found this amazing, and Xenon added that the only thing missing was furniture. Suddenly, he noticed a dirty spot and was horrified by it, and the protagonist wondered why he was so obsessed with frequency. Alita realized that spitting on the floor was the most effective tactic in the fight against Xenon. In the end, Sihan admitted that it was a good job, and it was not bad for a start. Now that they had a base, they could prepare for the fight against Jacksonguard. A little later, Xenon explained that at the moment, Tanor was ruled by 6 kingdoms. 2 of these kingdoms were strong, 2 were average, and 2 were weak. Of the strong kingdoms, there were the kingdom of Lilstein and the empire of Anasius. The kingdoms of Saffron and Felos were in the middle, and Jacksonguard and Teorante were 2 weak kingdoms. The laws passed in these kingdoms over the past 10 years have not shown any effectiveness and have not led to growth. That is why there have been many conflicts between the states. Quite recently, there was a fairly large conflict called the Cargon War. The kingdoms of Lilstein and the Anasius Empire did not decide who would rule Cargon, and the other kingdoms, sensing the scale of the coming war, took harsh measures to stop the conflict. Jacksonguard warned that if someone decided to take over Cargon, their kingdom would support the opposite side. Despite the fact that the 2 kingdoms were called strong, in fact, they did not really outweigh each other. And therefore, Jacksonguard's declaration had enough effect to break the stalemate. Over time, the 2 kingdoms came to a compromise, and with the help of Jacksonguard, they divided the rights to rule the city of Cargon. Sihan thought it was good that they were having conflicts. He thought that they would not be on the best terms, since the more authoritative power people had in their hands, the more they wanted to get. These people had thrown him out, and he assumed that there was definitely something wrong with their heads. Zeno agreed with him, outraged that they had killed a true hero just to gain more power for themselves, and he had knelt before these villains. He called himself stupid, but Sihan reminded him that he was still alive. In the end, he looked away from this and asked Alita, how was her training going? Speaking of which, she had tried to use the power of 1,000 forms of the Empress, but it was not so good yet, and the protagonist lowered his head, trembling with suppressed emotions. Alita realized that she had failed again. It was not easy, and her face continued to stay normal, but she was distracted from the explanation, because she noticed Sihan's behavior and asked what was funny about it. He advised her to take her time, put her thoughts in order, and imagine an invisible hand on her face, and then let the fighting energy wrap her face. She did not need to change her face with the help of fighting energy, but to apply makeup with invisible energy, and only then stabilize it with fighting energy. Alita listened, but reminded him that he was telling her the same thing for the third time. She asked him to explain it to her differently, because she did not understand anything. Sihan honestly admitted that he did not understand anything either, because this is how Lavina explained it to him. Alita did not understand how he himself learned it in this case, and he warned that they would not be able to use this method since he was an Earthling. Earthlings and Tanor residents had the same body structure, but they had significant differences in the way of fighting and in magical energy. They were not born with combat energy, and to develop it, one had to be highly spiritually developed. It was as if one had to search for something in a huge warehouse in complete darkness. But for Earthlings, for example for the protagonist, this warehouse was completely illuminated. In it, combat energy arose by itself along with magical energy, and as a result, he was able to reach the pinnacle of mastery in combat and magical energy in just 3 years. Alita was outraged, as she assumed that this was a scam, and Xenon on the contrary looked at Sihan with delight. It was because of these features that the protagonist did not consider himself a genius. Based on Lilstein's research, it was all because he was from another world, and not specifically from Earth. It was somehow connected with the restructuring of the human body and mind after passing through a dimension. Alita was amazed that passing through a dimension gives such talent, and Sihan explained that this is why his instructions in this matter would not help, so she had to try to master it on her own. Alita called out to him, asking if a person would gain the same abilities as him if they sent someone out of Tanor and brought him back. The protagonist thought about it, but could not give a clear answer. Suddenly, the ground shook, and they were all horrified, not understanding what it was, but Sihan realized that it was not an earthquake, but paid attention to the energy he felt. At that moment, among the rubble of buildings, injured people screamed loudly, and those who were still able to move ran away from huge monsters that screamed furiously. People were terrified when they noticed the Leokun, and one of the girls fell, and the monster was about to grab her, but Sihan stopped its paw with his sword. He was worried about the girl's condition, but she did not answer him. Xenon came closer to him, who did not understand how this was possible, since there were at least 30 Leokuns here. The protagonist also did not understand how the monsters broke into the main city, and assumed that the security and army here were so poor. However, even so, the monsters could not get into the center of the city, and he knew that something was wrong in the city hidden by the forest. He did not want to attract attention, but he understood that there was nothing to be done now, and suggested that they save the people first. Alita and Xenon agreed, joining the battle and destroying the monsters. Soon, the knights arrived, who ordered them to stop. Alita and the others were glad that they were the Knights of Jacksengard, since they had to save the city from more pogrom while they could hold off the monsters. However, the knights surrounded them, not allowing them to join the battle, and one of them reminded them that they must stop, because this area is under the control of the Dark Lion Knighthood. The civilians had to retreat, and Alita was outraged, since people were dying in front of these knights, and they were saying such things. The first thing they had to do was get rid of the beasts, but the knights ordered her to shut up as it was the king's order. They were outraged that they were not obeying, and Xenon asked in confusion, what was going on here? Sihan did not answer him, and then his eyes widened and he turned around sharply, participating in the streams of magical energy to the side. It was a familiar feeling, and he was sure that it was the fighting energy of his friend. Jacksengard appeared near the knights, outraged that some puny beasts were trying to harm his dear people. He ordered his subjects not to worry, as he was here to save them all. The Dark Lion Knights were supposed to protect the citizens, and he himself was going to take care of the monsters. The knights immediately agreed, proceeding to carry out the order, and Sihan frowned, watching Jacksonguard, who noticed that his body had become quite wooden lately. He jumped up, promising that he would kill all the demons. The villagers were amazed that he was holding 2 huge axes in his hands, and he dealt a powerful blow, injuring several monsters. He laughed, confident that these demons were just funny. Some of the monsters that were still alive began to run away in fear when they noticed the power of Jacksonguard. He called them names, unhappy that they were running away, and warned that they did not stand a chance. He raised his leg, and when he placed it on the ground, a magic circle formed under him, from which rays of magical energy crawled along the ground. Xenon realized that it was a combat seal, and was very surprised since it was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. Alita asked again, and he explained that only a swordsman with a master rank could use it. It was one of the magic seals that involved combat magic, and now thanks to it, Jacksonguard strengthened his body and promised to destroy the pests. He used the giant's hand combat seal and destroyed the last monsters with a blow, and the people began to shout joyfully since he defeated all the monsters. Alita called Jacksonguard himself a real monster, and Xenon thought about it, guessing that this was the power of a swordsman with a master rank. Sihan now understood that Jacksonguard had built all this in order to gain the trust of the citizens. He admitted that the demon invasion was an extravagant show, and guessed that they were pushed away precisely because the king had to catch the demons. This performance was a pure bluff, but it worked on the citizens, and yet the protagonist doubted that Jacksonguard would do such a thing. In addition to being stupid and cruel, he had unwavering ideals, and so he assumed that he could not stoop so low for the sake of the people's recognition. He thought, looking more closely at his happy face, and noted that his expression was very convincing. He could not remember Jacksonguard being good at pretending, and at this time he was distracted by the people shouting that Jacksonguard was the strongest. They praised him, because today he saved hundreds of lives, and he smiled happily, hearing this, and Sihan finally realized that he did not even know that this was all a performance. Jacksonguard laughed, and the protagonist assumed that this was the work of his subordinates, who would carry out all sorts of machinations while putting on a show for the king's amusement. He thought it would be much better if someone simply bribed Jacksonguard. He remembered that Jacksonguard had never been very smart. At this point, Jacksonguard calmed down and was about to leave, but suddenly turned around, focusing on Sihan. He shuddered, realizing this, and Jacksonguard mentally noted that he was seeing him for the first time, but he did not look like an ordinary person. He stood there for a while, carefully looking at the protagonist, but still did not recognize him. Soon the knights warned that they should return to the castle, and Jacksonguard agreed with this. He decided that there was nothing wrong with the fact that he noticed a stranger, and the residents began to praise him again. Sihan noticed that although Jacksonguard was a fool, he resembled a living fortress, just like 10 years ago. The world had changed a lot, but Jacksonguard's skills had not deteriorated, so it was not yet time to openly enter the game, and they needed to be careful and carefully prepare everything. It had been 10 days since Sihan and his company had stopped at the capital. Alita had learned the basics of the Empress's 1,000 forms power, and she could now change her facial expressions slightly. Xenon had learned more about the art of mountain destruction from the protagonist, the creator of this fighting method himself. Sihan himself had focused on raising his combat and magical energy, and had increased his resource 3-fold since returning to Tanor. In the meantime, they had been working on honing their abilities and quietly waiting for the right opportunity. Sometime later, the knights suddenly put up a huge announcement, announcing that evil pagans were currently controlling a group of demons in the Berselt region to incite panic among the citizens and spread chaos throughout the world. Jacksonguard had ordered them to be punished, so the kingdom had called for heroes from all over the world, and those who wanted to participate in this honorable battle had to join the expedition team and make a name for themselves to the world. Sihan was surprised when he read about the pagans, but he could not look into it further, and Xenon explained that they were a clan of the Dimension. During the reign of the tyrant emperor, there were groups of pagans in various regions where the cult of the true god from another world, Heros, flourished, and he heard that they were suppressed by the Luskdan Empire, but he noticed that they had recently gathered their forces again. It was said that they were using new teachings to attract people. Sihan noted that people in all times always rely on religion. Xenon added that these pagans are now called the second coming of Sihan. The protagonist asked again, and he explained that the savior from another world, Sihan, in the minds of the pagans, was actually the son of the god Heros from another world, and he was summoned by the tyrant to punish the current world that slanders the Lusklan Empire and destroys it. Sihan, according to the pagans, wanted to lead the people of the Tanor Empire to a paradise called Earth, but he was stopped by 6 evil revolutionary heroes and also returned to heroes. What irritated the protagonist the most was that there was some truth in it. In the end, he realized that this was their chance, because fixing the pagans, who were causing panic among the people, was a very convenient task for the king, and given the character of Jacksonguard, he would personally lead the expedition team. They were also going to participate in this expedition, because when they left the capital, there would be fewer guards, and they would be able to get closer to Jacksonguard. Sometime later, the volunteers had already gathered in one place, and Keltron ordered them all to stand in line, warning that he was chosen by the great revolutionary hero to lead them. He said his name, and also noted that the reward for these volunteers would be proportionate to their success, so they should loyally follow him. Alita was surprised that Keltron would be leading the team in person, and Sihan hung his head in disappointment, knowing that they would suffer enough without Jacksonguard. He had every expectation that he would show up in person, but he still knew that if they tried hard enough, there would be many more opportunities to get closer to Jacksonguard, and their participation here would not be in vain. He wondered what had happened to Jacksonguard, and at that time, Keltron thought that it had been very difficult to convince Jacksonguard not to go, as he was outraged by the heathens hurting his innocent citizens and was eager to fight. Luckily, Keltron was leading this expedition, but he was disappointed that he had gotten caught up in this mess. He remembered how he had met with Trandon, who had pleaded with him. After all, the secret of the Blue Ivory Tower depended on it. This should never have reached Jacksonguard's ears, and the military should not have been dragged into this. Keltron understood and argued as it was not a difficult matter. Moreover, it was a request from their regular sponsor, and Trandon told him that the Ivory Tower would send 10 mages from the 6th floor, and he would bring the Knights of the Dark Lion. This should be enough, and Keltron only needed to recruit capable soldiers at his own expense. It was a little tedious, but Keltron only needed to pacify a small group of heathens, and he figured it was nothing if he could pay off the Blue Ivory Tower. He ordered everyone to follow him, and they began to move out. Soon, when night fell, Lachlan Proud stood before his comrades, calling them the sons and daughters of heroes. The heretics had finally taken up the swords of sin, and with an army they were going to rob the true believers. The people began to shout, calling them stupid dark atheists, adding that death was only liberation from earthly bonds, so they should not be afraid of anything. Lachlan smiled, confirming that according to the teachings of heroes, death is the only way to free oneself from this living world. However, heroes did not want to see a selfish path to true freedom like suicide, but death acquired during liberation from others is a sweet joy for their god. He asked those chosen for torment to step forward, and 3 people came out, stopping next to him. He warned that they should not be afraid, as they were blessed with Heros' love. The girl enthusiastically agreed, saying that she was not afraid. Lachlan smiled, and then asked the dragon to accept the devotion of these righteous people. The earth shook, and a huge monster came out of the cave, roaring, and the victims standing in front sighed in delight, for it was the dragon Heros. They asked for it to accept their devotion, and the next moment the dragon ate the 3 followers. Everyone was glad that the messenger of God did not refuse their offering, and they begged Heros to provide the fire of truth to the disbelievers. Lachlan was glad that this time too, everything had been successful. The remedy he had was running out faster than he thought, but as long as he had the ashes of the hearts of the royal family of Lusclan, he continued to make the offering, and the dragon of the earth continued to grant his wishes. However, he did not know how long he could control it, and without the dragon, these people would not be convinced. He knew that he would have to deny everything when the time came, but he decided to have some fun for the last time. Soon, in the forest, the army stopped, setting up camp for the night. Everyone immediately started making fires, and Xenon noticed that the place was in chaos. There was no order like in an official army, and he didn't understand how these people would fight if they couldn't even handle something like that. Alita admitted that there was indeed no organization in the mercenary expedition groups, but she asked how a powerful knight would know the rules of ordinary mercenaries. He found it funny to hear her say that, and reminded her that she was the blue-blooded one here. They started exchanging angry glances, but Sihan stopped them, warning Xenon to watch her words. The thing was, they would have to explain everything if anyone heard them. Xenon realized his mistake and apologized, but the protagonist wasn't going to focus on that and offered to eat since he was hungry. Xenon immediately agreed, promising that he would cook everything right away. Sihan called him a simpleton, and while Xenon got to cooking, the protagonist and Alita realized that stew was on the menu again today. It was extremely important to get all the necessary nutrients during the journey, so they ate stew, since it was quick to cook and had everything they needed. Sihan did not understand who Alita was explaining this to, since he knew all this, but the stew did not taste good when it had to be cooked in such conditions. She noted that they were eating to survive, and did not understand why Sihan needed taste. Their argument was soon interrupted by Xenon, who finally cooked everything and offered to eat. When they tasted the stew, they admired how delicious it was. And they did not even believe that Xenon used the same ingredients. He explained that it was a normal vegetable stew. The thing is that he likes to experiment with food, since cooking is just his hobby. It did not seem like a simple hobby, and therefore Sihan was even more surprised. The stew was delicious, and he would have believed it even if Xenon had said that he used to be the king's cook. He would have been very nervous if the king's chef pestered him for this recipe, because if a person is a cook, then the recipe becomes more valuable to him than his own life, and other people should be ashamed of themselves. Sihan and Alita were surprised that Xenon was now a cook and not a knight. Eventually, they were distracted from this topic, and Alita soon asked Xenon for more. The protagonist smiled, watching them, but felt raindrops falling on him. Everyone began to erect tents for shelter, and Keltron was outraged that they were not in a house, and it was raining. Sihan, setting up a tent, noted that it was now difficult to navigate, and Xenon admitted that it was too difficult to distinguish anything when there was so much water around. Alita remembered that they said that the main strength of the Sihan Second Coming cult came from the demons, so they should not worry about an attack in the rain, since the demons retained the habits of animals. However, this was not the only thing, because everyone was looking for shelter from the rain, and no one was on guard. All these people lacked vigilance, and if an army of demons was gathered, it meant that someone was controlling it, and at the will of this person, the demons could attack even in such weather. Sihan assumed that this was impossible, because even if the control was masterful, it was impossible to completely suppress the animal instinct. He could confirm that the demons would not stick their noses in such a heavy rain. And Xenon understood everything, but at that moment, someone suddenly warned that the enemy was attacking, and the protagonist froze. People began to run away in panic, since the demons appeared and began to pursue them. Sihan was surprised that everything in Tanor had changed so much in 10 years. Some hid in tents, some joined the fight, but all were amazed that the demons came out despite the rain. They were amazed that someone was controlling them so much, but the knights decided that it did not matter now, since they more needed to take a battle formation, form a block, and prepare to attack. The knights approached the demons, which remained predictable animals for them. One of the guys jumped, not scared by the appearance of the monster, since they had been through hell as mercenaries. He struck, and blood spurted from the resulting wound, and the guy was glad that they had already put one of the demons down. However, the monster dealt him a powerful attack, and all the mercenaries were amazed at how resilient these demons were. They assumed that so many losses should scare them off, but because these monsters were controlled, they would fight to the death. Sihan took control, warning that they would be killing the demons one by one. They needed to focus on the closest monsters rather than all the monsters, and the mercenaries charged. One of the commanders turned to Joldaran, noticing Sihan's behavior, and he admitted that the protagonist would be quite useful, since he was leading in this chaos. Keltron was annoyed that no one was paying attention to him, since they were supposed to protect him. However, Joldaran and his comrade continued to ignore Keltron, realizing that if Sihan was truly that skilled, he would definitely be useful to them. The protagonist, along with the rest of the mercenaries, fought for some time, dealing powerful blows to the demons, and eventually, they destroyed the last monster. Finally, it was over, and the mercenaries were happy that they had won. They had finally gotten rid of those vile beasts, and while the others were happily discussing their victory, Sihan counted that all 44 beasts had appeared, and not a single one of them tried to escape. He didn't understand how that was possible, since it was such a strong magical mind control that the beast began to ignore its instincts. The protagonist had never encountered a spell of such a level, even when he fought against the Empire many years ago. Suddenly, he focused his attention on the people standing to the side, who were actively discussing something. He realized that the main task was not to subdue the cultists, and smiled. Keltron ordered everyone to remain vigilant, warning that if they fell asleep for even a minute, they would receive severe punishment. He irritated the mercenaries by not stopping to talk, and when he saw the monster, he immediately hid behind the knights. They understood that they would not have suffered such great losses if Keltron and the Black Lion Knights had fought alongside them. Xenon also agreed that Keltron did not deserve to be called a commander, and Alita called him an exorbitant egoist, agreeing with Xenon. Sihan told them not to worry about it, since Keltron always behaved like that. Xenon was surprised that he knew him, and he admitted that he did not know him personally, but sometimes heard talk about him. He was called a man with the body of a sage and the mind of a beast, and Xenon assumed that he was not so useless. But suddenly he analyzed the protagonist's words more closely and assumed that he had confused the body and mind. However, he heard everything correctly, and Keltron was just a stupid weakling. He didn't have any fighting skills, but he was as resilient as a cockroach, and Sihan was surprised that he was a count now. The world was a very strange place, and Xenon admitted it. Alita wondered what was going on, but she doubted that a completely useless person could reach such a position. Sometime later, they arrived at the village of Zard, and Keltron admitted that all the mercenaries had performed well in the battle yesterday. The official subjugation of the sect was to begin tomorrow, so tonight they needed to get a good rest and conserve their strength. The mercenaries were glad that they could finally sleep on something dry, because they thought they would be staying in cramped tents for the night. As mercenaries, they had never received better treatment, so they supposed it was a good thing. Sihan noted that they had complained yesterday, but it was not only on Earth that people were easily persuaded. Finally, they were ready to sleep, and the protagonist suggested to his friends that they should get some rest today. But he didn't even have time to fall asleep, as someone called out to him. Dina Crumble was wondering if he was there, and Sihan raised his hand, drawing her attention to him. She said her name, explaining that she was an apprentice mercenary foramen of the Knights of the Black Lion. She asked the protagonist to come out with her for a minute, as the mage Kabark and Joldarin were looking for him. Soon they came out, approaching another building, and Dina explained that this was where the mages and Knights of the Black Lion rested. Since they were currently holding a confidential meeting, she was about to leave. Before leaving, she noticed Alita, as she did not look much older than her, but she already had the rank of a warrior. Talents really existed, and she was amazed by this. Sihan soon entered the building, noting that he heard someone calling him. Joldarin was surprised that he was already there and greeted him, naming his own. Kabark also said his name, and Joldarin noticed that the protagonist was just in time and offered him to look at the map. He noticed a cultist base marked on the map, which would take half a day to reach. The sect of the second incident, Sihan, had access to a spell that controlled the beasts, and Kabark guessed that the protagonist had noticed it when he was fighting yesterday. Before he could answer, Xenon confirmed this, noting that the first time people saw the beasts attack was during a heavy rain. This meant that the mercenaries had also begun to notice, and Kabark wondered if they could keep it a secret. Sihan thought about it, and then warned that it all depended on the profit from it. Kabark liked this attitude, and he put a few gold coins on the table, wondering if it was enough. Xenon thought that 10 gold coins was quite a lot, but the protagonist thought that it was hard to consider it a lot of money when his underwear went for 100 gold coins. However, it should still be decent, and he agreed that it would be enough. Kabark warned that it would be wise to continue this position, and then suggested continuing by telling that the Sihan Second Coming sect did not have magic to control beasts in the past, and they used dark sorcery based on human sacrifice. Magic was described as orderly and easy to learn, and the end result could be calculated, while sorcery was disordered and unpredictable. Also, sorcery was not recognized as magic, since in many cases a sacrifice was required. Sihan suggested that the cultists controlled monsters not with magic, but with sorcery, but they did not have such sorcery. It was a shameful story, but in fact, it was a top-secret development from the Blue Tower. The protagonist was amazed, and Kabark said that there used to be a man named Lakran, who was a respected magician, and at the age of 37, he already lived on the 6th floor of the Blue Tower. Due to his talent and skills, he gained recognition and the right to participate in the top-secret experiments of the Bluehead Tower. However, he wanted too much, and due to his mistake, the experimental beasts escaped. As a result, he lost all his titles and rights and was sentenced to the 4-element punishment. Xeno did not know what it was, and Kabark explained that it was a spell that combined the 4 elements of magic, namely earth, water, fire, and wind. It was used in the tower for executions, and was essentially a death sentence. Xeno was amazed that a person could be killed due to some mistake in the experiment, but Kabark warned him that he should be careful with what he said. He agreed and apologized for his incontinence, and Kabark noted that they should only know what was necessary, telling them to just listen. They did not know how Lakran managed to do this, however. He escaped from his cell and created an even bigger problem. He took one of the experimental beasts with him, and it was a special beast that had the power to control other beasts nearby. Sihan was astonished when he heard this. And Kabark said that they found out later that Lachran's father was actually a high-ranking member of Sihan's Second Advent sect. They undoubtedly used this beast to expand their power, and in the end, the real purpose of this expedition was to kill this monster and eliminate all traces of the Blue Tower's connection with this incident. Jolderon thought that the protagonist with his skills could help them, and that was why he was here. It seemed like a great honor to him, and he assumed that with strong knights and outstanding mages, they could even kill a dragon. Kabark noted that he guessed correctly, since they were supposed to kill a dragon, or more precisely, an earth dragon, and Sihan was astonished when he realized that it was indeed a dragon. Sometime later, the protagonist, Xenon, and Alita went down to the river to wash their clothes. Sihan thought about the earth dragon being the target of the expedition, and noted that it was no wonder they were offering 10 gold coins. Still, considering his current state, the enemy was not the easiest. Xenon did not understand why the swordsmen and mages needed to subjugate the heretics. He supposed it would be better to refuse, but they could not do that. After all, they heard the secret of the Blue Tower, and because of that they were in danger. Since after the mission they might want to get rid of them. Xenon and Alita were surprised when they heard this, and the protagonist did not even find it surprising that they never thought of it, since it was a time of peace. They were still children, but that was the reality. And yet Alita thought that everything would go smoothly. Sihan was surprised, and she explained that Xenon had changed the subject from the Blue Tower's secret experiment because of that, and they would have told them about it if they had planned to kill them. It was the same with the details of the incident, since they had deliberately explained everything to them, although they could have simply given orders. This meant that they had gagged them with important information, and Xenon was surprised that Alita noticed this. She warned them that she was not that stupid, and Sihan realized that he had underestimated them. Xenon wondered if he would do as the others wanted. He himself did not know it yet, but he knew that good information could be turned into excellent bait, since it could be used to get closer to Jacksongard. Xenon suddenly assumed that the protagonist was tired, and offered to wash his clothes for him. He suggested that he wanted to hang it out to dry, and Xeno only flinched, but said nothing, and Sihan explained that he was joking since he had not finished yet. Someone screamed and they turned around to see several women who were happy, since there were 2 handsome young men there. They approached them, asking them many questions. They wondered if they came from the capital, and they also assumed that the old village was inconvenient to stay in. Still, this place was perfect for rest, so the women advised them to gather strength before leaving. Xeno promised that they would do so, and now it was time for them to go, so they turned around. The women bid them farewell, and as they walked away, Sihan and Xeno admitted that it was awkward, since it was difficult not to be infected by the energy of these women. After all, they were very nice people. Only Alita remained wary. Suddenly the women looked at them, their eyes glowed, and they pulled out daggers from their clothes, with which they attacked Sihan and his comrades. Alita suddenly turned around, fighting off the woman closest to her, and the boys were surprised when they saw this. The women were angry that the siege had failed, and they did not even believe that they understood everything. They called them pathetic unbelievers, and the protagonist realized that they were fanatics. He wondered how Alita knew about this, because she reacted as if she knew about the ambush. But she did not know this. She was simply always wary of people around. Sihan guessed that when they talked to the women, she thought that no one knew when these friendly and sweet old women would stab her. The women thought that they were bored, and their dull life was definitely better than death. Since death was the only real salvation, and only those who believed were supposed to go to heaven. They charged, ordering the heretics to die, and Alita warned her friends to be careful, as something had changed in the women's eyes. But 10 seconds later, they were all lying on the ground, defeated, and it turned out that the only thing that had changed was their eyes. Sihan explained that only insane warriors could be berserkers, and these were only insane old women. But he still wondered why they had attacked them, since they were not that important in the squad. Suddenly, a sound was heard, and Alita and Xenon told the protagonist to look at what they had seen. Smoke was rising from the trees, and he realized that the heretics' target was the entire squad. They had wasted precious time doing laundry, and he assumed that the entire village was a heretic lair. At this time, heretics disguised as ordinary villagers began to attack the knights and mercenaries, shouting that their entire sect would go to heaven, while non-believers would go to hell. Death was a true liberation, and they glorified Sihan. Jolderon ran to attack, cutting down the heretics with his sword, and one of the guys cried with joy as he died, as he finally got to join heroes. Jolderon noticed that the guy was completely crazy, but he did not have time to think about it for long, as he noticed a huge beast running towards him. Demonic beasts were leading the heretics, and he activated an iron wall, taking a blow from a bull. Suddenly, Level appeared next to him, attacking the beast using annihilation. The two of them stood next to each other, preparing to repel the demon's attacks further, but they did not understand why there were so many demonic beasts here. They assumed that this was the legendary castle of the Demon King, but they were not sure about it. Kabark noticed that the heretics had scattered demonic beasts all over the mountain, and Juldaran was amazed that this was indeed the case, realizing that the range of the dragon's mind control was so wide. He guessed that this monster was over 500 years old, and he knew that this mission was definitely beyond their capabilities. Based on the experiments, it was safe to say that this dragon was only 100 years old, and its mind control abilities had become stronger due to the experiments. This only meant that fighting against this monster was the same as fighting a dragon 5 times older, and so Juldaran was outraged. However, Kabark rejected this assumption, although he admitted that this monster's mind control skill had improved much more than expected, but its combat energy, mana, and physical abilities had increased according to calculations. The dragon completely exceeded the mage's expectations, and this only made Juldaran even more terrified. Level suddenly cursed as he noticed the demonic beasts heading towards the tavern. This was bad as Keltron was hiding in the tavern, and as the monsters destroyed the tavern, Keltron cowered against the wall in terror as Dina and her friend held their swords out to protect him. Keltron reminded him that he had been told the tavern was safe and explained that this was why he had asked for an escort to stay with him. He begged for help as the monster aimed its attack at Dina, but before it could reach her, a burst of energy knocked the monster aside. Sihan stood in front of Dina, shielding her with himself, and she was overjoyed when she recognized him. Alita and Xenon also joined the fight against the beasts, and as the monsters were destroyed, Juldaran ran closer to the protagonist, realizing that they were alive thanks to him. He was curious about the rest of the mercenaries and explained that they were fighting the heretics throughout the village. Juldaran realized that the heretics had ambushed the entire squad, and he told Sihan and his comrades to stay here and protect Keltron while they were going to take care of the demonic beasts. Keltron agreed to this, and the protagonist did not respond, but he was distracted as he sensed something approaching here. The dragon gradually walked towards the village, looking around with concentration. The dragon had not yet approached the village, so the knights, unaware of this, continued to fight the demonic beasts. Soon, they were almost done, and Juldaran asked the others to hold out for a little while longer. Keltron sighed in relief, as expected of the Black Lion Knights. They were able to defeat all those monsters. This was indeed the case, but there were few carcasses, so it meant that the rest of the monsters had escaped. But suddenly the mercenaries screamed in fear, noticing something terrible, and Level cursed, not understanding why this creature had to appear now. The dragon appeared in the forest near the village, and this meant that the threat was much more terrible. The dragon began to concentrate flames near its mouth, but the mercenaries did not need to panic because they had mages who should have prepared a magical defense right away. They stepped forward, and when the monster directed fire towards them, they created a water barrier, stopping it. Fortunately, the dragon's strength was within their expectations, and their mages should have no problem dealing with the dragon, and if the party put in all their strength, they could even grab it. However, they were tired after the battle. Their plans were ruined, and it did not help that the strength was expected, since the dragon still commanded dozens of monsters, which made Juldaran very angry. Kabark turned away from him, and then admitted that there was a small chance that the Earth Dragon's control ability had improved, and it was about 4%. In Juldaran's opinion, it was not a small chance, and he guessed that Kabark had never bet. He cursed since the entire area was flooded. But in the end, it did not matter how tired they were, since a true knight never retreated. They were going to let this evil dragon hear the roar of the Black Lion, and stood up ready to fight, and the dragon roared, approaching them. It swung its paw, but Juldaran activated the iron wall, stopping the dragon's attack. After that, he used annihilation, and the other knights joined him, putting up magic shields in front of them. This was a unique battle formation of the Black Lion Knightly Order, which was called the Iron Wall. Xenon thought it was incredible, because the knights did not even move an inch from the Earth Dragon's attack. Sihan was now like watching Jacksengard in the past, as he was always ready to strike back if someone hit him, and he would do it much more painfully. He remembered his horror, and the horror of his comrades, when Jacksengard fought a monster that he was supposed to run away from. This reckless method of fighting completely matched Jacksengard's style, and not only the style, but also the character, remained unchanged for the past 10 years. If this was true, then Sihan knew that they had the same weakness. He knew that the knights would not defeat the dragon of the earth like that, so he offered them to join. Keltron tried to stop him, as they were supposed to protect him. The protagonist warned that if the knights lost, they would get it too, and Keltron ordered them to take him away, as they had to leave here. Xenon and Alita were outraged that he wanted to escape alone while the mages and knights were fighting in front of him. They realized that the beast mind was at work, and Keltron continued to shout at them to go protect the escape route. Indignant that they were not going to obey his orders. There was only one way to act in times like these, and Sihan suggested knocking Keltron out, and his friends agreed that it was a great idea. The protagonist had already started to sneak up behind him, but he realized that they wanted to knock him out and go there, and Sihan was amazed that he had noticed it. Keltron pushed them forward, ordering them to get rid of stupid thoughts and show the way, since they first needed to get out of here. The next moment, he flinched and then fell to the ground, and Dinah asked where this piece of trash came from. She was sure that with this she could pull off the perfect crime, and called Sihan with her. He praised her for her excellent work. Meanwhile, the knights continued to fight the dragon, but Level knew that they were already at their limit. Suddenly, someone told him to dodge as the dragon tried to attack him, but he did not have time to do so, and from the blow of the monster he flew into the air. Joldaran excitedly called out to him, and the dragon had already prepared fire to finish off Level, but before it could do anything, Alita, Sihan, and Xenon jumped closer, who distracted the dragon and pulled Level aside. Joldaran noticed the protagonist, and he promised that they would also help in the fight, and told him that Keltron lost consciousness after a piece of garbage fell on him. He also said that Level was in the shelf, and Joldaran was glad, since thanks to Sihan they were saved. Alita suddenly screamed painfully, and the protagonist noticed that she was injured. She was fine, but the Earth Dragon's body was tougher than she thought, and she injured her hand even when attacking. Normal attacks wouldn't work on the dragon, so they had to skin it. It was a tough opponent, and Sihan warned them to be careful, but suddenly went silent as the dragon flinched, scared of something, and started to run away. The protagonist and Alita were shocked by this, and she assumed it was because the dragon had blood on it, which could mean it had mysophobia. After they left puzzled, the attack by the cult of the Second Coming of Sihan came to an end. The bound heretics were ordering the non-believers to release them, as they followed the true teachings of Sihan. One of the mercenaries told them to shut up, as he didn't understand how the cult dared to do such things in the name of a savior from another world. He was sure that Sihan, who had returned to Earth, would not be pleased with this. The heretics assumed that he would save them, but the protagonist, who had heard their words, quietly replied that he would not save them. He assumed that they were done here, and Alita noted that their side had taken a lot of damage from the ambush, and there were about 600 people left in the squad. It was also good that Keltron did not remember anything about how he lost consciousness, and Dina and her friend were especially relieved about this. 3 days had passed since they left the village, and this should mean that the suppression of the cultists was over, since the leaders had already fled. They did achieve some results, and one could consider the operation a success if they eliminated the fanatical cult. However, this was not the main goal, and Alita assumed that the Earth Dragon and Lokran had escaped. Sihan did not know this, but he thought that they were hiding somewhere and licking their wounds. At this time, in the cave, Lokran cursed, because for some reason the dragon stopped obeying his orders. He tried to make the dragon wake up and wake up, get up and start moving. And so Lokran did not understand what happened in the village 4 days ago. He still needed this dragon, and he frowned, unhappy that the mages could kill a person because of one mistake. He understood that if he had the abilities of one person, he would have gotten rid of his pursuers long ago, and thus he would have taken revenge on the bastards from the Blue Tower, and after that he would have a luxurious life on the money of the Sihan Church. He again ordered the dragon to wake up, and he even pulverized the heart if the monster needed it. He asked the dragon of the earth to get rid of the pursuers, and suddenly he froze in surprise, as light began to emanate from the ashes. The next moment, this glow turned into flames, and Lokran closed his eyes, not understanding what was happening. He threw the ashes aside and then flinched in fear as the dragon stood up and looked at him menacingly. He didn't understand how it had happened. The dragon hadn't even stood up yet, but he could feel the overwhelming energy of it. The monster growled, opening its mouth, and Lokran felt that it had already broken the mind control magic. He held out his hand in fear, begging the dragon to calm down and listen to him. However, the next moment he was screaming and the dragon was attacking him, blood spraying into the air. It faded away as the dragon finished with Lokran's body. Sometime later, the knights approached the cave, which was quieter than they expected, because they had assumed there would be many monsters here. Jildaran assumed that there were no beasts left to control, since they had gotten rid of more than 100 monsters in the last few days. Kabark was relieved, but in any case, he noticed something else and asked, why was Keltron here? The existence of the Earth Dragon and Lakran was confidential information of the royal family, and Kabark himself remembered that Jildaran said that the mercenaries in Keltron were only needed to suppress the heathens. That was why Jildaran said that they would return after they dealt with the Earth Dragon. In his mind, he went back some time ago when Keltron indignantly asked if his guards really consisted of only one Black Lion Knight and 2 mages. He assumed that Jildaran wanted him dead and ordered that at least 2 knights and 4 mages be given to him. Jildaran was shocked by such a proposal, because with such a composition they would not be able to defeat the Earth Dragon, and he also reminded that there were mercenaries here that Keltron could take. However, he could not trust the mercenaries because they were only here for money, and he was also afraid of what would happen if the monster appeared. Jildaran didn't understand what he wanted from them in that case, and got angry, ordering him to just go with them if he wasn't satisfied with the quality of the guard. Keltron said that it would be much safer that way, and thought about it, and Jildaran froze, as if he had just realized what he had said. Keltron realized that the Earth Dragon was scary, but it was also dangerous here, and when he did the safety calculation, he realized that it would be safer with strong people. In that case, he decided to take a risk and go with Jildaran and the others, and he was very annoyed by this. Meanwhile, some of the knights doubted that the Earth Dragon and Lakran were hiding here. In fact, this was indeed the case, because they had used recognition magic on the pagans. The protagonist remembered this strange magic, and reproduced this moment in his thoughts, paying attention to some kind of black powder, thanks to which they were able to crack people like nuts. It seemed unpleasant to him. Suddenly, Alita shuddered as she felt the cave overflow with bloodlust. The others felt it too, as the overwhelming energy began to spread beyond the cave. The Earth Dragon was there, and the knights prepared to fight, but suddenly Jildaran froze, not engaging in battle as the monster that appeared seemed different, and he doubted that they had seen the Earth Dragon. The thing was that the monster had grown larger, and although Jildaran did not know what had happened, he decided that it was nothing, and promised that he would show the monster the true power of the Black Lion. Kabark had not had a chance to show his magic that time as they had faced many monsters before, but now they had enough fighting and magical energy, and he was going to teach the Earth Dragon a lesson. He and the other mages used the Cry of the Cold Frost, as well as the Spear of the Earth, and these 2 attacks, connecting with each other, headed towards the dragon. Xenon noted that they were using knights to defend and mages to attack, and Sihan admitted that this was a coordinated effort, and their intervention would be unnecessary here. But suddenly he froze in amazement, since the magical attacks did not cause any damage to the dragon. The mages were afraid, since they did not understand what happened, because their magic was gone, as if it was a monster from another world. Meanwhile, the dragon concentrated the flames near its mouth, and then directed the fire towards the knights and mages, growling menacingly. People began to scream and try to dodge the fire. Kabark managed to jump aside at the last moment, but not everyone managed to escape, and so Jildaran excitedly called out to Varric and Fireman, who did not answer him. He didn't understand what was happening and got into a fighting stance with the other knights, but didn't attack the monster. Keltron cried and screamed in fear, and at that time, Sihan noticed that he could feel the heat from the flames, which meant that this monster had resistance to its nullification, just like that fire wolf. He looked around, assessing the situation, and noticed that 2 knights and 4 mages had fallen. The magic had stopped working, and the mages had turned into useless dummies, and the remaining power was the 3 knights of the Black Lion. So they could die like this, and he assumed that he had no other choice. He knew that he could reveal his identity, but he still activated his magical aura, since he had to save the people first. He swung his sword, concentrating only more magical energy, and Alita admired his fighting energy. Xenon noticed that it was just like the legends of Tanor, realizing that it was a fighting technique of the saviors from another world. The protagonist ran forward using sky reduction, and the dragon flinched as it noticed his approach. When Sihan got close to it, he jumped up, raising his arm to strike. And Level and Jildaran were astonished when they noticed his fighting style. Everyone admired the protagonist's strength, and Xenon noted that it was natural for it to be so, since sky reduction was something that the saviors from another world came up with in order to defeat the monsters of the Berserker Emperor. This power definitely shouldn't be inferior to other fighting techniques, and at this time, Sihan noticed that his energy was still not enough to use the attack at full power. However, this was the only way to pierce the dragon's scales, so he continued to strike. Livell couldn't believe that Sihan was fighting a dragon one-on-one, and he wondered who he was. Juldaran wasn't sure, but he knew one thing for sure, and that was that the protagonist was much stronger than the knights. He looked at him closely, and Xenon and Alita suddenly ran forward, deciding to help as well. Keltron noticed Sihan's fighting technique and guessed who he could be. The dragon screamed in frustration, waving its tail as it sensed an attack from behind. Alita and Xenon managed to dodge in time, and the protagonist admitted that this dragon was no slouch. He took advantage of the monster's distraction and tried to make another attack, but it prepared the flames, directing a powerful volley towards Sihan. Livell warned him to be careful, because the Earth Dragon was now using all its power. The attack should have been much stronger than all the previous attacks, but the protagonist was not afraid, but only frowned more intently and realized that if the magic neutralization did not work, then this meant that he needed to act differently. He swung one of the swords, activating Conquer Heaven and Rumble Mountain, and his attack cut the flames into two, making its way towards the dragon. Alita was amazed, and Xenon smiled in admiration, while Sihan imbued the weapon with the energy of the dragon's sword and approached the monster, piercing its body. Immediately after this action, he used 1,000 explosions, increasing the damage, and the monster began to fall, spitting blood from its mouth. Soon, the monster was already completely defeated, and the protagonist sighed in relief when he realized that he had succeeded. For a while, everyone stood silently, their mouths slightly open in shock, and Sihan assumed that everyone had already seen through him, since they were staring at him like that. Finally, Kubrick began to speak, and along with the others, he shouted that it was great. They could not believe that the protagonist defeated the dragon of the earth alone, and he froze in bewilderment, clearly not expecting such words. Livell was surprised that he was working as a mercenary with his abilities, and the other knight admired his strength. Sihan was surprised that they were impressed by his good skills, and not by meeting someone that other people made legends about. He assumed that he would have killed this dragon with one blow before, and so he didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. But in the end, he decided to stop thinking about it, because he was just happy that everyone was safe. And suddenly, he flinched when he heard someone calling him, and looked at Juldaran, who was a little dissatisfied that he hid his skills from him. His energy, skills, and swordsmanship were on par with the Black Lion Knights, and it was even possible that Sihan was much stronger than them. He wondered what all this was about, and the protagonist was stunned as he did not know how to answer this question, and at that moment Xenon intervened and explained that Sihan did not want anything like that. Before becoming a mercenary, he only trained in the mountains, and although he was older than Xenon, he felt that Sihan lacked experience, and he suggested that he start from a lower rank in order to gain this experience. He also reminded him that it was normal to hide one's abilities when one is a mercenary. Everyone was surprised that the protagonist was older than Xenon, and since they did not know that Xenon was actually 22 years old, and Sihan was 27 years old. Finally, Juldaran understood everything and also realized that this was why Xenon, although he had the rank of knight, was courteous to the protagonist. Everything was indeed like that, and Sihan noted that Xenon was just lucky and assumed that he contributed a lot to the victory. He hoped that Juldaran's reward would be more than just words of praise, and he smiled and nodded, confirming that. He promised that when they returned to the capital, they would be rewarded according to their merits. And Sihan sighed in relief, knowing that he got out thanks to Xenon. He thanked him, and he told him not to worry, since he had put a lot of effort into his character, and he simply could not let it go to waste. He thought about how the protagonist was holding back so believably, as if his skills were only enough to kill a dragon, and that was why he thought Sihan was really good. He smiled awkwardly, and Alita froze in surprise, and she wondered if Xenon knew that the protagonist had lost his power. He suggested that they watch, and when Alita's friends betrayed her in a big way, would she tell anyone about her weakness? He told her everything because he had no choice, but it all worked out anyway, because using Sky Conquest with so many people around was risky, but with his current powers, even the most observant person wouldn't expose him. So he felt relieved. Alita suddenly wondered if one particular person could expose him, and she pointed to Keltron, who was standing to the side. It seemed like he knew Sihan, and he was also very observant, and now he was looking at him in horror. The protagonist cursed when he realized all this. This is how the suppression of the cult, the second Sihan incident, ended. Sometime later, Dina tearfully begged for her master to wake up. In the process of taming the dragon, 4 high-ranking mages lost their lives, and 2 knights of the Black Lion Order were in critical condition. Lachran's body was found in a cave, and the mages burned the earth dragon and Lachran's body with fire magic in order to finally erase their existence from the face of the earth. The magic worked on corpses, and Sihan remembered when the Ignea's wolf died. Its corpses disappeared, as did the corpses of the other monsters from the other world. In addition, there was a beast whose magic could attack him, and he was sure that there was definitely some connection. However, he also remembered that the corpse of the male specimen did not disappear, and he wondered what it depended on. After all the events, the Juldaran party returned to the village of Zard to the main group. They spent the night in the village and then returned to the kingdom of Jacksongard. And that night, Keltron was scared when he saw Sihan coming to his room, as he was going to talk to him about something. Keltron tried to calm down and pretend that he did not suspect anything, and he asked what the problem was. He reminded them that they had to leave tomorrow, so he advised Sihan to rest. He was silent for a while, and then shouted that he was speaking too quietly. Keltron agreed, calling him a savior from another world. And the protagonist chuckled, since he knew that Keltron had figured out who he really was. They went inside the room, and Keltron asked if he was really Sihan. He confirmed it, but he wondered how he knew, even though he was not even a sword master. He explained that they had clashed several times, and he remembered Sihan fighting during the revolution very well. He had doubts, since he had less energy now, and he did not know that he had returned to Tanor. He wondered why he was hiding since they had emerged victorious in this war, and the enemies had been exterminated. There was no need to hide anymore, and so Keltron assumed that the protagonist wanted to avoid unwanted attention. However, he was trying too hard to do so, as if he still had enemies, and when he voiced his assumption, Sihan was surprised, not understanding why he was saying this. He explained that after the protagonist returned to Earth without saying a word, all sorts of rumors were circulating, such as that the other heroes sent him back to his homeland by force, envious of his strength. However, everyone was sure that this was pure fiction, because only idiots would turn their backs on Sihan and send him home. But now, sitting in front of him, Keltron was beginning to understand what people were talking about. The protagonist was impressed by this, because just from the fact that he was hiding his identity, Keltron almost deduced the full picture of what was happening. He wondered why in such a case, others would attribute the mind of a beast to such a person. And out loud he confirmed his assumption and asked what Keltron would do if the stories were true. He thought that if Sihan and Jacksongard were allies, everything would be fine as long as he was on Jacksongard's side, but if the protagonist was truly betrayed, he would take revenge at all costs. He did not understand why Sihan was hiding in that case, assuming that even a savior from another world would not be able to cope with 6 heroes. He horrifiedly assumed what would happen to the one who revealed the protagonist's identity in that case, and fell to his knees, begging him for mercy. Sihan was amazed, and he continued to beg him, saying that he was supporting an old mother and a 3-year-old child. If he died, the child would become an orphan and a street child and would live on the streets. Sihan remembered that Keltron was not even married, and so he did not understand what 3-year-old child he was talking about. But he understood that this was why he was called an idiot with a beast's mind, since his brain immediately switched off at the sight of danger. He looked at the tearful Keltron, who continued to beg him to save him. The talent in him only activated when he felt safe, and that was why he was sitting on his ass when they fought the Empire. He ordered Keltron to stand up, because he had not planned to kill him at all, and he was glad for it and began to thank him, promising that he would serve him well if he left him alive. He also warned that Jacksongard would not know anything, and Sihan added that he could not just let him go. He began to concentrate magical energy near his hand, and Keltron froze in fear, not understanding what this meant. The next moment, the protagonist injected this energy into Keltron's body, and he first cried out that it hurt, but realized that he did not feel anything. He wondered what Sihan did to him and asked if he heard anything about an explosive aura. Keltron was horrified, learning this. When using the explosive aura, combat energy was implanted into the body, and it was possible to explode the person it was used on at any time. It was a unique skill of the savior from another world, and Sihan admitted that he could only use it on 3 people at a time, and that was if they were not swordmasters or mages. But it was still his best skill, and now Keltron's life was in his hands, and he promised that he would remove the spell when he could trust him. Keltron sighed in relief, glad that he was alive, and the protagonist suggested that he did not hear his words. He reminded him that he would simply blow him up if he misbehaved, and Keltron said that he could do it whenever he wanted, but as long as he was obedient and did not betray him, he would not do anything to him. The worst thing for him was to arouse suspicion and be held responsible for something he himself did not do. He was going to do whatever Sihon ordered, and he was amazed that he would betray even Jacksengard when his life was at stake. He supposed he might have some kind of remorse, but he didn't, and Keltron didn't even understand why he should. He explained that when choosing between a savior from another world and a destroyer of the earth, it would be hard for anyone to choose the latter. Sometime later, when night had already fallen, Sihon returned home and Alita assumed that the conversation had gone well. He confirmed this, thanking her for standing guard. She was surprised that he, even when weakened, was able to use such an energy-consuming skill as explosive aura. He said that it did not matter whether he was weakened or not, since the explosive aura skill did not exist anyway. Blowing up someone whenever the person wanted it was too good for the skill, and the essence of the performance was to create psychological pressure. Alita froze in amazement when she realized that this famous skill did not exist. However, she read about it in books, and the protagonist explained that he deliberately let it out loud, and the more people believed in it, the better. And with a limitation, it sounds even more realistic. Alita felt cheated, and Sihon was glad that he dropped by for this tour, because now he had an ace up his sleeve. However, he still had questions, and he was curious about the Earth Dragon, because it was like the Ignea's wolf. Besides, he did not understand how an animal from Tanor got the characteristics of animals from other worlds. He remembered that the knights told him that this dragon was the result of experiments of the Blue Ivory Tower, and he assumed that the same thing happened with the Ignea's wolf. He assumed that something was wrong, and Alita suddenly admitted that something was bothering her too. She reminded him of the black powder that Kabark used. This terrifying power during the interrogation was also beyond Sihon's understanding because it completely ignored his mental defense. But Alita was not talking about this, because when she used it, she felt strange, and as if dozens of insects crawled over her body. It was a terrifying sensation, and that was why she felt sad. She didn't know how to explain it, but she was barely holding back her tears. In fact, a similar powder had once been used by Lilstein, and during this use, a terrifying energy hovered around it. Sometime before, Lilstein had conducted an experiment, and under the influence of it, a man killed a woman, and Lilstein ordered him to kill himself. He used the ash on his palm to control the man, and he pressed the sword to his throat, but did not immediately follow the order, and his hands trembled. His eyes widened, looking at the body in front of him, and realized that this was his beloved woman. He was horrified by what he had done, and the next moment, blood splashed into the air, and Lilstein realized that even with suppressed instincts, suicide was impossible. This was the maximum, although it was the purest powder from the heart. He snapped his fingers, burning the bodies, and realized that complete control of the mind would not come easy to him. Sometime later in the capital Latin cell, Jacksengard was astonished when he heard about the Dragon of the Earth, since it was a simple campaign to pacify a cult. It was exactly that, and Keltron told him that the dragon had lived in the Burzelt region for 300 years, and it was so powerful that even 2 knights of the Black Lion Order did not survive an encounter with it. They suffered great losses, but the mission was successful. Trandon asked not to spread the word about the Ivory Tower, so he decided to keep quiet, telling him that the occultists only spread a rumor that they were the ones who summoned this dragon. Jacksengard was angry that he listened to Keltron, since he really wanted to fight the 300-year-old dragon. If he had known about it, he would have rushed into battle first, and Keltron apologized to him for such a mistake. But Jacksengard told him to forget about it, since he did not know anything. Captain Berkeley von Rachest suddenly remembered that some people were saying that there were those who distinguished themselves during the mission. He wondered who these people were, and Juldaran confirmed that these people were so strong that he wanted to take them into the order, but they had already become Keltron Knights. Berkeley was surprised, because he had hoped for more members after hearing about their strength, but it turned out that they were the kind of people who loved money more than pride and honor, and because of this, he was dissatisfied, since such unethical people did not suit them. However, some doubted that Berkeley was completely right about their morals. Soon, in the Keltron mansion, which was located on the main street in the capital, Keltron announced that he had done everything as Sihon asked, because now they had a title, position, and a safe base. Now the protagonist, Xenon and Alita, were Keltron's bodyguards, and they had to continue using their made-up names. They also prepared private quarters for them, out of sight, behind the mansion. Sihon praised him for his excellent work and thanked him, suggesting that now he just needed to bend the knee and swear fealty. But Keltron refused because he could not ask him to do so, and he was already uneasy about playing Sihon's superior in public. He was also curious about something else, and suggested that if the protagonist wanted to take revenge on the 6 heroes, then he was planning to kill Jacksengard. He found this suggestion ridiculous, because he did not understand why he would kill Jacksangard. He had simply betrayed him, and although he had devalued their friendship, trust, and memories, as well as the blood and sweat they had gone through together, he remained a friend to the end, not sending Sihan home in pieces. Keltron listened in horror, and the protagonist promised that he would absolutely not kill Jacksangard. Sometime before all these events, when another battle ended, Saffron was sitting alone near the fire. Jacksangard approached him, not understanding what he was doing there alone, because the battle was over, and they could celebrate their victory. Saffron understood that they had not won because of their strength and asked who was the prince of this land. Jacksangard remembered that it was the half-brother of the Berserker Emperor, whose name was Grass. He was not happy about death, judging by his eyes burning with rage on his flying head. Saffron understood that Grass felt offended by the knife in his back, because everything could have ended differently if the Berserker Emperor had sent reinforcements. But in fact, he used them to get rid of a political rival. In Jacksangard's opinion, no one cared about blood anymore when power was at stake, and the main thing now was victory, and he wondered what Saffron thought about it. He envied his short-sightedness, but Jacksangard warned him that he needed to take things easy, otherwise his pretty face would be covered with wrinkles. Saffron just thought sadly, and then wanted to ask if Jacksangard had thought about something. But he, without even listening to him, answered in the negative. He noticed that he had not even finished speaking. But he was sure that he had not thought about it, and although he did not know what Saffron was talking about now, he was thinking for all of them here. And Jacksangard was just waving his sword. And Saffron smiled, but still decided to ask a question, and asked what would happen if the Berserker Emperor was finished and the Empire collapsed. Jacksangard was sure that peace would come, but that was too easy, so Saffron told him to think some more. He assumed that someone would become king and send Tanor, and he wondered who it would be. Jacksangard thought it would be Sihan, since he was not only excellent, but he didn't even think about returning to Earth. Most likely it would be so, but Saffron wondered if they would still be friends in that case. Jacksangard was surprised by such a question, and he explained that even the patriotic Grand Duke Graz was betrayed and lost his head, and so he did not know if everything would really change that much. At the moment, Jacksangard opened his eyes, realizing that it was a dream. He fell asleep right during training, and now, as he got up, he remembered that it was about 10 years ago. He thought about the decision he made then, but before he could continue thinking, he heard someone screaming and trying to stop the other person, since Jacksangard was currently training and told no one to disturb him. However, Ines Lattenberg did not care about this, and he ordered everyone to leave quickly. Jacksangard noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked what was the matter. Ains heard that a new construction project was being started near the Southern Flower Palace, and he did not understand why Jacksangard was spending so much money and manpower to build a new palace instead of settling a concubine in the already built palace. The problem was that the heating in the Southern Flower Palace did not work, and it was rather cold there in the winter, and his girls were supposed to live in luxury. Ains was outraged that this was why Jacksangard was sending people to the construction site at this difficult time. He didn't understand how he was any different from the Berserker Emperor in that case, but he suddenly fell silent as Jacksangard glared at him menacingly, warning him that he had gone too far. He was going to let him go this time, but even if they were family, there was something that couldn't be forgiven even for one's own son, and so Ains frowned in displeasure. Jacksangard asked Ains to repeat what he had just said, and he pursed his lips, but then he still said that the overly busy work schedule made the work unbearable, and these people suffered, and this caused discontent among the people. This meant that life in the kingdom of Jacksangard was not much different from life in the empire of the Berserker Emperor. And Jacksangard clenched his jaw in indignation, and then ordered Ains to close his mouth, indignant that he was asking such a thing. In his opinion, he could not know anything about those times, and under his pressure, Ains fell, and Jacksangard ordered him not to waste his time and get lost. He lowered his head, confident that he said what he had to say. After that, he apologized to Jacksangard and left. He called him a softy since he only taught him a lesson, and he already sees such behavior. His parents, brothers, sisters, and even his other half were hanged for treason. And when the world changed, Ains was the only relative left who was found in Jacksangard's hometown. However, his son did not have the talent of a swordsman, and he was very sensitive and bony, and Jacksangard remembered that at his age, he himself was already an expert level. They were too different, and he thought, suggesting that he spoiled Ains. Behind the Keltron mansion was an ordinary old building, but the inside of this house was excellent, so it could not even be said that it was so exquisite inside. In addition, it was easy to get out through a secret passage, and Sihan remembered that he asked for a house just a few days ago and asked how they managed to build it so quickly. Keltron explained that it was because he was not married yet and prepared this house for marriage in advance. The protagonist warned that kidnapping people was illegal and suggested that he should still blow it up, but he misunderstood Keltron and he explained that disloyal to the crown were not welcome here, and if he started a family they could also get into trouble, and so he built a safe house just in case. Sihan could not believe that Keltron could be disloyal, but asked why prepare so early. He thought that he should get married first, but Xenon suddenly distracted his attention from this conversation, telling him that he had put his empty house up for sale, and the price of it had increased after he bought it. This was effective money management, and Sihan realized that he did not need to worry about money for the near future. Keltron reminded them that they had him, and warned that they could only say what they needed, and Sihan only smiled in response to these words. Sometime later, he admitted that it was good that he listened to Alita. He thought about asking Keltron to take it easier, but the formal tone had a good effect on their relationship. She understood that titles existed in the army and at the palace for a reason, because this behavior affected the relationship between people, and if someone treated another informally, then subconsciously considered the interlocutor as an equal, and this worked especially well with Keltron's character. Sihan did not understand much about such things, and agreed, but asked why Alita cared so much about this. He noticed that she wasn't usually interested in something like that. She paused, admitting that she had been like that before, but she didn't finish speaking, and Sihan asked again, confused, and she changed the subject and asked if she and Xeno needed to address him by his rank as well. He didn't think it was necessary, since he wanted to keep their conversation friendly. Alita thanked him for that, and then asked why he had called her here. He remembered the reason for this meeting and asked if she wanted to try her hand at magic. She looked surprised, and he explained that she had potential even beyond combat energy, since she had called him here, albeit indirectly. He wondered what she thought about it, and she wasn't sure. And while she knew it would be good to use magic in battle, she didn't know if she could learn it. Given her bloodline, no one would accept her into the fourth ivory tower, and Sihan didn't understand what she was talking about, because this was a high-level mage in front of her. He was a savior from another world, an almost divine-ranked swordmaster, and a 9th-level master-rank mage. He wondered if Alita knew the basics, and she did. Magic was basically divided into 3 languages, and the first language was the rune language, which could move magical energy. The second was the spell, and it was the layer that converted the energy into a spell. And finally, there was the signal language that launched the magic, and that was the command. The protagonist demonstrated each of the 3 stages, explained that all of this was just the basics, and quickly created several spells, showing that over time, Alita would stop thinking about all of this, and it would come with training and experience. However, even a very smart person could not remember everything about magic, and there was something that could help. He held out his palm forward, and she did not understand what it meant. He showed a spell book in which the knowledge and wisdom of magicians was recorded, and explained that the creation of this was the beginning of magic. Alita had met many magicians, but she had never seen this before, and this was because the book was often invisible to others. All magicians stored their knowledge in this, and by casting magic in a certain pose, one could search for a technique in the book, and magicians called it a handprint or somatic. Alita recognized this pose, and Sihan added that an invisible book would be just perfect for exams. She did not understand what he was talking about, and then suggested that there was no combat energy and magic on Earth. Sihan confirmed that Earthlings did not know how to cast magic, but Alita realized that he could use magic even there. That is, the Earth does not reject magic. She didn't understand why magic wasn't used there then, and the main character didn't even know it because he'd never thought about it. Now he realized it was really interesting. He'd learned about his ability to control energy when he traveled between worlds, but Earthlings didn't have that skill, and Alita realized that Sihan had no equal on Earth. He didn't understand why she was interested in Earth, because he'd never noticed that about her before. She suddenly wondered how he'd lived back on Earth. He didn't answer her, and she called out to him, but he was silent, lost in thought. He remembered how he'd fallen to the ground in the middle of a busy street, in the middle of a square among people who were surprised to see him naked. They'd called the police, outraged that he was on the street like that. Someone had noticed his muscles, and other people had judged them for it. He'd opened his eyes and could only think about his friends who'd betrayed him, and he didn't understand why or how that had happened. A little later, he was taken to the police station, and the officers, while talking, remembered that he was the one who was lying naked in Gwanghwamun Square. They assumed that he was drunk, and even in the police car, he could not control himself. He was reported missing 3 years ago, and the police assumed that he simply ran away from home because he rebelled because of his parents' divorce and poor grades. One of the officers asked Sihan where he was and what he was doing. He replied that he did not remember anything, and the guy got angry, ordering him not to lie. However, since the protagonist used magic, he did not argue further and agreed that it was amnesia, advising him to see a doctor. Sihan realized that magic works on the ground, but decided that it would be better if no one knew about it. He needed to get out of there somehow, and when he came out of the police station sometime later, he froze, noticing a car and his father next to it. Soon, in the apartment in Daejeon, which was Sihan's house, his father indignantly asked where he had disappeared to. He did not even show up at school, and so the man thought it was a shame that his son did not even graduate from high school. In addition, with his antics at Gwanghwamun Square, he destroyed the man's reputation, and the protagonist noticed that his father was still the same. He did not expect a warm welcome from him, but he thought that yelling at his son, who had been missing for about 3 years, was strange. During the time he spent in Tanor, he managed to miss the land, but the reason for his longing was the internet, technology, heating and air conditioning, and not his home and family. But his father again made him understand how much he did not care about him. But it was not too late, and so Sihan had to go to a special school for an accelerated course, and so his father warned him to start cramming everything now. He had to pass the exams and get a certificate, and then go to college and stop ruining his reputation. Sihan agreed, and his father told him to pull himself together, because he had to become a normal person once he entered, but if he couldn't do that, it would be better for him to disappear from his life again. The protagonist decided that he didn't need to take his father's words seriously. He fought with all his might, risked his life for a world where everyone would be happy, but he lost everything, and so he was sure that he had to go back, and promised that he would get to the traitors, return, and make them answer for everything. Thus, a year passed, and he only pretended to go to a special school, and in his room he was looking for a way to Tanor, studying and repeating magic and magic theory. But he had a spellbook, so he easily copied what he didn't know, and thanks to this, he successfully entered Seoul University. His father was happy that he entered there, because now he could be proud of him. Sihan complied with his conditions, and so he decided to move out, telling his father not to worry, since he would not die of hunger. The man was indignant that he was too frivolous, since it was impossible to survive in the big world just like that. He offered to see how long Sihan could last, but he did not answer, and only thought that he was frivolous about life. The achievements of this civilization seemed nothing to him compared to combat energy and magic. Earning money was not a problem, and he used, for example, horse racing. Using manipulation of the speed of horses with combat energy, he began to win bets, and with the help of various manipulations, he saved up enough money for a comfortable life in a year. However, he never found a way to get back to Tanor, and it was unlikely that he could make a hole in the surface of the dimensions. But even if he went through this, he did not know where he would end up, and finding Tanor among the infinity of dimensions was as difficult as finding an oasis in the desert. It didn't matter if he could pass through the dimensions, but there was no clue where he could find Tanor, and he knew it could take him a lifetime. Over time, his iron will became rusty with harsh reality, and he wondered if he was really that angry, because his comrades hadn't killed him, but simply sent him home. He began to compromise with himself, remembering Levin as well, because relationships between a man and a woman were hard to predict. Sure, they had betrayed him, but he supposed he could understand all of that. He looked for excuses and justifications, and the ocean of his seemingly endless anger began to dry up. A sweet poison called forgiveness flowed through his veins, and he realized that he could not return to Tanor. After 7 years, he decided to come to terms with reality. And although he denied himself close relationships, he still made a few friends in college, and after the service, nightmares about Tanor became rare, and only nightmares about returning to the army remained. Then he thought to find a use for his powers to make the world a better place, like the hero from the movie, but last time he had already been burned after such a breakup, and he had no strength or will left for this. He saw new relationships through glass, as if it were a dream, and with each passing day, reality lost its meaning. He could get anything he wanted except the joy of life, and in this area he was groping for a way out. One day something illuminated his life like a ray of light. He opened his eyes wide, feeling a familiar energy, and realized that it was the magical energy of Tanor. He ran out of the gym, not understanding how this happened and why it happened now. He felt a trace, and learn the coordinates of the dimension he was looking for. He assumed that maybe he could return to Tanor, and he was very happy with this realization. He tried everything, but without knowing what dimension Tanor was in, it was almost impossible to return. However, he understood that there was no bad without good, and in the end, he felt an energy that was undoubtedly Tanor's magic. It passed through the dimensions and reached the ground, and Sihan, returning home, suddenly asked himself, what difference did it make? He remembered that he decided to stay on the ground and convinced himself that he forgot everything and forgave everyone. However, he assumed that if that were true, he would not be so devastated, and that meant that he never forgave anyone, because he believed that he would not return to Terranor, and simply gave up. But this time it was different, and he knew that he could return there, and this time he was not going to give up. He dropped out of university and began practicing magic and combat energy again, and also began studying interdimensional travel magic. If he knew the coordinates, opening the portal would not be a big problem. And for the first time since returning to Earth, he felt alive again. After a while, a miracle happened, and a bridge appeared between Terranor and Earth. 10 years had passed since the protagonist arrived on Earth, and he was shocked that he finally succeeded. He laughed joyfully, because now he could return to Terranor, and he realized that it was nonsense that he thought that he understood and forgave them all. He could forgive everyone as soon as he got back everything they took from him, and he promised himself to get to everyone. At the moment, after a long pause, he answered Alita that everything was fine, since he could still use magic and combat energy, so things were going well. He decided to omit the bad moments of his life, and Alita was surprised by his story, and he froze in bewilderment, but she did not answer. After a while, she knelt down and concentrated, and Sihan wondered if she felt anything. She did feel a strange feeling, and it was magic. The basics were important, but the main thing was to feel how to control this magic. He advised her to try, because by reaching the 3rd level, she would be able to hide the use of the summoning spell. Alita was surprised that this magic was only the 3rd level, and Sihan confirmed this, because she was able to use it even with a minimal level of magic. The tracks did not disappear, and it only needed to be hidden, and it was not that difficult. Alita understood everything, and the protagonist noted that as soon as she learned to cover these tracks, he would not have to follow her around. She realized that she would be able to travel alone as soon as she learned this, and this was true, because Sihan did not understand why he would hang around her, while her strength was enough. However, he warned her that this was only if she promised to live quietly and peacefully and not cross anyone, although he thought that was not a concern. Alita awkwardly began to say some things and eventually asked if she would be of any use to him if she stayed. It would indeed be so, since she was the only one the protagonist could trust, and her help would be invaluable. Alita thought about it, and wondered what Sihan would do after he got his revenge. She assumed that he wanted to stay here, as he had planned to do 10 years ago, and he admitted that a lot had changed since then, and Terranor was no longer as important to him. He came back because he had unfinished business, and after resolving that, he could move on, so he would most likely return to Korea. Alita looked at him in surprise, asking him not to say that he would have to burn someone's heart to return. The protagonist was outraged by this assumption and explained that he would return the same way as last time. Moving from Earth to Terranor was akin to a miracle, but returning to Earth was much easier, and he waved his hand, creating an interdimensional transition. He could open this door, but he did not know where it led, but since he was a native of the Earth, then if he did not set the coordinates, he would return to Korea. However, no one knew exactly where he could go, and he would never forget Gwanghwamun's square. But he shouted that this was not a problem, because he had already made a door to return. He understood that there would be no more striptease with his participation in the square, and Alita realized that he was injured. Suddenly she smiled, deciding that she would follow him, and when Sian looked at her in confusion, she explained that the cursed daughter of a berserker emperor had no future on Terranor, but if she had not stayed in this world, everything would have been different. She promised to help him take revenge, but asked that in return, when everything was over, he would take her to Earth. A little later, Layla was walking in the garden, and someone noticed that she was walking alone. Ains noticed this and smiled, and she was happy, recognizing him. She explained that the sky was very beautiful, and he noticed that even the maids were not with her, and warned her that walking alone was dangerous. But Layla was sure that there was nothing to worry about, because although she was called the queen, she was only a beautiful decoration without power and influence, so nothing could happen to her. Everything would be different if the king loved her. But when there are beautiful, young concubines walking around, no one needs a wife from a marriage of convenience. She turned around, and Ains noted that the fact that her father was not interested in her pleased him. He approached her, hugging her, and then warned that they could not do this because if anyone saw them, it would be bad. He reminded her that no one was here and continued to hold her close. Sometime later, he returned to the palace and walked down the corridor, after which he ordered the other man to come out and not hide, unhappy with him watching him. Keltron peeked out from around the corner, smiled and warned that he had some interesting information for Ains. Sometime before, Sihan swallowed a pill and closed his eyes because it was bitter. But Xenon prepared a sauce with which it should taste better, and the protagonist admitted that it was not bad. This medicine seemed wonderful to Alita because she only used it for one day, but she already felt changes in her body. It was a pill that increased combat energy, and it was used by swordmasters to make their training more effective. It was similar to a protein supplement and was very useful, but also very expensive. But thanks to Keltron, they had unlimited access to it, and he was still willing to do whatever it took. Money was everything here, and thanks to it, his recovery was much faster than Sihan expected. His combat energy was almost at the level of a master, and at this rate, he would soon be able to fight Jacksongard. Soon, he came to Keltron in the chambers, and he shouted that it was too late since he had called them a long time ago, and they had been walking for so long. He sent the maids away, and he asked Sihan to quickly come in. The maids obeyed and closed the door behind them. As soon as they left, Keltron fell to his knees in front of the protagonist, greeting him, and he mentally noted that it was lovely. He said that Keltron was an amazing actor, and admitted that he might believe it if he didn't know better. He knew he had to rise to the occasion, and Sihan returned to the more serious topic of conversation and asked what was going on with his request. Keltron had prepared a list of names of people who had enough power and authority to oppose Jacksongard. It was unlikely that anyone would remain on his side when Sihan showed up, but then the other kings would have time to prepare, and it would be difficult for even the main character to fight back against everyone at once. However, having the citizens overthrow the tyrant Jacksongard was just a great idea. Sian was a little distraught, since Keltron had recently been an ally of Jacksongard. He also noted that the opposition was not very strong, although he thought there would be more people, given Jacksongard's methods of governance. It seemed that he was still perceived as a hero of the revolution. The military force was in his complete control. He was in charge of everything himself, and the Black Lion Knights and 30,000 foot soldiers were to stand behind him. However, Sian knew that it would not be all the knights, as part of the knightly order was conducting their affairs behind his back. There was a loophole, and suddenly Keltron noticed that some aristocrats were loyal to the government, and they were the center of power, and the administrative apparatus was in their hands. Sihan decided to deal with them first and asked who was in charge. It was Keltron, and the protagonist was surprised, after which he noted that the success rate was 50%, and something could be done, but it was not easy. He found a person who was a great fit, and Keltron admitted that he thought so too when he realized what kind of person he was. However, there was something else, and he warned that this person treated him like an insect. After a while, Ains looked at Keltron with disdain and asked him to repeat what he had just said. He was surprised that he wanted him to believe that he would betray Jacksongard. He did not think he could do it, and it even sounded funny. It was true, and if it were not for Sihan, Keltron would not have even thought of such a thing. However, he could not tell the truth about it yet, and Ains asked if he dared to talk about patriotism like the parasites from the Order. He ordered him to stop lying and to speak to the point, and after a short pause he admitted that he was indeed a parasite. But a good parasite knows how to choose a good host, and soon the era of Jacksongard will come to an end. Ains was surprised by these words, since what Keltron said was bad even for a joke. He was ready to risk his life for this, since in reality patriotism and suffering peasants did not mean anything to him. Ains said this because it was in his interests, but he was sure that it would also reduce the suffering of the peasants. He wondered if Ains knew what those who were called disloyal subjects dreamed of. Such people wanted to live a long and happy life, and there was simply no point in temporary luxury. Ains understood that Keltron was hinting that the reign of Jacksongard would be short. But his father was still young, and so he wondered why Keltron thought that he would not rule for long. He was sure that he himself knew the answer to this question, because the kingdom of Jacksongard was an annoying thorn in the side of the neighboring kingdoms, and even if you take the Cargon War for example, two countries were at a disadvantage, and as soon as Jacksongard showed even the slightest weakness, either the kingdom of Lilstein or the empire of Initius would not hesitate. The friendship between the heroes of the revolution was long gone, and this kingdom did not have much time left, so it would be better for the people and the nation if Jacksonguard gave up the throne to someone else. In fact, Keltron would easily betray this country and hide in a safe place, but he realized that he would have to play the patriot for Sihon. If everything worked out, it would be better to be a patriot than a traitor. Ains noted that if the state fell, Keltron would be in danger, and he supposed that even he would not sell out his nation. But he still did not understand what he would gain from his rule, because if he wanted, his luxury would turn to dust. Besides, Keltron knew very well what Ains thought of him, and he did not understand why he thought that he would be given preferential treatment. Keltron said that he was just a tool in the hands of the king, and if the king wanted to rule for the citizens, he would serve that purpose, and if the king wanted luxury and pleasure, he would serve as well. Only the king, in his opinion, decided that. Jacksonguard wanted to see greed and tyranny from him, and he wondered what he would want from him. Ains rose from his seat, clenching his jaw, but said nothing, and Keltron warned that he was finished and left. Ains still said nothing, and before he left, he reminded him that Layla was the queen and the king's woman. Ains turned in his direction, furious, not understanding what he meant by this. Keltron explained that only the one sitting on the throne would get Layla. Sometime later, Sihon was sitting in the mansion, reading a book, and he smiled relaxedly, so this was a good opportunity to rest. But suddenly he heard some kind of crash and scream, and ran out into the street in excitement, not understanding what happened. Alita called out to him, asking fearfully what she should do. Xenon was lying on the ground behind him, and the last of the flames were dying down nearby. Sihon ran up to him, telling him to pull himself together, and he didn't understand what was wrong with him. Alita decided to tell him about it, and remembered that he was sitting next to the vegetables he was growing, and noticed that it was growing very well, and in a few days it would be ready to be harvested. At that time, she considered that she had been practicing magic for a month, and now she felt it very well. She decided to create a spell, and chose the spell that Sion showed her, namely the simplest of the first-level magic, magical fire. She stretched her hands forward, creating a spell, and the flames concentrated near her, but she was surprised, since she could not control it. Xenon was curious about what was happening, and suddenly noticed the flames flying towards him. Alita warned him to be careful, and managed to redirect the fire so that it did not hit Xenon. However, it exploded, flying slightly behind him, and the blast sent him flying. Alita was saddened by what happened, and admitted that she was afraid that the flames would hit Xenon, so she tried to change the direction of it. However, it hit the plants he was growing, and he was sad that she did that, as he was sure that he should have been the one who turned into Ember. His children could not be brought back, and he repeated over and over that it should have been him. The protagonist noted that only Xenon's feelings were hurt, and Alita apologized to Xenon, promising that next time she would aim for him. He advised her to just shoot at the sky, and Sihon suddenly admitted that there was something strange about it, as it did not seem like first-tier fire magic. He asked her to chant the spell again, and Alita began to do so, and he winced, noticing the energy near her. He told her to stop, as that was enough, and he did not understand how it happened, as it felt like a 5th-level mage. However, based on what he saw, it was 7th-level magic, and Xenon was amazed, assuming that Sihon could be mistaken, since Alita had just started learning magic. The protagonist knew that it was hard to believe, since it was difficult to detect a predisposition to magic right away. Alita asked for someone to explain to her what was happening, and the protagonist reminded her that he had already explained this, that the spell was made up of magic and nature energy. Most mages could only absorb 10 parts of nature energy, and when converted into a spell, this energy had a power that contained 5 or 10 times less of this energy. But in Alita's case, although she also absorbed 10 parts, the power did not decrease during the conversion, but on the contrary, it increased, as if her magic was being fueled by an unknown source. She was amazed, and Sihon tried to remember if he had seen anything like this anywhere else. He wondered if Lilstein or Sagrun knew anything about this, but Alita distracted him from thinking, suggesting that it would hinder her from studying magic further. The power that Alita could use in spells was too great for these spells, and losing control simply increased the risks, but the protagonist advised her to stop practicing for now. She refused, and although she understood Sihon's concerns, she pointed out that she possessed great power. It was of little use for now, but she could not just take and give up this power, and the protagonist looked at her, thought about it, and finally honestly admitted that there was a way. Alita was amazed, and he explained that he had a similar problem, since the human ability to absorb energy is higher than that of the inhabitants of Tanor. Although he had a lot of energy, he did not know how to use it, and Alita understood what exactly this could mean. Sihon could indeed teach her how to control her energy, but she had to be willing to take risks, and he asked if she was willing. She happily confirmed this. Sometime later, Sihan returned to the palace, meeting with Keltron, who was happy that he had returned. The protagonist immediately got down to business and asked how Ains was doing. After several meetings, he finally showed interest in joining them, but before joining, he demanded proof of his willingness to carry out a coup d'état. Sihan expected such a turn of events, and he was curious about what Ains wanted. He asked to eliminate one of the 3 loyal dogs of Jacksongard, and Sihan asked again, and Keltron told him that these were 3 people who ruled the government from behind the scenes. They were responsible for the military, economic, and political sectors of the country, and the people hoped that someone would put them face down, which is why they were nicknamed that. In the military sector was the leader of the Black Lion Knights, Berkeley. In the economic sector was the richest man in the kingdom, and Jacksongard's father-in-law, Kramaton, and Sihan wondered who was last. And it was Keltron again, causing the protagonist to feel a sense of déjà vu. Keltron noted that one of Prince Ains's demands was to eliminate Berkeley, and Sihan realized that Keltron was telling him to fight the Swordmaster. He was sure that it would be very easy for him, and he explained that he would have to do without his fighting techniques in order to maintain anonymity. It was easy to say, but he needed to find out more about Berkeley first, and Keltron was sure that Sihan should be familiar with him, and he explained that he did not know anyone by that name. Keltron noted that Berkeley had changed his name when he gained power, and asked if Sihan remembered Dartwald. It was the first assault commander of the army of Jacksongard, and Sihan actually remembered him. Sometime later, near the palace under construction, a knight ordered the men to move, as this was a new smell of Castle Jacksongard, and at the speed of these people, they would never finish building anything. He supposed that he should kill one more of them, so that they would finally understand. The next moment, blood sprayed into the air, and he fell, and Gramps Dillart warned that they could not live like this any longer, as many people died because of these terrible conditions for the entertainment of Jacksongard. He promised that today they would get out of this place, and other people ran forward, and the knights realized that this was a mutiny, and they fought with other people. Soon, one of the knights ran to Berkeley, announcing that the slaves at the construction site had started a mutiny. Even if it was true, they were just slaves, and Berkeley simply ordered them to deal with it. The knight hesitated, but noticed that among these men were the remnants of the old army of the Jacksongard from the Revolution, and Berkeley froze, thinking that these men had lost their remaining honor. In that case, he was going to deal with the traitors who had lost their loyalty himself. The knights continued to fight and scream as Gramps cut them with his weapons. He ordered them to get out of the way, for he did not want to remove his former allies, and so he begged them to go away. The knights recognized that this was a captain of the army from the Revolution, and since he was a master of the sword, they would not be able to deal with him. But suddenly, Gramps froze as Berkeley approached, thinking about the Revolution. He was not pleased that these men would disobey the king's orders, and warned that he would not let this go. He also noted that he and Gramps had not seen each other for a long time, and he called him by the name of Dartwald. However, Berkeley warned him that he should call him by another name, but he got distracted from this and asked what Gramps was doing here. This question was related to the fact that he thought he had become a farmer or something, and retired. This was indeed the case, and Gramps laid down his sword, thinking that times had changed and he would no longer need it. However, he was wrong, and reminded them that they must fight for the poor and the dispossessed. Now he was retired, but Berkeley remembered that he used to be a knight and assumed that he wanted to throw away honor and betray. He called Gramps a farmer without knightly pride and honor, and he was indignant when he realized that Berkeley was talking about betrayal. He told him to see for himself that these people were poor and desperate, and all because of the greed of others. He was outraged that this was where their pride and honor lay, but Berkeley did not care about the other people, as the only thing that mattered to a knight was loyalty to his king. However, Gramps was sure that this was not what they were fighting for, and as he called Berkeley by his old name again, he became angry and began to concentrate magical energy around himself, repeating again that he should not call him that. His name was different, and this was the name bestowed upon him by the king. He charged, and Gramps clenched his jaw, leaning back. He barely managed to avoid the attack and block it with his sword, but he noticed that Berkeley was stronger than he had been before. He himself had recently achieved the same rank, but he felt that Berkeley's level was much higher. Berkeley attacked several more times, and Gramps could only block them, but he did not have the opportunity to attack in return. And suddenly his eyes widened as he failed to block another blow, and Berkeley dealt him a deep cut. Blood sprayed into the air, he coughed and fell, and his subordinates called out to him excitedly, outraged that Berkeley would do this to their captain. He recognized them, assuming that they were swordsmen from the Revolutionary Army. In his opinion, they were just fools, because the lion did not care how many rats were around. He destroyed these swordsmen with a few cuts, and then shouted that he had dealt with the enemy leader, and ordered the black lions to deal with the rest. They immediately began to carry out the order, and Berkeley went to the still-living Gramps and called him very stupid. He could have run away and did not, and so Berkeley did not understand why he killed himself for these simpletons. Gramps had broken his oath of allegiance for this, and he smiled. For Berkeley had spoken of pride and knightly honor, but he did not even understand why Gramps was doing this. He had laughed, and Berkeley had only looked at him in bewilderment, and Gramps had warned him that he was not a true knight, but merely a murderer as he had always been. He had called him Dartwald, and Berkeley had only grown more angry, and had then cut off his head, for he had told him not to call him by that name, for it was in the past. One of the knights soon came up to him to inform him that they had dealt with the swordmasters and had taken the rest prisoner. Berkeley had not understood what he was talking about, and he had been surprised by his question, and he had warned him seriously that these men were also traitors, and the punishment for treason was death on the spot, and in his opinion, a knight could not disobey an order, but Ainz suddenly came closer and ordered them to stop since he forbade killing those people. Berkeley was clearly irritated by his behavior, and he warned that he would not allow the workers to be bullied any longer, noting that this was a direct order from the heir. However, Berkeley clearly had the authority to give such orders, and Ainz asked who would build the palace for Jacksonguard if Berkeley killed everyone. He suggested that he wait until the palace was ready, and he understood that he was suggesting that he not punish these people, but return them to work. He was not happy with this prospect, but still, he could not disobey the prince, and so he ordered the prisoners to be sent back to the tuning. He assumed that Ainz would be pleased now, but he did not answer him, but only turned and left. Berkeley noted that he was too kind, since it was necessary to cut off the heads of those disloyal to the king without mercy. Ainz was too weak and soft, and so Berkeley did not understand how a tiger could give birth to such a puppy. When they walked a little further, Ainz asked Sihan, who was walking next to him, what he thought about this. He noticed that Berkeley was the captain of the Black Lion Order, and was amazed at what the hero who led the revolution to victory had become. However, in the opinion of the protagonist, Berkeley had always been like this, because both before and now, he simply killed anyone who stood in his way, and under the order of Jacksonguard, he could get rid of any enemy, and only this truth did he live by. Ainz noticed that he spoke as if he personally knew Captain Berkeley, and Sihan realized his mistake, justifying himself by saying that he heard it from Keltron. Ainz found it strange to hear such a thing from Keltron, but still, he did not continue to think about it, and asked why the protagonist got involved in this. He thought that Ainz would be a better king than the current king. No one had ever told him such a thing, and people only whispered that the lion gave birth to a puppy. Sihan remarked that a dog was a man's best friend, as they were loyal, herded cattle, and helped in hunting, and were excellent guardians of property and masters at night. A better companion for a man could not be found in history, and Jacksonguard did rule like a tiger, but it would be better to serve a dog than him. He thought that this sounded stupid, but Ainz understood his point, and Sihan seemed curious to him, and the more he talked to him, the more he trusted him. The protagonist, meanwhile, remembered Gramps' words when he doubted that this was the peace they wanted. In order for the traitors to pay for their crime, it was necessary to sacrifice comfort and a peaceful life, and Sihan was afraid of ruining this peace with his personal scores. But now he was grateful to Jacksonguard for teaching him not to doubt. Sometime later, the knights were laughing loudly and drinking, and Berkeley suddenly asked if his comrades had heard anything about the people at the construction site. They heard nothing, and wondered what had happened. The thing was that Ainz had demanded new housing for them and asked for even more building materials, and the knights were astonished that Berkeley had allowed this to happen. He was of course against it, since there was no point in rewarding these people for committing sins. In that case, they would constantly rebel, and the knights confirmed that firm order must be imposed with a firm hand, indignant that these beggars simply imagined something like this. Berkeley was saying the same thing, and suddenly an arrow flew through the crack of the half-open window, aimed at Berkeley's head. He froze, and his comrades excitedly ordered him to dodge. However, he did not intend to do so, but only frowned, and the arrow broke on him. The knights recognized their captain when he broke an arrow with his forehead, and he noticed that the arrowhead had a significant amount of combat energy, and he guessed that aiming through such a gap was not an easy task, so he offered to check who did it. When they went outside, they noticed that the fog was like milk, and no one would notice even a corpse on the street. Suddenly, Berkeley shuddered, noticing Xenon and Sihan in the distance. The knights wondered whose tricks this was, and they were sure that it was definitely not the cowardly subjects of Keltron. One of them guessed that it was the prince, and the protagonist told them to think what they wanted, because they would not leave here alive. He prepared his swords to attack and warned that he came for Berkeley's head. He thought it was a good attitude for such a young man, but he felt sorry for him, because they were no match for the generals of the Black Lion. Berkeley's comrades rushed to attack, but Zeno, who was not standing aside, made a shield blocking the blow. Berkeley warned his comrades to take it easy, as they needed to take Sihan and Zeno alive and interrogate them. But suddenly, he cried out in surprise, as Zeno, squeezing his sword tighter in his hands, concentrated energy near it, after which he delivered a powerful blow, which even the knight barely dodged. Sihan at this time also fought, dodging the attacks of the knights, and he did it with amazing ease, because of which the knights called him a dodgy worm. Berkeley noticed that his skills matched his confidence, as he fought equally with two generals. He realized that they needed reinforcements, and sent 2 more knights to attack. The protagonist and Zeno stood back to back, and Zeno did not understand where the knightly honor of these people went if they went out 4 on 2. One of the men was unhappy that they swore honor when trying to kill, and Zeno realized that he was indeed right, and Sihan was indignant that he was talking to this knight. In the end, the guys built an iron wall surrounding Sihan and Zeno in such a way that they would not be able to get out. However, one of them understood that the iron wall was not enough, and annihilation was needed. In this case, he understood what he had to do, and exchanged glances with one of his comrades, who realized that one of them should direct the attacks. One of the knights removed his shield, concentrating energy instead near the sword in order to strike, and the protagonist was happy, since he thought that everything would turn out like this. He and Xenon ran towards the knight, and he blocked their attack with his shield, but they did not continue to fight and simply started to run away. They realized that nothing would work out today and decided to leave. One of the knights assumed that they were playing with them, because once the situation turned out to be unfavorable for them, they decided to run away, even though they attacked first. They were angry that they actually thought they could run away, and they went after them. They did not have any special running skills like Whirlwind or Wild Wind, but they were confident that they would still get them. For a sword master of the knight's level, the equipment was lighter than a feather, so they moved quite quickly. Xenon and Sihan did not stop even though the knights were already catching up to them, and after climbing onto the bridge, they jumped off it to escape along the bottom. However, they suddenly stopped, because this path had been sealed for several years, and they found themselves in a dead end. Berkeley, as well as the other knights, approached them, calling them foolish for not having an escape plan in advance. They might have had a chance if they jumped off the building, and Berkeley advised them to be careful when planning an assassination attempt on the Black Lion captain. Sihan and Xenon did not respond, and eventually the protagonist said that they had been careful enough, and he guessed that it was too much. He thought that they did not need to wait like this, and turned to Alita, wanting her opinion on the matter. She stepped forward, and Berkeley's eyes widened, and the knights laughed, amazed that this was their trap since all they had was a fighter-level swordmaster. Berkeley joined in the laughter of his comrades, but suddenly he froze, as he suddenly began to sense energy. And it was not fighting energy. Alita put her palm forward, preparing to cast a magic spell, and remembered how Sihan warned that if she could not control magic due to her strength, then she should start with advanced spells right away. That is, in this case, only large amounts of magical energy would be required to fully reveal the potential. Alita concentrated the required amount of energy and created a burning diamond fire, which she sent towards the knights, reforming it eventually into a magical explosion. From the power of the fire, part of the bridge was destroyed, and Alita herself was surprised at how powerful this spell was. She suddenly fell, and Sihan explained that the reason for her fatigue was the use of all the magical energy, and until it was restored, she would not be able to use spells. Magical energy was like a daily salary, and the protagonist called it a business partner of the magician. Alita found this analogy strange, and Zeno admitted that it was great magic, since there was no trace left of the knights, and they got rid of them so easily. The thing was that the wall was too fragile, it was made of iron, and although it was hard, it did not distribute force well, and that was why taking the full force of an attack on yourself was not the best idea. And while the tree was turning into splinters, unable to cope with the hurricane, the reeds were bending, obeying the wind. No high swordsman could stop magic with just an iron wall, but Sihan fell silent before he could finish. As Berkeley stood up, outraged that they dared to do this. Zeno was surprised that he was still alive, and noticed that he did not have a scratch on him. Sihan realized that the captain of the Black Lions was made of different stuff, and ordered Alita to stay behind, while he stepped forward. He suggested that Zeno go to Plan B, and he stood in front of him, holding his weapon resolutely. If Berkeley was higher in level than Jacksonguard, he could restore the technique from the traces left after using it, and so Sihan had to support Xenon from the rear, and remain undetected. He remembered Berkeley as an expert in wielding a spear, but now it was clear that he had switched to a swordsman, and it did not matter how much he trained, he was at a disadvantage without his main weapon, and he would be able to defeat him in swordsmanship. However, Berkeley was dissatisfied that this was all he could count on. This was stupid, and although he was an expert in wielding a spear, Sihan was still ignorant, and he took off his cloak, starting to wrap it around his sword. The protagonist and Xenon looked at his actions in confusion, and he warned that if they were masters of his rank, even the cloak would turn into solid steel in their hands, and he did not go anywhere without his weapon. He wondered if they were ready, and promised that he would torture them to death with this spear. Sihan understood what exactly had happened. However, he did not understand how Berkeley managed to learn the explosive art of Jacksonguard. He admitted that he himself deserved to be called an idiot now, since he did not even think that Berkeley would take a spear with him. He did not even think that he would also learn the explosive art, and so he thought about it, and then ordered Zeno to stay back, since he would only be a burden. He threw away one of the swords, realizing that in this situation, it would not be possible not to use secret techniques, and so he decided to be serious. Berkeley ran to attack, but Sihan jumped to the side, and Berkeley laughed when he managed to dodge. He admitted that the protagonist was quite talented, but a coward would not be able to win, and so Berkeley attacked again. Sihan took the blow and cried out, as the explosive art was good at both defense and offense, and unlike the iron wall, the rumble of the mountains was useless here. If he were fighting a giant monster, he would use Heaven's Subjugation or Dragon Sword energy, but fighting a human here would only leave him open, and he could not let his guard down, so he continued to reflect the attacks aimed at him. He jumped back further to increase the distance, and in this case, he decided to use a martial art to fight face to face. Berkeley was astonished when he noticed this spell, as he did not understand where this incredible martial energy came from. He admitted that he had underestimated Sihan due to his age, since it turned out that he was also a master rank. He knew that he would be in danger if he did not hurry, and warned that he had played with the protagonist before, but he had become bored, so he was going to finish him off with one blow. He used the explosive art of crushing, and sent a powerful attack towards Sihan, but this time he did not dodge, but sent the art of the King Titan mountain stream in response. Magic energy swirled around him, neutralizing the other's attack, and Berkeley did not expect that Sihan would block the attack that he put everything into. The protagonist swung, and he thought about this technique. The flow of magical energy tore off his arm, and he screamed in pain, and then fell to the ground, screaming. He was sure that this could not be, since this combat technique was the art of the King Titan. He guessed who Sihan could be. After all, he should have noticed this level of skill at this age earlier. He looked closely at the protagonist, assuming that he was the successor of the mercenary King Barak. Sihan was surprised, then remembered that it was Grandpa Barak who created this skill and not himself, and hence such an assumption. It would have been fine to leave Berkeley with this misconception, but they were just comrades fighting together, and the protagonist assumed that Berkeley would be the name of his killer. It all seemed like nonsense to him, but suddenly his eyes widened, as the protagonist took off his disguise, and Barak recognized him as the captain of the assault squad Sihan. No one had addressed the protagonist like that for a long time, and he told him that he had observed Berkeley's atrocities. They wanted to achieve victory over the berserker emperor of another world, and he began to justify himself by saying that he was only Jacksonguard's orders and did not know anything. Sihan considered it low for a knight that Berkeley did what he wanted, and then blamed Jacksonguard for everything. This was not true, and Berkeley was still trying to convince the protagonist of this, since otherwise he could not call himself a knight. He refused Berkeley's name and wanted to continue speaking, but the next moment, Sihan fired a magical attack at him, which finished him off. Xenon and Alita simply watched from the sidelines, and Sihan warned that he only came to settle a personal score, and not to discuss Berkeley's intentions. His death would only bring benefits, and it would not change anything. Sometime later, the knights as well as ordinary people gathered near the destroyed palace. All of Latinsoul was stunned, since out of the 6 captains of the Black Lion, 4 of them, including Berkeley, were dead. Jacksonguard was very angry when he saw this, and he wondered who did this. He was going to finish off the murderer with his own hands, and so he ordered that he be found immediately. Soon, Keltron met with Ains and asked if he was satisfied. He was quite satisfied since the situation was developing favorably, and if this continued, many people would go over to their side. This was indeed the case, and Keltron noticed that Ains was quick to come up with a solution to any problem under his command. Ains noticed that Keltron was talented in everything, even in what he considered to be unbecoming activities for a man. Suddenly, a maid entered the room, warning Keltron that guests had arrived. In that case, it was time for him to go, and Ains was sure that everything was fine, since he had already spoken about these guests earlier. They were the people from the list of candidates for participation in the coup, and they were Level and Jolderan. They found it strange that Keltron invited them, since he said that he wanted to congratulate them on their appointment as captains of the Black Lion. Jolderan was sure that he simply wanted to keep them on a short leash since they became captains. After all, he was a very influential figure in the kingdom, and he believed that they would not be worse off if they accepted his offer. Level had not expected that the acquaintance with the campaign against the heathens would turn into something like this. Soon, they came to the right office, and Jolderan froze in shock when Keltron told him the reason for inviting them. He did not know if he was serious, and he confirmed his intentions, hoping that Jolderan and Level would join him since Jacksonguard was no longer worthy of the crown. He believed that for a knight, the greatest honor is to swear allegiance to a true king for the good of his realm and people. Level was outraged, assuming that he was not serious, and he wondered where Keltron's loyalty had evaporated. He warned that they had the right to report everything to Jacksonguard, but he was not sure that she would believe them. For defeating the Earth Dragon, they received 300 gold coins as a bribe from the Blue Ivory Tower, and Level jumped up from his seat, taking out his weapon, and assumed that Keltron was mocking them. He was about to kill him, but someone else's attack stopped him, and he looked at this energy in confusion. He did not understand what was happening, and Sihan walked over to the sofa where Jolderan and Level were sitting and remarked that it was mean of the Blue Tower that they received 300 gold coins, and he only received 10 coins. They were both surprised when they recognized Sihan, but they thought it was Sean, since he was hiding under the power of the 1,000 forms of the Empress. Level did not understand how he dared to draw his sword against the people of the Black Lion, since he was just a mercenary. The protagonist wondered where the aristocrats got such a craving for words like dare or bastard. He suggested that they calm down first and sent overwhelming magical energy towards them. Level frowned, falling to the floor, and Jolderan was amazed at the power, realizing that it was Sihan who had killed the captain. He remembered that he had been a scoundrel a few minutes ago, and was surprised that they remembered to be polite. He thought they didn't look like adventurers, and both men's jaws dropped in displeasure but remained silent. And Keltron suggested that it was wonderful. And the beauty of existence was that a person should be able to compromise and change their attitudes. Sihan suggested not to distort the meaning of the word beauty, and Keltron nervously said that it was just a joke. Jolderan was surprised that he was scared, and Level asked the protagonist who he was. Keltron explained that he was the successor of the mercenary King Barak. Sometime before, Sihan ran to him because he had an idea. He used the art of the Titan King against Berkeley, and he mistook him for the successor of the Barak King, so if he continued to pretend, he would be able to use a powerful technique and hide his identity. Even before he finished speaking, Keltron handed him some documents, because he had prepared. In this report, in addition to personal information, it was reported that Sihan was the successor of the mercenary King Barak. He took into account all the details necessary to create a false identity, and even if the king himself said that the main character was not his heir, no one would believe him. Sihan was amazed at his efforts and realized that this was the reason why Jacksonguard respected him so much. Keltron was indeed quite useful, and he had no equal in deception and fraud. Now Jolderan understood where Sihan got such strength from, because he was the successor of the mercenary king. However, he refused to betray his oath as a knight, and although he was not pure as fresh snow, he was not a scum to spit on duty and honor, so he was not ready to betray his duties as a knight. But no one suggested doing such a thing, and Keltron only asked for their due loyalty to the real king. Jolderan asked in confusion, and at that moment Ains entered the room, proposing to join forces for the sake of the future of this nation. Jolderan and Level were surprised when they recognized him and bowed, and he asked if the captains of the Black Lion would side with him for the sake of the people of this country. Sometime later, Julderon and Level had already left the Keltron house, and Sihan was pleased since they had dirt on them, and in addition, they appealed to their sense of justice and moral duty. In this case, Ains was only an excuse, but they did not need more. Since their opponents had already lost, Alita agreed that he was right, since they now had 2 captains of the Black Lion. Zeno suggested that they eat first, and Sihan was amazed that they had time to appear here and start eating. They accompanied Ains and thought it was a sin to let such food go to waste, so they had to go back and eat it. Zeno enjoyed every bite, noticing that Keltron had a good chef. He was happy that they noticed this, because he was quite picky about food. During the revolution, he had to make do with what he had, and he wanted to somehow make up for the suffering of those years. Zeno thought that it would be better if the food had less vinegar and more mustard, but he decided to keep quiet about it. Sihan still sat down at the table with them, and remembering that Level and Julderon were now captains of the Black Lion, he assumed that in that case a new commander had been chosen. As he spoke, a plate of food was brought to him, sliced and ready to eat, and before Sihan could begin eating, Keltron told him that of the remaining 2 captains, Keller had become the new commander, and Droth had become his second-in-command. There had been no second-in-command before, but Keltron assumed that it was because their abilities were not that different. The most skilled knights with sufficient combat experience had been selected as the new captains, and Sihan thought about it. Xenon suddenly suggested that he did not like lobster since he had not even tried it. Sihan explained that it was one of his favorite dishes, and that he saved the best for last. This was true, since the main dish was to be savored slowly. Sometime later, Keltron laid out documents in front of the protagonist, telling him that thanks to the help of citizens who had suffered from corruption, as well as the help of Ains, the coup d'etat was going smoothly. Things were moving fast, and it was because many people were not in favor of the policies of the Jackson Guard. However, for the coup to be successful, they definitely needed Crumble, and Sihan remembered that he was the one who was called the second man in the kingdom. He was filthy rich, but more importantly, he owned businesses all over the kingdom. They needed connections with merchants in order to ensure smooth communication during the coup, and Sihan wondered if it would be difficult to convince Crumble. It was not, since he was already involved in this, but there was one small condition, and one could even say that it was more of a personal request. Sihan wondered what it was, and Keltron explained that it was because Crumble wanted to hire Alita as a tutor for the youngest daughter of the Crumble family. The protagonist was surprised that Alita would be a tutor, since he assumed that it was impossible with her skill level. But it was impressive that she could reach the rank of a fighter at her age, and the youngest daughter lacked a master to help her overcome the plateau. If a woman was hired to have a mentor outside the family, they usually looked for someone of the same gender, and Crumble was looking for one, and noticed that Alita was a member of the Keltron Guard. Sihan realized that there were not many female knights in Tanor, but he assumed that Crumble was completely desperate to hire Alita. However, he suddenly noticed that he felt a sense of déjà vu when he heard about the youngest of the Crumble family, and Keltron told him that they had met her before, reminding him that she was Foraemon's apprentice, who participated in the suppression of the pagans. Sihan remembered Din, who hit Keltron on the head, and he was surprised when he heard this, but the protagonist diverted his attention from this topic. Sometime later, Alita was surprised that she was going to be appointed as a master, and Sihan said that it was like assigning a high school student to be a tutor for an elementary school student. Alita did not understand what he was talking about, but he did not intend to explain, and then warned that she could very well refuse since Crumble had already joined them. She assumed that they had no benefit at all from this. But this was not entirely true, since Dean's mother was from a very influential family. She was a representative of a noble family of the kingdom of Lilstein, namely the Count's family of Sellet. While Crumble had influence only in the kingdom of Jacksongard, their family's business covered all of Terranor. Such an acquaintance would solve all the problems with transportation and housing in any part of Terranor. And then it would be possible to establish connections with other noble families. Alita was surprised that he made inquiries, but Sihan honestly admitted that these were Keltron's words. She didn't respond to this, wondering what the risks might be. They could be exposed, and it would be revealed that Sihan was a savior from another world, and Alita was a member of the Lusklan family. She frowned, and Sihan admitted that it was more of a risk for her, since it wouldn't be so bad if his identity was exposed, but if the heir to the Empire was discovered, then there would be a lot more trouble. Alita thought about it, but agreed if that was all, since she remembered that Karen had told her to be careful and cautious no matter what she encountered. Doubting was not the same as not trusting, and doubt was the best way to get to know other people, and reckless trust was no different from complete mistrust. Karen told him to try learning something new, and she would like to meet Dina at the very least. Sihan was surprised by her words, and it made him remember the moments he spent with his friends in the past. He remembered how they called him friend, and he remembered Lavina professing her love for him. He trusted them as much as they trusted him, and he believed that he had friends and love who could rely on him. However, now he doubted that this belief was true, and he asked himself if there really were no signs of impending betrayal. He supposed that he did not even try to understand his friends, hiding behind trust, and they could be disappointed in his actions or offended by something. However, he did not even try to see this, but was distracted from his thoughts, because Alita called out to him. He explained that he was thinking about something and apologized to her, and then offered to meet Dina, to see her and see if she was trustworthy, and whether she would betray them if their identities were revealed. However, Alita was really distrustful of people, contrary to her father's instructions, as was Lady Zard. She understood that they did not always live as they were taught, at least from this point on. The protagonist was still not going to give up on revenge, and whatever the reason, betraying his former friends was not justified. They soon met Dina, who promised that she would do her best. Alita awkwardly agreed, and Sihan noted that Dina seemed quite happy for someone who chose Alita out of desperation. Zeno noted that they looked like sisters, and Alita suggested that they begin training. Dina looked at her with delight, remembering Crumble telling her that Alita was only a fighter, suggesting that she find someone better. However, Dina wanted to learn from her, as she was so cool, and Crumble warned her that she better express herself in a ladylike manner. Dina was eventually distracted from her memories, as Alita suggested that they start with lunges, and she ran up to her, agreeing, and eventually she became Alita's student. When they were training, Alita showed off some moves, and Dina watched her in awe, realizing that she was as cool as she thought. She suddenly wondered if it was her imagination or if Alita really looked a little different than when they first met. To her, she seemed like a cutie with strong muscles, and Alita didn't understand why she was acting like that, so she was a little dissatisfied. Dina, meanwhile, remarked that she heard that armor was useless at fighter level and above, and that seemed cool to her, so she wanted to get rid of this pile of metal as soon as possible in order to become like Alita. She then remembered about Zeno, since those who reached night level, according to rumors, could make metal stronger with combat energy, and she wanted to wear metal armor like Zeno. He was also thinking about those who had reached the master rank, because they could strengthen any material and not just metal, and so he would like to get rid of metal armor like Sihan. All three of them sighed sadly, and the protagonist did not understand what was happening to them. Sometime later, Alita asked if the transcendent rank was better. She noticed that people with such a rank wore armor, and Sihan wondered why she was suddenly asking this. She was just curious, because she heard that at the master level, it did not matter what a person's armor was made of, since the 7 heroes of the revolution reached the transcendent level and still wore different types of armor. It all depended on the situation, in particular, the fighting style and the martial arts studied. He suggested assuming that a person had ordinary clothes of the 1st level of protection and metal armor with a 10th level of protection. The knight rank allowed you to strengthen metal, so it was more advantageous to wear metal armor with a 10th level. However, at the master level, a person could enhance any equipment to the same level, and the amount of combat energy expended was the same, so it made no difference what exactly they wore. However, once a person reached the transcendent rank, they combined energy with the material, and the level of defense increased depending on the original characteristics. And, if ordinary clothes of the 1st level acquired level 21, then metal defense with a level 10 would rise to level 30. Alita understood that in this case, metal armor was better, but Sihan explained that this was not how it worked. Up until the master rank, the enhancement did not depend on the weight of the armor, but at the transcendent level this was not the case, and if speed was important to a person's style, it was better to wear light armor, and if strength was more important, then heavier armor was needed, and this was quite logical. Alita understood everything and assumed that at this level, she would choose light armor. Sihan suggested that she think about it when the time comes, and not to get ahead of herself now. She was embarrassed but agreed, and the protagonist smiled, but became more serious as it reminded him of something. He was wondering what happened to the Louvresque magical armor he used to wear, and Alita realized that he was talking about the 3 savior deities from another world. They were the Calamity magic sword, the Louvresque magical armor, and the red dragon robe. She assumed that no one would keep them intact, since even Sihan's underwear was sold for 100 coins, and the equipment would cost much more. The protagonist thought that his former comrades were the ones who took care of his equipment, and he felt a little offended, so he decided to ask Keltron to look after it. But in the end, he declared that training was over for today and decided to go and rest. Alita wondered if his fighting energy had recovered, and indeed it had, as his senses were returning, albeit slowly. In any case, the recovery of fighting energy was going smoothly, but the magical energy was not recovering so readily, and Sihan wondered why this was so. While his team was training, there was someone who was working even harder. It was Keltron, who sucked up to Jacksonguard during the day and gathered nobles and past revolutionaries of the rebellion around him at night. There were those who watched everything from afar, looking for their own benefit, rather than directly participating in the coup. Keltron warned that if they did not participate, everyone would find out about their corruption, and he was sure that there was no point in denying it, asking how these people thought Jacksonguard would believe him. They were horrified when they heard these words, and because of Keltron's experienced persuasion, they agreed to participate in the coup. Sihan noted that evil attracts evil, and sometime later, Keltron told him that he had managed to attract comrades from justice, who would even give their lives for the future of this people. Sihan assumed that they were too far from justice to mention them and this together. Keltron meanwhile said that the taste of a bribe is divine, but in the stomach it turns into poison, slowly tearing apart the flesh. The protagonist found it ironic to hear this from him, and Keltron exclaimed that he has no equal in giving bribes, since he has several plans in case something comes up. Sihan realized that he was lucky, and warned him carefully to remember that Keltron had better not come up with new plans once the coup is over and Ains becomes king. He reminded him of the explosive energy in his body, and Keltron agreed with this, because he did not even think of disobeying. He did his best to serve Jacksonguard flawlessly, because under the rule of a savior from another world, he could dream of more. It didn't matter to him whether he had an explosive aura or not, because he wouldn't think of betraying it. He was going to change this country and start a good life, which he would spend so that the people could have the same benefits as him. Sihan admired his words, confident that this was the way it should have been done from the beginning, but Keltron had already said that it was impossible under Jacksonguard. Long before all this, before Sihan was forcibly returned to his world, Lilstein asked if everyone agreed. Lavina agreed, since the main character was too dangerous to be left alive, and once the Berserker Emperor fell, no one would be able to stop him. Some did not like it, but they were not going to deny these words. So they agreed. One of the last ones who did not answer was Jacksonguard, and Lilstein asked him for his opinion. He thought about it, but he didn't know how to answer him because he didn't hate Sihan, but rather liked him. They all did, and they didn't make this decision out of hatred for him. Jacksonguard thought about it, but eventually he noticed that he had friends other than Sihan, and he decided to trust Lilstein's verdict, because when a person is unsure, it is better to follow the majority, and so he agreed. Karen Anakius thought that all this was fine, but she warned that there was one problem that could not be ignored. She wondered how they were going to defeat a powerful savior from another world, and Jacksonguard realized that she was underestimating them, because Sihan would not stand against the 6 of them, no matter how strong he was. This was true, but even if the protagonist could not avoid death, they would be lucky if half of them survived. Many were displeased when they realized this objection, and Karen realized that the 6 little rats had gathered together to have a pleasant chat, but they had not yet decided who would tie the bell around the cat's neck. At the moment, Jacksonguard sat up abruptly in bed, as these memories came to him in his sleep. He was breathing heavily, and lately he had been having strange dreams more and more often. He thought that it was because of yesterday that he remembered old friends. The traces of the Titan King's martial art that were imprinted on Berkeley's corpse made him think, and he supposed that this could not be the person he thought of. However, now old memories visited him, and he supposed that he was getting old. Suddenly, the girl who slept next to him woke up, surprised that he was also no longer sleeping. Jacksonguard changed his mood abruptly, realizing that there was no point in getting worked up, so he told her to come to him, and she was surprised that this was happening again, and remarked that great endurance. A little while later, Jacksonguard was sitting and drinking, offering to fill the others' glasses. The girls were crowding around him, and suddenly Squire entered the room, noticing that Jacksonguard was throwing more and more drinking events. However, he replied that they were mourning Berkeley, and Squire was surprised that he had been doing this for a month. Jacksonguard told him to be quiet, for this was what a memorial service for a soldier looked like. He supposed that he had to do everything that Berkeley could no longer do, and Keller, who was also in the room, admitted that Jacksonguard was right, and he was sure that Berkeley was happy, and offered to drink to the peace of the former captain's soul. Jacksonguard laughed, delighted by his words, and the squire stopped silently, and suddenly another man entered the room, who attracted Jacksonguard's attention. Keltron greeted him by falling to his knees, and explained that he was there to report that they had found a group of rebels who had killed Berkeley. Jacksonguard threw his glass aside, and because it broke, one of the girls was startled. Jacksonguard asked if Keltron's words were true. Soon they began to leave the room, and Keltron noticed that the assassin was indeed the successor of the mercenary king Barak, and he was truly amazed at Jacksonguard's insight. He was curious about the name of this man, but that had yet to be found out, although Keltron knew that the people called this man the Black Giant. According to his information, there were about 800 rebels hiding with him, who were located in the old castle to the west. Jacksonguard praised him for his good work, deciding that he should punish all the rebels right away. He attracted the attention of Keller, who immediately responded, deciding to gather 100 soldiers from the Black Lion and an army of 3,000. Keltron was surprised, since this was more than they expected. This was the entire fighting force of the Jacksonguard army, and he was unhappy that Keller decided to use all his strength in the first battle. He needed to calm down, and he understood how to act in this situation. He praised Keller for his wise decision because he was not an ordinary swordsman if he killed Berkeley. No one in their right mind would consider this decision strange. And Jacksonguard realized that it was indeed true, since someone might think that he was a coward. So he ordered Keller to prepare 50 soldiers from the Order of the Black Lion and an army of 1,000, and since he himself was going to participate, he assumed that everything should go smoothly. Keller was amazed at this and tried to object, because even in hunting a rabbit, a lion puts all his strength into it. Keltron told him to put all of himself into it. Not all of his soldiers, because 1 or 2 lions were enough to catch 1 rabbit. Jacksonguard was sure that Keltron was right, and so he ordered Keller to prepare the army as he said. When Jacksonguard stepped aside a little, Keltron apologized to Keller because he did not want to harm their reputation. The thing was that they had to finish building the new palace, so gathering an army of 3,000 would be unnecessarily expensive. Keller understood everything, and he was not going to be angry with Keltron because he himself was simply overexcited. Keltron was glad that he understood everything, and Keller decided to stay by Jacksonguard's side and ordered 2 captains to follow him, while the rest would stay in the castle, and Level and Joldaran agreed with his order, and Keltron smiled happily. He remembered how Sihan was surprised when he was told that he should attack one of the 6 captains. They already had Joldaran and Level on their side, who were supposed to infiltrate the elite squad of Jacksonguard. The protagonist assumed that if this was true, then he should attack 4 at once, since there were 6 captains. This was indeed the case, however. 3 of these people were Keller's servants before becoming captains, and so Keltron was going to hint to Keller that a captain of the knightly order should not act with bias. Keltron realized that it would be ridiculous to kill one of his servants, and realized that they would use this fact against them. He asked, once he did that, should he disable Keller's legs or cripple the fighting force? Alita balked at the idea, as it would simply re-elect a new captain, and Keltron added that it would make it harder to infiltrate their people. He looked at Alita in confusion when he realized what she had said, as it sounded like she had a lot of experience in this sort of thing, as if she was some kind of royal family that specialized in stealth attacks. She explained that she had read it in a book, and the protagonist thought that Keltron was smart, but right now, he was handing over his master, and he wasn't feeling guilty at all. He imagined Keltron wondering what guilt was, assuming it was some kind of food, as even a well-done boot tasted good. Keltron even seemed excited about what was happening, so Sihan decided to be careful with him, in order not to get a knife in the back. Sometime later, the events took place near the old Castle Grand. One of the people on the wall flinched, noticing the enemies, and warned everyone that Jacksonguard was here. Joldaran attracted the attention of the traitors, warning that they were surrounded, so he advised them to lay down their weapons and surrender. For a while, they were silent, and then said that they were not traitors. A man dressed in massive armor attracted the attention of the fallen hero, confident that he can no longer be called a king, because these people are against his power. Jacksonguard realized that this was a black giant, and noted that this was a very noticeable person. The black giant was going to fight to the end, and Keller asked Jacksonguard what they will do. He was surprised that he was even asking about this, and explained that they were attacking head-on. He ordered Keller to follow him, and rode forward, and before heading towards him, he warned Joldaran and Level to cover him from behind, ordering them to keep up. Joldaran agreed, telling him to leave the soldiers to them, and Keller rode after Jacksonguard. He activated the giant's hand combat seal, and a fist grew from the ground, throwing them into the air. The soldiers were amazed that a man could use such a skill, and Jacksonguard swung his axe, and thanks to this, he was able to break into the fortress, ordering the black giant to come out, since he was going to take revenge on him for Berkeley's death. Xenon, who was actually hiding in the armor, thought that his job was done. Jacksonguard and Keller rushed forward without thinking, as they assumed, and so Sihan suggested that they begin hunting the tiger. Meanwhile, Jacksonguard called the black giant, warning him that he had come to avenge Berkeley. But suddenly he froze in surprise, as magic circles began to glow under his feet, and Keller, who also noticed this, asked what this glow was. Jacksonguard realized that it was a trap, and was surprised that both high swordsmen and magicians had gathered here. The next moment, the ground beneath them suddenly cracked, and while Jacksonguard managed to stay on his feet, Keller almost fell, and he assumed that something was wrong, since according to Keltron's report, all the rebels, except for the successor of the mercenary king, should have been ordinary soldiers. However, Jacksonguard was not going to panic, because in the past he had fallen into such traps more than once. The magical barrier was difficult to deal with from the inside, but it was very easy to break from the outside, and he wanted to order one of the Black Lion Knights to break it, but suddenly froze, because no one else entered the fortress territory. Keller tried to call out to Julderin and Livel, but they did not respond, and simply continued to stand behind the ruined walls of the fortress. Level was outraged that no one followed them and realized that they were traitors from the very beginning. Jacksonguard was surprised, then looked up and noticed Keltron timidly peeking out from one of the towers. He was angry that he dared to betray him. He screamed very loudly, and Keltron, screaming, recoiled in fear, falling to the floor. Sihan was surprised that even the fact that he was standing next to him did not make Jacksonguard any less frightening. Keltron justified himself by saying that he had acted like that out of surprise and asked if he had to come here. This was indeed the case, since Sihan wanted to see how he would show himself in front of Jacksonguard, otherwise he would not be able to fully trust him. Keltron agreed, and the protagonist noted that in any case, it was he who lured Jacksonguard here, and he confirmed this, drawing attention to the fact that Xenon played surprisingly well. Jacksonguard would have sensed trouble if Sihan had dressed up as a black giant, as Xenon was quite conspicuous, so he took on the role. Everything went smoothly thanks to his unexpectedly good performance. They knew that heading into the tiger's lair would easily make them dinner, and that they would need to lure the beast into a trap to catch it. Keltron was inspired by what was happening, and began to watch the events without fear. Keller drew the attention of all the traitors to himself, and ordered them to remove the barrier, outraged that they would even think about betraying the king. He promised that they would be pardoned if they surrendered now. But the rebels assumed that was some kind of nonsense, and noted that he did not even understand what situation he was in. They shouted that Jacksonguard was not their king, and directed magical attacks at them. A powerful flame and lightning strike aimed at Jacksonguard and Keller to incinerate them, and Keller screamed in despair when he noticed these attacks. The next moment, a powerful explosion lit up the area far around, and the rebels thought that they had gotten rid of them. However, one of them suddenly flinched, as he noticed that Jacksonguard was actually above them. He landed, noticing that Keller had died, and was angry, as someone of knight rank would not be able to withstand such an attack. It was too powerful, and so he assumed that the mage of the Ivory Iron Tower had cast this spell. He wondered who was behind this, and he assumed that it could be Lilstein or Karen. Someone suddenly admitted that he was surprised. He flinched, and one of the knights asked why he thought that this was the work of foreigners. He explained that the people had grown tired of Jacksonguard's tyranny and had rebelled, and that he had started a revolution 10 years ago for the same reason. Jacksonguard was genuinely surprised, and he remarked that he himself had been a good king. The rebels were amazed to see his reaction, and Jacksonguard suddenly noticed several familiar faces, and admitted that he had not thought that his subordinates would stab him in the back. He valued these people, and they thus repaid his kindness. The knights were outraged that he imagined himself their master, and declared that for the past 10 years, they had treated him as nothing more than a captain, and that nothing prevented them from replacing a captain if he failed to fulfill his duties. They charged, and Jacksonguard called them fools for daring to do so. He swung his axes, shouting in war, but cursed as his movements were limited. If it weren't for the barrier, he would have dealt with all these knights with his left hand alone, but now they were approaching him and starting to fight. Sihan noticed that Jacksonguard couldn't accept this turn of events, and was cursing in anger. Keltron was surprised by his words, and the protagonist explained that he was just thinking out loud and moved away from the topic, turning his attention to the strong barrier. He assumed that it was a dragon trap and remembered that it was difficult to break even for a transcendental mage. He asked if Keltron had hired several high-level mages. He didn't have much hope, but Trandon was accommodating, and in the raid against the Earth Dragon, he was stronger than any high mage. Sihan realized that the Iron Ivory Tower was also plotting something, and Keltron agreed with that. He supposed that some information about the coup might have leaked, but there was nothing he could do about it, especially if it was an event of such a scale. The Iron Ivory Tower was very sensitive to this kind of information, and the thing was that Jacksonguard was just stupid, because outside observers noticed all this, but he himself did not notice anything. Keltron finally understood everything and warned that only he was responsible for informing. Sihan was amazed that it was him again. Keltron meanwhile noted that all this is good, and what is also important is that thanks to all this, they can overthrow Jacksonguard. Jacksonguard meanwhile admitted that all this annoyed him, and ordered that they remove the barrier now. At this time, Duke Kramaton was calling the people who attacked him names, and he was outraged that they did something like this in the middle of the royal road. He assumed that they did not know who he was, and he reminded them that he was the father-in-law of the king of this state, so they should all kneel and beg him for forgiveness. The knights looked at him in confusion, and then pointed their weapons at him, admitting that they knew who he was. This was all for the future of this country. He told them to put down their swords right now, and the next moment he screamed in horror. At this time, in the palace, some knights met with other knights, but did not engage in battle yet, as Ains asked the Order of the Knights of the Black Lion to listen to him. He was not trying to betray his father, but only wanted to save the country from those who had forced Jacksonguard to the dark side. That was why they did not need to fight, and he suggested that they lay down their swords. Droth decided to wait for the king to return, and Ains noted that this was a wise decision, since there was no need for bloodshed. He had seized control of the castle, but this was only half the battle, and the rest depended on Keltron and his group. He hoped that everything would go well. At this time, Jacksonguard cursed, since he could no longer move. These men were hell-bent on overthrowing their ruler, and one of them ordered him not to talk nonsense, for he did not deserve to be their king, and they served Ains. These words made Jacksonguard wince, for he assumed that his own son wanted to throw him out. However, he realized that it was not only his son, but also his confidants who had sworn allegiance to him, as well as Keltron, whom he trusted implicitly. They had all betrayed him, and in that case, he decided to kill them all. They were afraid, and even Keltron cried out in horror, and Sihan laughed, for the traitor had been betrayed by his own minions. The need for a bright but superficial sense of joy was more important to him now than any previous friendships, and he admitted that he had never been a good man. He advised Jacksonguard to try harder, for he would not have returned to Tanor if he had intended to exact revenge at someone else's hands. He also remembered that Jacksonguard was not one to give up so easily, and at that moment one of the knights shouted that Jacksonguard, no matter how strong he was, could defeat him, bound by the barrier, so there was no need to fear the tiger without teeth. In the opinion of these people, Jacksonguard was the only one who would die today, and he assumed that this was some kind of nonsense, and he kicked the ground, causing it to crack. He was angry that they thought they could defeat him like this, and the knights barely remained on their feet, looking at the cracked earth beneath them. Xenon also screamed, and Jacksonguard used the giant's hand combat seal, and Xenon noticed that the barrier was supposed to contain his combat power, so he did not understand where such a huge power came from. All the rebels assumed that Jacksonguard was not human because they realized that it was a transcendent rank. Jacksonguard ordered them to die, pointed his hand towards them, and the rebels screamed. But when they were working on a situation like this, the protagonist told Xenon about the weakness of the giant's hand, and it was the part of the wrist that connected to the ground. He used the impulse of the mountain climbing art, cutting the palm, and it crumbled into pieces, and the knights were amazed that they were alive. Jacksonguard thought that what Xenon did was excellent, because he already thought that he was a fake in order to lure him out. The knights realized that things were bad because Jacksonguard got out of the barrier. He wanted to crush them into dust, but was weakened by the barrier, and promised that they would soon pay for everything, and advised them to prepare for a terrible death. He began to run away, and the knights realized that they had to finish him off before he recovered, so they could not let him go. Jacksonguard, running away, was very ashamed, because he never thought that he would run away like that. He told the others to just wait, so they could see everything. The nobles who betrayed Jacksonguard were surprised that he escaped, and assumed that the barrier was not strong enough to destroy him. They had missed an opportunity at the cost of their lives, and knew that it would be bad if the plan went wrong. However, Keltron told them not to worry, because everything was going according to plan, and no matter how terrible Jacksengard's tyranny was, he was still their king, and his death would lead to serious consequences. The mercenary king's successor had already set out to retrieve him, and Crumble knew who he was talking about. Keltron had said that Jacksengard would disappear halfway through the journey without killing anyone, and Tanor would remember all his evil deeds and all his good deeds would be forgotten. The nobles knew that such a coward would not speak with such certainty without reason, and so his words gave them hope. In that case, they asked Keltron to let them go to Latinsil to speak to the real king. Sometime before, when Sihon first came to Terranor, a group of bandits were looking at the guests who had arrived, and Jacksengard, smiling, turned to them and asked who they were. Sihon, standing in front of them with Lilstein, asked if he was the leader here. Jacksengard did not answer him, so Lilstein doubted that everything would go well, since there were only two of them. Sihon was a little indignant that he was afraid of a group of bandits, although he was a 6th-level mage. Lilstein was not afraid at all, but simply worried, and the protagonist reminded him that he was not a child anymore and asked why he was still so fearful. He could ask him a counter-question and ask why he was so fearless at such a young age. Jacksengard watched their bickering with confusion, since they were arguing on someone else's territory, and so he assumed that something was wrong with them. In the end, he decided that it did not matter, and looked at his subordinates, angry that they still called themselves bandits, although they led the tail to their base. They did their best to break away, but their opponent was a top swordsman. Sihon warned that Jacksengard's subordinates had taken some of their things and asked if he wanted to return them. Those things might have belonged to them before, but they were definitely not theirs now, and Jacksengard would not steal them if he was going to give them back later. He suggested that they try to take them back by force, and concentrated his magical energy, sending out a powerful strike. Sihon actually planned to do so, and so he swung his weapon as well, crossing his sword with Jacksengard's axe. He realized that the protagonist had reached at least the master rank, and Sihon admitted that Jacksengard had truly strong combat energy. After the energy from their attacks dissipated, Jacksengard admitted that it was impressive and asked the protagonist's name. He introduced himself, and the protagonist gave his name in return, warning that he was a commoner, so he did not have a family name. Sihon felt sorry for wasting his talents on stealing, as he did not expect to meet someone strong in a place like this. He wondered if Jacksengard had ever wanted to achieve greater goals. Jacksengard opened his eyes now, waking up near a rock, and wondered how long he had been asleep. He felt a little better after resting, and remembered that the Balarel forest was nearby, so he thought that everything looked familiar. He was glad about this, since this was his secret base when he led the bandits. But he had abandoned this place even before the Revolutionary Army was created, so even a search party would not be able to find him here. This gave him a chance to rest, and now that he had recovered, he was going to return to Latinsil. As he remembered the events that had happened, he became much more devastated, determined to make those traitors beg for mercy. And suddenly he flinched, feeling some movement, and realized that someone was here. He assumed it was a search party, and was amazed that they were able to find this place. However, this arrangement still seemed ideal to him, as it would allow him to vent his anger on someone. He told the people who were hiding to come to him, promising to make them pay for their betrayal. However, Sihon, coming out of the forest, admitted that Jacksengard's words about paying for betrayal were very interesting. He found it funny that he wanted to say almost the same thing, and Jacksengard froze in shock when he noticed the protagonist and Alit appearing next to him. His memories again flashed back to the moment when Sihon and Lilstein appeared in front of him in a similar way, and so he assumed that he was still sleeping. The protagonist smirked, coming even closer to him, and noted that all this was a long time ago. Jacksengard recognized him, and asked how he found Terranor. Sihon closed his eyes, not answering right away, and then he frowned indignantly, since Jacksengard was only interested in how he was able to return after they threw him back to another world. He asked if that was all he wanted to say to a friend he hadn't seen for 10 years. He didn't answer him, and Sihon ran to attack, striking him, but Jacksengard managed to block it with the blade of his axe. He couldn't believe that it was really the protagonist, and asked if he really returned to Terranor. It was indeed so, and Sihon confirmed it, then attacked again and called Jacksengard a name. He barely defended himself from this stream of energy and screamed, but the protagonist was not going to stop and continued to press on him, which made Jacksengard put in even more effort to protect himself. The two magical energies collided with each other and exploded, causing Sihon and Jacksengard to jump apart. They stopped fighting for a while, and Jacksonguard realized that it was indeed the protagonist, and remembered that Saffron and Lilstein had insisted that it was impossible. Sihan admitted that it had not been easy to return, but after everything he had been through, there was no turning back. Jacksonguard noted that mages were not always right, and admitted that he had always thought that something was wrong here. He was skeptical about the sudden, large-scale organized rebellion, but if Sihan was behind it, everything was no longer so mysterious. He wondered if this place was part of his plans too, because after all, he knew about it very well. The protagonist noticed that Jacksonguard was not as stupid as he thought, and now he understood what was happening. He guessed that the great savior from another world had come to avenge the events of 10 years ago. He thought it was wonderful, and he wasn't going to make up any cheap excuses for his actions. And he certainly wouldn't kneel down to beg for forgiveness. He suggested that Sihan try his best to take his head, and concentrated energy near him to immediately engage in battle. The protagonist decided to return his words and promised that he would make him pay for his betrayal, while also preparing energy to strengthen his attacks. Alita shuddered, feeling their overwhelming battle energy, and realized what a battle between two heroes of the revolution would truly be like. Jacksonguard smirked, activating the explosive art of crushing, and swung his axes, directing the attack towards Sihan. He used the art of the King Titan, Mountain Stream, to disperse the attack and strike himself. The streams of attacks flew very close to Jacksonguard, and he guessed that Sihan was looking down on him. It was all too easy for him, and he repelled the attack with his axe. The protagonist remembered that he had defeated Berkeley with this skill, but he knew that Jacksonguard would have more fighting energy. In the meantime, he prepared a magic attack again, and used the explosive art Lightning Strike. A powerful discharge was directed towards Sihan, and he jumped a little to the side, then used the art of the King Titan Running Wave. This dispersed the lightning directed towards him, but Jacksonguard took advantage of the fact that Sihan stopped for a moment and tried to attack him from behind. The protagonist stopped this attack, and he laughed, because he thought it was all very funny. 11 years had passed since their last fight, and he did not even remember the last time he felt this feeling. He was too calm, and Sihan guessed that he did not realize the seriousness of the situation, since he had only muscles instead of brains. They bounced off each other again, and Jacksonguard asked why he had to think about such a trivial matter as the seriousness of the situation. His opponent was Sihan himself, and there was no better way for him to die than in a fight with him. He laughed again. 10 years ago, 6 heroes of the revolution gathered together to come up with a plan to kill the savior from another world. But they failed. Jacksonguard knew that even 6 people would not be enough, and he was here alone, so the outcome was predetermined. This battle would probably be his last, and he did not want to win, but to have a fight that he would not be ashamed of. So he charged again, swinging his axe, but Sihan easily parried each of his blows. Jacksonguard paused for a moment, realizing that something was wrong. He guessed what it could be, and attacked again. This time the protagonist needed to put in more effort to repel this attack. Jacksonguard stopped again, and after a short pause asked what Sihan was doing. He kept wondering what was wrong, and finally asked why he didn't use his Steel Battle Energy. Steel Battle Energy was a skill that Transcendent-level swordsmen used to compress formless battle energy, making it stronger and purer. It emitted a dark blue light of destruction, reminiscent of the endless sky, and after 10 years, Jacksonguard remembered it as if he had seen it just yesterday. Sihan repelled his attacks, and did not use his Steel Battle Energy even once during the entire fight, and it did not seem like he was faking it. Jacksonguard guessed that he had indeed become weaker, and the protagonist frowned at first, and then closed his eyes, calming down. He wondered if he asked all his opponents such questions. He realized that he was still as simple-minded, and in that case, he decided to be honest with him. Those combat and magic energy volumes were no longer there, since he had spent almost all of them on returning to Tanor. Jacksonguard did not understand why this was so, since in that case, Sihan simply could not have the confidence to come to him for revenge like that. The protagonist frowned, and he used the explosive art of strike and managed to attack him. Sihan cried out, barely parrying the attack, and Jacksonguard noticed that a chess game had unfolded. His combat energy 10 years ago was insignificant compared to Sihan's, and now he showered him with blows that he barely took. Jacksonguard thought that this was his last battle, but now that he knew the protagonist's current strength, he was the only one who would die here. Even if Sihan wasn't as good as before, he had enough power to finish off Jacksonguard, since he knew all of his tricks. He tried to attack him, but he managed to dodge the attack and threw the protagonist aside. He didn't understand what he could do with such a small amount of energy, and Sihan realized that Jacksonguard was strong. Suddenly, he froze as the ground shook due to Jacksengard using the giant's hand combat seal. Several hands came out of the ground around the protagonist at once, and he realized that it was a combat seal. Jacksengard noticed that he had really become weak, since he dodged instead of striking back by summoning his combat seal. He found this very pitiful, and used the hands that appeared to attack him. He screamed in pain, and one of the hands managed to grab him, not allowing him to move. He looked miserable, and Jacksengard could not even believe that this day had come. But Sihan still doubted that he had enough strength to kill him. Jacksengard was amazed when he heard these words, and Sihan admitted that all these years he could not understand only one thing. He asked why they did not kill him that day. For the past 10 years he was wondering why, when he was stuck in the dimensional portal and completely vulnerable, he was only pushed by Levin's hand and not stabbed in the side by a dagger. He would not have been able to defend himself in such a position. But they did nothing of the sort, so he asked why they sent him to the ground instead of killing him. He supposed it could be guilt, and after a short pause, Jacksengard decided to tell him the truth, if this was their last fight. As Sihan said, they planned to kill him, but 3 hypocrites decided that they should send him back instead of killing him. They said that if they harmed Sihan, they would change sides, and Jacksengard assumed that the protagonist was confused. For their own benefit, they decided to betray, choosing a path where they would not suffer from remorse, and so they decided to send Sihan home. However, he did not understand why they would betray in such a case, and so he was angry. He himself was different, and betrayed his friend by becoming a king, and if the protagonist was further in Tanor, he would not even dream of such a life. He was not going to deny this fact or regret it, because he was a traitor, but not a coward. Sihan understood everything and smiled, calling Jacksengard a fool. He pretended to be rude, but he was still a coward, and he asked again, and the protagonist asked, "Is he really not a coward?" He also doubted that Jacksengard admitted his sins and confessed that he had never met such a cowardly and narcissistic person before. He ordered him not to act like he was innocent. Jacksengard got angry and called him names, telling him to say whatever he wanted. It was his right. He could have continued insulting him, but he had already bid him farewell and ran forward to deliver the finishing blow. However, Sihan managed to free himself from the stone palm that was holding him back, and with one blow, he stopped the flow of energy directed at him. The protagonist understood that this was the truth about what happened 10 years ago, and Jacksengard was amazed at what he had just done. His words at least clarified something for Sihan, and he warned that Jacksengard's skills had not improved. The world was changing around him, and he was stuck in the times when he was called the wandering walls of the castle. He hadn't improved at all in 10 years, and although he thought he had some kind of secret skill, it didn't seem like he really had. Jacksengard recognized the steel-fighting energy in that art, and was angry, as he realized that Sihan had tricked him. He wondered if he was ashamed to admit that he had fallen for it. He didn't even expect it to work on Jacksengard, and told him to just think about it, as it was obvious that he would have some kind of ace up his sleeve if he had been preparing for revenge for 10 years. Jacksengard called him names in a rage and used explosive art in all directions. He swung his axes, sending many attacks towards Sihan. But he easily dodged them. Jacksengard activated the explosive art rift, but the protagonist was focused, so he easily destroyed it with Heaven's Subjugation Resonance. Jacksengard was amazed that he could also use Heaven's Bend, and Sihan said that he had encountered a vile opponent, so he should use the corresponding skills. Jacksengard screamed, trying to hit him again, and Alita was amazed at this legendary power of the 7 heroes of the revolution. She was shocked that such monsters were free during the revolution, because they were on a completely different level, and even her magic was powerless here. She did not understand why Sihan brought her here, and in the meantime, he remembered Jacksengard's words about there being 3 hypocrites. It was indeed so, and he assumed that he was asking about this because he wanted to forgive them and give up on revenge. He ordered the protagonist not to play with them, because if this is the revenge he wanted, then he would die today by his hand. He created the giant's hand combat seal and sent the palms that appeared forward, and Sihan realized that it was a hail of blows, noting that this had not happened for a long time. However, he was not going to give up and raised his legs slightly off the ground. Jacksengard recognized this attack and cursed, since Sihan could also use his battle seal. In the meantime, he activated the Aurora battle seal, and the fists heading towards him were pierced by powerful streams of energy and shattered into stone fragments. Jacksengard was furious, since no attacks worked on the protagonist. He had already thought something like this when he met him, and that was why he resigned himself and was ready to die with honor. However, as soon as he thought about Sihan becoming weak, he grabbed onto his desire to live with all his might. his impassivity was over, and so, shouting in anger, he tried to hit the protagonist a few more times. However, he easily neutralized all of these attacks and noticed that Jacksonguard had now shown his true colors. He looked like he had surpassed everything mundane, and this irritated Sihan. Jacksonguard called him names he knew he had to kill him. But this was the end, so Sihan used Sky Reduction, sending a powerful attack towards Jacksonguard. Blood sprayed into the air, and Jacksonguard was sent flying because of the meteor shower attack. Sihan frowned in concentration as he looked at Jacksonguard, and he cursed in his mind, knowing that this was the end. He was breathing heavily from the pain, but he noticed that the protagonist had indeed become weaker, since he had survived even after Sky Reduction. Sihan knew that even if he asked, Jacksonguard would not tell him the names of those 3 hypocrites. Of course, he wouldn't do that. And Sihan thought so, but he didn't even expect an easy answer, since Jacksonguard was that kind of person. However, he still had to ask something else, and he wondered why he betrayed him. In such a question, it was because he had never been interested in luxury or politics, and Jacksonguard had become king, although he had to betray Sihan, so he wondered what the reason was. Jacksonguard was surprised by this question at first, and then he smiled, stood up and admitted that he, hearing these questions, was becoming more and more convinced that the protagonist did not understand anything. He repeated his question, and asked if he really should think that he should listen and obey in every way, if his friend was better than him? This seemed stupid to him, since he was not going to wag his tail and bow at his feet every time, tearfully thanking for every day of friendship or blessing. Sihan wondered if he thought of such metaphors on his own. He would never have thought that Jacksonguard had a talent for eloquence, so he assumed that he simply had similar thoughts with someone else. He closed his eyes, realizing that in that case it was time to pay the debt of friendship and trust. Jacksonguard was horrified, feeling a powerful energy, but he eventually resigned himself and happily asked Sihan to kill him. But he was not going to kill him and did not even understand why he should do it, because in the end, Jacksonguard kindly sent him home. He smirked, and Jacksonguard asked in confusion, and the protagonist asked Alita to come closer to him. Jacksonguard did not understand what he was going to do, and ordered him to stop delaying and kill him already. Sihan reminded that he was not going to do it, and even if Jacksonguard planned to finish him off then, he still did not do it, but only threw him out of Tanor. That is why he could not kill him in any way, and told him about the old proverb from the earth, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. Due to his magical influence, a magical aura appeared behind Jacksonguard, and he was horrified when he realized what it meant. He called the protagonist a name, and he opened a gate to another world. He placed his palm on Alita's shoulder, using her magical energy to open this dimensional portal. Commanding someone else's magical energy sounded as ridiculous as borrowing someone's stamina to strengthen his hand. However, there was an exception, and that was a monster summoned from another world, since it could borrow the summoner's energy. Sihan originally did not intend to take Alita with him, but the recovery rate of his magical energy was slower than he expected. She realized that he needed her for this purpose, since this is not ordinary revenge, and the protagonist wants to send Jacksonguard to another dimension. He tried to resist the pull that was pulling him into the portal, and screamed from the effort. Sihan realized that it was difficult for him to even hold on, and noticed that he himself looked the same 10 years ago. Technically, he was exiled from here to his homeworld, but Jacksonguard would be sent to an unknown world, and the protagonist didn't know if this was a fair exchange, but he asked Jacksonguard to understand, because the debt had accumulated some interest over 10 years, and he thought it was a reasonable price. Jacksonguard didn't want this to happen, because beyond this darkness was the homeland of the vile monsters of the Titan King whom he fought against. He understood that Sihan would send him to fight these monsters in a hellish place where there was not a single living soul. He still tried to resist and cursed, asking, "Does the protagonist really think that he will just leave like that?" He promised that he would come back alive and kill him, saying this with absolute certainty. He simply said goodbye to him, and the next moment, Jacksonguard began to fall into the portal, since he no longer had the strength to resist. When he fell into it, there was a bright flash of light, and then the magical portal disappeared, leaving only a pile of his clothes in place of Jacksonguard. Alita was worried that everything would be fine, since the 4 ivory towers would notice the spatial tremors. However, in Sihan's opinion, no one cared, since they were going to leave anyway. Besides, they had protective magic in case of spatial changes, and suddenly he was distracted from this topic, picking up Jacksonguard's panties and asked if they could make some money if they sold this, since it was the underwear of a legendary hero? Alita found this disgusting, and she brought the conversation back to its previous course, asking what would happen to Jacksonguard. Sihon did not know this and did not even know where exactly he flew to. He assumed that Jacksengard could adapt to the environment of another world and survive or die at the clutches of a monster, only to find himself in another dimension. However, it was none of his business, and Alita suggested that it would be better to kill Jacksengard because if he returned, it would be too bad. But the protagonist was sure that this would not happen because Jacksengard was not a mage. Of course, there was a non-zero probability, and he was sure that his former friends thought the same when they sent him to Earth. He burned Jacksengard's clothes, and Alita asked what would happen if Jacksengard did return. Sihon supposed that it would be even better, because then he would be able to see the result of his revenge. A little later, Ains told him that Jacksengard realized that he was not a good ruler. So he passed the throne to him, and after that became an ordinary villager now known as the king, who abdicated the throne. In the name of the new king, he proclaimed his empire, the Kingdom of Latenburg. Immediately after the coronation, Ains reorganized the royal council, and Viscount Crumble, who had made a huge contribution, became the count and head of the administration, taking over Keltron's previous position. Juldarin and Level became the commander and vice commander of the Black Lion Knights, and Keltron became a marquis and took the position of prime minister, and was also given the title of hero. The nobles, seeing how the new king was enjoying erasing the traces of the past, were already preparing to destroy their families, but Ains was not a villain, and although the sins committed by Duke Kramaton and the rest of the nobles could not be washed away, it would be monstrous to make their families pay for it. As a sign of his favor, he decided that the former queen, Duke Kramaton's daughter, Layla, would become his wife. It was a union between the current king and the former queen, and it meant that there would be no more questions about the past. That was why the nobles bowed and swore allegiance to Ains. He smiled, mentally thanking Keltron, as everything had happened just as he had said. Layla had said that Kramaton had only seen her as a thing to achieve, not a person, and that was why she was so happy to be here with Ains now, and he smiled as he looked at her. The subjects began to wish for a long life for Ains and the Kingdom of Latenburg. Sometime later, Xian came to Keltron, congratulating him on becoming the prime minister. The entire national treasury was now in his hands, but he was surprised that the protagonist thought that he would encroach on the state's money just because he became the prime minister. Even the money that Jacksengard had used for entertainment would be enough to double Keltron's fortune. And Sihon did not know if these words should ease his soul. But in any case, everything went well, and since it was chaos under Jacksengard, people would praise Ains even if he did the bare minimum. However, to be honest, Keltron didn't think it was that positive. Jacksengard was the main poison that was destroying the country, but it was also the shield that protected the country. Since the kingdom had the hero of evolution, no one dared to attack it, but now the Leathervelt Kingdom had every chance of becoming a small and weak country. Even if it was there, Sihon didn't see much to worry about, and Keltron guessed that it was because other countries were going to suffer the same fate. He thanked Sihon and decided that if it helped his country and led to a bright future, he would put his heart into fulfilling the protagonist's revenge. He asked him to stop talking nonsense and guessed that he had something to tell him. Keltron froze, then suddenly became serious and honestly admitted that the other heroes of the revolution would not be as easy to deal with as Jacksengard. His rule was chaotic, and his skills were mothballed because he was far from battle. In comparison, Lilstein and Saffron, who were in charge of the 4 ivory towers like Sihon himself in the past, had reached the master of the flow. Unlike the protagonist, these two were real mages who had undergone the appropriate training, and they were stronger than him in the basics. In addition, Teerant and Karen had also become much stronger, and they were constantly training and improving their skills, unlike Jacksengard. But the strongest among them was someone else, but Keltron hesitated, not saying that person's name. However, Sihon understood that there was no point in remaining silent, so he asked him to just say it. Keltron remembered what he had said before, that only a madman would not bet on the savior from another world if he had to choose between him and the Earth's destroyer. However, if it was a choice between the current Queen of Thieves and the savior from another world, then a person would think twice before doing so. Sihon was amazed that Lavina had become so strong, and Keltron nodded, admitting that he knew of only 3 people who could stand against the savior from another world. There was the Knight Guardian of the Lusklan Empire, General Rondark, whom Sihon had already killed, however. Then there was the mercenary King Barak, but his whereabouts were unknown after the fall of the Empire, so it was assumed that he had died of old age. And the last such person was the Queen of Thieves Lavina, who had hidden herself from the world of magic and had achieved the rank of a deity. Currently, among the savior from another world, General Rondark, and the mercenary king, Lavina was the only one on the continent who had become the supreme sword god who possessed the skills of the three greatest deities. This was unexpected, but not surprising, since 10 years ago, Lavina, a transcendent swordsman, was in her late teens. She was a genius among geniuses and could very well reach the highest stage. Now, it was only Keltron's guess, but it seemed to him that Theorant was close to Lavina, and the fact that the ruthlessly ambitious Queen of Thebes left the neighboring state untouched proved that even the rank of a deity did not guarantee absolute victory. Sihan asked Keltron to wait, since he did not understand his last words. Lavina might be greedy, but she never stepped on others to satisfy her insufficiency. He guessed that he was confusing her with someone else when he called her ruthlessly ambitious. He did not answer him right away, but eventually he decided to tell him everything, even if it meant angering him. The protagonist was surprised when he heard this, and Keltron stated that Lavina had always been like this. Sihan froze, his eyes wide, and Keltron added that everyone knew this, especially the 6 heroes of the revolution. Even he, a former follower of Jacksongard, knew, and the only one who did not know this was Sihan himself. An overwhelming magical energy appeared around the protagonist from how disappointed he was, and Keltron became afraid and fell to his knees in front of him, admitting his guilt and begging for forgiveness. The protagonist excitedly tried to stop him, telling him to get up, as he was just a little upset about the pain in his stomach. Keltron got up and asked if his stomach hurt badly. He suggested that he should get some medicine, but he refused, assuring him that he was fine. In the end, he decided that he had heard everything he needed to and decided to go and rest, wishing Keltron a good job before leaving. He simply asked him to come back safe and sound. Sihan knew that Keltron was right because he was the only one who did not know about it. He remembered the cold look 10 years ago and realized that it was a manifestation of Levin's true identity. He returned to his room and cursed when he realized everything that had happened. A little while later, he changed his clothes, and Alita realized that he was going somewhere. He was bored, so he decided to go for a walk, because there was nothing to do in Tanor, and he decided to borrow a book or something. She wanted to go with him, because she was also bored. Sihan did not know if it would be okay if she went outside, but she thought that it was not scary, because she had mastered the power of 1,000 forms of the Empress. Suddenly, Dina ran closer, who noticed that Alita was going somewhere. In that case, she decided to go with them, but Xenon came closer, grabbed her, and said that they had a class, so she was not going anywhere. He could not let her ruin the romantic atmosphere for the protagonist, and Dina did not plan to stay and admitted that she thought their class was supposed to be tomorrow. She wanted to intervene since she could not leave Alita alone with Sihan. Plans changed, so Xenon dragged her to study, and the protagonist and Alita noticed that they had become very close. Soon, they went outside and noticed that the atmosphere in the city had changed, so it was now more lively. Although the protagonist had a personal goal, he was still proud of his work. Alita suddenly noticed a library in the distance and suggested that they go there. They walked around the library for a while, looking at the books, and Sihan noticed the titles of some of the works. He could only guess what these works were about, and suddenly he noticed another book called The Love of the Savior from Another World. He assumed that it was about him and Lavina, and if there was a reprint, then it turns out that even after 10 years this story is relevant. However, when he opened the book, his eyes widened, not understanding what it was. He was shocked that the book was called The Love of the Savior from Another World, and in the illustration in this Lilstein hugs him. He assumed that the author of the book did not know that his love was Lavina, and reminded him that Lilstein is a man. He did not understand what all this meant, but Alita just smiled and did not explain anything to him. Soon she bought the book, and the seller thanked her for the purchase, and Sihan doomedly bowed down because he was very tired, and also noted that the world of novels is terrible. After that, they decided to rest in the square and move to another place. They noticed the statues of the heroes of the revolution, and Sihan was curious when Jacksongard did this. However, there was nothing wrong with it, and Alita suddenly noticed that there was a statue of the main character there. However, this statue looked completely different from him, and he was amazed that others saw him this way. Alita realized that the perception of him had changed greatly over time, but admitted that he had achieved a lot. Sihan thought that no one would recognize him this way, but suddenly Alita caught his attention and asked what he planned to do next, now that Jacksongard was finished. She wondered who the next target was, and he thought about it. He could defeat Safran or Lilstein without any problem, since magic did not work on him, but it would be difficult to create a situation where they would fight one-on-one. He considered coming for Tirant at first, since it would be easier to challenge someone who was confident in his swordplay. However, he remembered the conversation with Keltron recently, when he told him about Levin's strength and that Tiorant was close to her in level. If this was true, then Tiorant was also a god rank, and Sihan couldn't be 100% sure of defeating such an opponent, since it was too early. He had accumulated a lot of combat energy, but he still had a transcendent rank, so more time was needed. Alita realized that they would continue training until the protagonist's strength was restored. But he was not going to wait even though 10 years had already been wasted. He simply could not do that, and so he chose Karen as his next target, deciding to find her first. Alita was surprised, since Karen was called the Immortal Witch. She was a priest healer and a divine warrior with the power of destruction in one bottle. It was believed that it was impossible to have such different powers at the same time, but Karen's talent was enough to do the impossible. However, she was not that strong, because her strength did not lie in her combat skills, but in her ability as a priest to heal and kill enemies en masse with prayers. The latter gave her the reputation of being able to infect others with all sorts of diseases, and it was a terrible ability, because even the most powerful mage or warrior was weak in the face of disease. Alita became worried, realizing that Karen was not so easy to deal with. This was certainly true, but in fact everything was fine, since creatures from another world were not susceptible to diseases, and Karen's power did not affect him. It turned out that not only Karen's ability, but also no diseases in general were scary for Sihan. This was really so, and it made him happy, because otherwise he would have already died. Alita did not understand how this was possible, and she assumed that diseases were a type of magic. The protagonist did not think so, because earthly diseases also did not affect the inhabitants of Tanor. Along with him came bacteria that withstood the grip of antibiotics, and he himself was a carrier of all sorts of diseases. The dimensional portal was far from being a doctor to let only good bacteria through, and that was a mystery. Alita did not understand what antibiotics and bacteria were, but she did not ask about it. She wondered what level of development a being had to have in order to cross the portal. Sihan smiled because that was one of Lilstein's goals. He remembered Lilstein wondering what qualified as a living being that could pass through the dimensional portal. Sihan thought about it, and although he was not sure, he guessed that a living being meant something with a soul. But this was not a simple question, and Lilstein asked what would happen if a person died while passing through the portal. He wondered if a living dead person, like a ghoul, could pass through the portal, and also what would happen if a dead woman still had a living child inside her. Sihan warned that he looked scary, and Lilstein explained that this was how magic was researched. He also asked if a person was sucked in while defecating, and their feces were halfway out of their body. Would that be considered part of the person's body? The protagonist was horrified by this example, and at that moment, Karen, who had come closer, hit Lilstein on the head, asking if he had to talk about such things before eating. He complained that it hurt, and she only smiled and closed her eyes in response. Sometime later, she had already set the table and sadly apologized to her companions, since it had been difficult to get the necessary ingredients lately. However, Sihan was sure that everything was fine and asked Teorant to confirm it. He said that it was indeed delicious, and Lilstein suddenly noticed that Karen was not sitting down to eat and asked if she would join them. But she was not hungry, as she had eaten while cooking, and Lilstein and the protagonist looked at each other, then called out to Karen and held out spoons filled with food for her to eat. She reminded him that she had eaten, but they continued to hold the spoons with food in front of her, and she noticed that they were just like children, but still bent down to eat the offered treat. Sihan and Lilstein were happy when this happened, and then they called Teorant's attention to themselves and told him to do the same. He was annoyed and would not do it even under pain of death, and the protagonist was displeased when he finally refused. Eventually Teorant stood up, as he was full, and offered them to eat, or throw away the food, as he didn't care. However, he also figured that there would be a place in hell for someone who would let such food go to waste. Lilstein and Sihan decided that he was just a grumpy old man who was also incredibly rude. He angrily ordered them to shut up and leave if they were done, and Karen simply smiled, watching them. Eventually the boys started to leave the house, and Karen called out to Sihan, and he looked surprised as she came closer and put a scarf around his neck. She used the remaining fabric to repair his scarf and advised him to take care of himself as it was getting cold. He would be warmer now, and she smiled happily, and he looked slightly embarrassed. In a way, Karen was like a sister to them, or even like a mother, despite the fact that Teorant and Lilstein were older than her. Sihan always wondered if he had a sister, would she be like Karen? She was a very kind-hearted, calm, good, and smart person, and the smile did not disappear from her face no matter what troubles or difficulties she faced. She smiled even when she was killing Imperial soldiers, and it was really a little creepy. It was not only with Karen, because they were all very close. And the protagonist thought that this is how it happens in families, but now he learned a lesson. He pulled himself together, and Alita wanted to tell him something, but he moved away from this topic, offering to go back since it was too late. Indeed, a lot of time had passed, and it was so much that he could no longer return to those days. The capital of Inacius Licitarium was also the city of the goddess. And in a high tower, sitting on a throne, was Karen, who had heard the news that Jacksongard had been overthrown. Ains was the new ruler, and Karen's subordinates assumed that Keltron, a close confidant of Jacksongard, was behind it all. Some of them found the name Keltron familiar, and remembered how he was said to have the body of a sage and the mind of a beast. Karen found this very surprising for such a coward, since it was very unlike Keltron to be single-handedly behind such a great event. She ordered her subjects to investigate, and they agreed. She decided to listen to the next news, and was told of settlers who had fled from Jacksongard's tyranny and settled here. A group of several people broke into a temple and stole an offering for the goddess. Karen remembered that these people were supposed to be provided with food and supplies, and so she did not understand why they had done such a thing. In fact, the person in charge of distribution had been caught embezzling, so the refugees had not received the support they deserved. But stealing the offerings to the goddess was a grave sin, and the problem was the punishment. For although it was a grave sin, it was unfair to judge those who had tried to save a family from starvation. Karen warned that they would adhere to the divine commandments, and nothing would justify their actions, so she ordered the embezzler and those who had stolen the offerings to be hanged. Her subjects were horrified by this verdict, but did not object, and Karen warned that secular laws were derived from human emotions, and therefore it was unfair. They only had to follow the laws made by the goddess, not by men, and only the teachings of their goddess led them down the right path. She finally let her subjects go, and they looked at her without any emotion. Although they recognized that this trial was indeed fair, they decided to do as the commandments said and left. Sometime later, Keltron happily announced that he had done everything that Sihan had mentioned. Now he, Zeno, Alita, and her apprentice Dinah were part of the delegation to Latenburg, sent to Inacius. Sihan was very surprised, since it was too fast. Not long ago he told Keltron that he needed to meet with Karen, and asked if it was possible to arrange it in a way that was as natural as possible. He simply asked Sihan to give him a day, and he honestly admitted that he thought Keltron needed a day to make a plan, but he had already managed to finish all the preparations in that time. In order to become a legitimate ruler, recognition from other countries was needed, and it was expected that the new King Ains would send a delegation to another country for this. However, the protagonist did not understand how Keltron had included them in this, since he had assumed that the process would be long and complicated. But he had left a place for Sihan and his companions from the very beginning. Indeed, if everything was already planned, then it was not easy, but if everything was done as he had done, everything was simple. Keltron had prepared all this from the very beginning, and Sihan assumed that he was ready for any plan he had. However, next time he advised him to ask him himself, rather than deprive innocent people of work. Keltron agreed with this and decided to carefully prioritize in the future. The protagonist assumed that the work for Jacksongard was difficult, but Keltron did not pursue this topic further, but noted that the kingdom of Inacius was positive about the new king, and the same applies to other states. If Sihan participated in the delegation, he would be able to arrange a meeting not only with Karen, but with other rulers as well. However, Keltron warned that there was someone who was not included in the list of these rulers, and Sihan guessed that since this person was close to Jacksongard, he would not like Ains. However, he believed that his former comrade would not show his position openly, and he also hoped that he would not start a war. And he also noticed that they would meet with Saffron earlier than he himself planned. Only the kingdom of Saffron among the neighboring countries did not make any announcement about the coronation of Ains, and perhaps, as Sihan said earlier, it was due to Saffron's close relationship with Jacksongard. They could not be called close friends, and it was more like control, because of Saffron, Jacksongard was involved in the Kugor War. This was another confirmation of their close relationship, and although according to the official version, Jacksongard gave up the throne of his own free will and became a free commoner, for Saffron, who was well acquainted with him, it must have looked suspicious. Sihan didn't want to cause inconvenience to others because of his revenge, but if it came down to it, he assumed that they should deal with Saffron first, not Karen. Keltron didn't think he needed to worry so much, because everyone except the Saffron Kingdom was friendly to the new government. That is to say, they had the support of the Lilstein Kingdom, the strongest among them. Lilstein and Safran were mages, which meant that they had been rivals since the revolution, so under the watchful eye of his opponent, Safran would not make rash moves, so as they planned, the protagonist had to go to Ignatius. His departure was in 3 days, and Keltron decided to prepare everything for this. Sihan realized that he had foreseen all this, and he only smiled in response, and the protagonist realized that he could now rest easy. He counted on Keltron for this matter. 3 days later, Sihan's team joined the delegation to Lettenberg without any problems and set out. One of the men sitting in the carriage called out to Sihan and asked if he really didn't want to ride in the carriage. The thing was that it was still quite a distance to Ignatius, but the protagonist replied that everything was fine since he was much more comfortable riding. The man asked him to tell him if he was uncomfortable, and he thanked him for his concern. He hadn't ridden a horse for a long time, and he had gotten so used to it that at first he even missed it. He didn't have time to continue thinking, because suddenly Alita, who was barely controlling the horse, told him to be careful, and managed to stop the animal only when she rode closer. He noticed that she was not used to it yet, and she admitted that she did not feel safe. It was indeed dangerous, so Sihan advised Alita not to overexert herself. Even with the running technique, it was still difficult to keep up with the horse, and she really wanted to learn how to ride when she got the chance. Xenon was a knight, so it was like breathing for him, and Dina was from a rich family. The protagonist noted that Alita's family was not poor either, but she reminded him that her family had fallen. This was indeed the case. And Sihan asked how the fall of a 1,000-year-old state and a family could be related. Alita decided to try to get used to it before they reached Ignatius. Sometime later, when it was already evening, they set up camp, and while the others were busy setting up tents, the protagonist noted that this was different from the second coming of the Sihan sect, since the soldiers did all the dirty work for them. Having power, in his opinion, was great. Xenon thought about it, remembering that they were not mercenaries, so he did not understand why the delegation members had to sleep in the open. He thought Keltron had thought of everything, but there was nothing he could do about it, since this country was not that developed and did not have the luxury of fast communication between villages to warn about the delegation. Also, most of the territory was cut up by mountain ranges. There used to be a Jarat government road through the mountain range, but during the revolution, the bridge over the gorge was destroyed and it was never rebuilt, which is why they have to go by long roundabout ways. If the bridge was intact, they could trade with Ignatius 3 times more. And these words showed that Dina really was the daughter of a merchant. Alita noted that bridges in the mountains were not so easy to destroy, and suddenly noticed the expression on Sihan's face, realizing that he had done it. He noticed that Jacksonguard had also tried. They did not think much during the battle, and if you think about it, a lot of infrastructure was damaged precisely because of them at that time. He was disappointed that the commoners were surviving as best they could, and he had only added to their misery. He had done too much in the past and decided that he needed to be more careful in the future. However, he did not know what to do right now, since the soldiers were setting up camp for them. Zeno decided to help the soldiers carry their luggage, and Alita thought about practicing horse riding. She asked Sihan to watch over Din if he was free. He asked again, but still stood in front of her and prepared for a duel. She ran towards him, warning that she was advancing, and he wondered how things turned out like this. Dinah tried to attack, but the protagonist easily parried her blow, and when she tried to hit him several more times, he blocked her attacks each time. He liked her fighting spirit, but she needed to know when to stop. He noticed that she was open and hit her, causing her to fall. Sihan warned her that she was losing her mind during the battle. One had to have a clear mind to better control the body when wielding a sword. Dina had to be angry, but she couldn't let anger cloud her eyes. Anger could ignite the spirit and give energy to fight, but anger clouded the vision and mind. Dina realized that even if she was angry, she shouldn't be angry, and the protagonist admitted that she was indeed right. He also advised her to be collected even during training, as if her life depended on the outcome of the battle. This was not only because simply swinging a sword would not help, but also if she continued to do so, it could become a bad habit. This meant that she couldn't take shortcuts, but at the same time, Dina had to be focused, but not waste all her strength during training, because then she would simply be exhausted and would not be able to improve. This meant that she still had to take shortcuts, and Sihan doubted that she had understood his words correctly. However, Dina was delighted by his advice, as she expected his words as the successor of the King of Mercenaries to be very useful. She assumed that he too had studied these basics before taking up the art of the sword, and he asked in confusion. He remembered how he was covered in bruises and breathing heavily as he stood in front of his opponent. He ordered him to hold his sword properly and struck him again, causing Sihan to fall to one knee. The man warned him not to be a child, unhappy that he had to babysit him. They only needed the protagonist's friend as mages were always more useful, and he offered him to contribute as well, since he was lucky enough to be here because of his friend. Suddenly, Lilstein appeared next to him, outraged by what the man was doing. He frowned in displeasure, and his interlocutor explained that he was teaching Sihan how to use a sword, as warriors must go through fire and water before they themselves can stand on their own feet. In his opinion, the protagonist will either cope or die, and he warned that she will die tomorrow if she continues to act like this, after which he left. Lilstein was worried about the protagonist's condition and squatted down next to him, and Sihan burst into tears, because he came here only 3 months ago and did not understand what he did to deserve this. He was an ordinary student, and Lilstein said that misfortune does not come from wrong actions, because life is irrational and suffering is inevitable. The protagonist had to continue living, because it would be unfair if he ended his life here, in a foreign land. He promised him that they would survive. The protagonist was distracted by his thoughts about Dina, did everything as he advised. He praised her for her excellent work, offering to end it here, since almost everything in the camp should have been ready by now. She agreed and thanked him for this training. After she left, Sihan remembered again that he had been taught swordsmanship by a bandit from the alley. He had not taught him fencing or fighting techniques, but his lesson was more important because he had shown him violence. Thanks to him, the protagonist realized how fragile people were, and when he had grown a little stronger, he killed the man. This bandit showed him what kind of determination it took to survive in the living hell that was Tanor. The camp was indeed set up quite quickly, and some soldiers stood guard. Xenon was glad that it was just like a real army. Alita assumed that it would suddenly rain and monsters would appear, but Sihan warned her not to slander, because the weather was simply wonderful. The three friends laughed, and Dina was glad that they had gathered a great company. The beef stew was also very tasty in her opinion, but the other three of her friends froze, clearly dissatisfied with these words. They didn't understand how she could admire this stew, but they decided that Dina was too modest, so nothing could be done about it. Since they always ate Xenon's food, their taste standard had become higher, but Dina had never tried his food before, so she said such things. Compared to Xenon's food, it was all too bland, but they had no other alternative. The taste sensations were completely different, and Xenon's cooking was on a different level, so now Alita and Sihan were angry at him, because this was all because of him. Dina still didn't understand their reaction to this. Soon, it was already deep night, and they found a place that would suit them perfectly. The protagonist suggested that they could begin their training, and explained that today, they would learn a new technique. Alita was to learn Levin's stealth technique, and Xenon was to learn mountain climbing and explosive art. Alita was hesitant about this decision as these techniques were quite difficult to master, especially since Sihan was from the ground, he would hardly be able to explain the nuances in detail. However, he had already thought of everything, and if they did not understand, he would simply demonstrate these techniques to them personally, and every time they did not succeed, he would show them again and again in his performance. Alita assumed that this would indeed be the case, and Xenon asked the protagonist to take care of him. These were the unique fighting techniques of the heroes of the revolution, and so Alita assumed that it would be suspicious if they, who were not related to them, used these techniques. Even if Sihan was the successor of the mercenary king, knowing such techniques was not the norm, but he told her not to bother her head with it, as they would simply say that they learned these skills from someone older. She did not understand it, and the protagonist admitted that Jacksonguard learned his explosive art in this way, since it was a common occurrence in those days. The masters who turned away from the empire entrusted the future to the younger generation and passed on their techniques to them. It did not matter from whom they learned it, but the main thing was that the technique suited everyone, and so Sihan suggested that they begin. He showed Alita and Xenon the techniques, and after some time had passed, he was already breathing heavily, not understanding why they were training, and he was tired. All this was because every time they failed at something, he showed them these techniques. Sihan suddenly noticed that he was hungry, and Xenon offered to cook them something. He was about to go and get some meat, but the protagonist didn't understand where he was going to get it, since it was hard for them to train while the others were sleeping, so he suggested not to waste time. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Xenon had already returned with 2 killed rabbits, and Sihan and Alita were surprised by this. Xenon, noticing their reaction, assumed that they did not like rabbit meat, but this was not the case, since they reacted like that because he caught the animals so quickly, and it seemed like they were waiting for him to catch them on purpose. He simply had good luck when he hunted, and when he was hungry, the whole world seemed to sense it, and the prey would appear on its own. Sihan realized that this was not the first time, and warned that this could not be called ordinary luck. Suddenly, his eyes widened and asked Xenon to go hunting again right then and there. He agreed, and the protagonist froze, realizing that what he felt was like a battle thread. Thanks to one of these threads, Xenon sensed a squirrel, but he assumed that it was too small to be prey. Xenon's sense and accuracy were at an absolutely high level, and Sihan assumed that it could be used in battle. So he was very surprised. He had seen many high-ranking swordsmen, but he had never seen such techniques, so he asked Xenon where he learned this. He did not even know that he used any technique, which meant that he had been using it subconsciously all this time. This also meant that he became a knight, not because he had no talent, but because he was unable to awaken his true abilities, and his development slowed down. That was why Sihan stepped aside a little, taking out salt crystals from his bag, and he asked if Xenon could count how much of this was there. He almost immediately answered that there were 136 crystals, and he did not understand why the protagonist would suddenly ask him such questions, and ask him to hunt. He was going to deal with the rabbit carcass, since the freshness of the mass was the most important thing. Sihan assumed that it was a mistake to teach Xenon the mountain climbing art and the explosive art, since what he really needed was the art of the Titan King. Xenon's mouth fell open, since the art of the Titan King was one of the 4 outstanding techniques of the hero from another world. He did not understand how he could learn it, and the protagonist replied that the original user of it was an old man. For Xenon, it was an honor, but he did not know if he could master it. The course of this art was quite complex and sophisticated, so only talent for learning it would not be enough, but Xenon with his incredible potential would be able to stand against the other heroes of the revolution. Sihan admitted that he was blind, because, looking at Xenon's size, he was sure that he would be the engine of power. However, if we consider his daily behavior, it was safe to say that his technique was the most delicate. Come to think of it, Xenon only used his great talent in cooking and cleaning. Xenon finally decided to do his best to master this technique. In the morning, they continued on their way, and this time, Xenon, Sihan, and Alita did not give up the carriage as a means of transportation, and slept inside it. Dina wondered what they did last night if they were now falling asleep on the go. The man, unlike her, was not interested in this, but was only disappointed, because they said that they did not want to ride in a carriage. Suddenly, Dina noticed the capital of the holy state, Inachius Licitarium, ahead. Soon, in Licitarium, one of Karen's subordinates greeted the delegation, and the chief among them thanked them for their warm welcome. Sihan looked around boredly and noticed several familiar faces, assuming that they had been with Karen since the revolution. None of these people should have recognized him, since he had used the energy of 1,000 dimensions. Finally, Karen entered the hall, and before sitting on the throne, she looked at the guests who had arrived. They were amazed at how beautiful she was, and Alita noticed that she was one of the 7 heroes of the revolution. Alita had heard that Karen was over 30 years old, but Xenon looked even older than her, and so he was indignant at Alita's words. However, she suddenly became distracted, paying attention to Xenon's condition, since he did not understand who this woman was. Xenon and Alita were surprised by his words. They assumed that it was not Karen, and although he still did not fully understand what was happening, he was sure that it was definitely not Karen. Alita assumed that this woman did not look like that, but in fact, they were similar in appearance, and their appearance was exactly the same. However, this woman was completely different inside, and Sihan did not even know how to explain it. But when he saw her, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Alita assumed that Karen had changed over time, and she thought that it would be strange if it was the same person as 10 years ago. Xenon suggested checking it again, because the protagonist would be able to see Karen tomorrow from a closer distance, since a reception was scheduled for the arrival of the delegation from Lattenberg. At that moment, Dina ran into the room. We took out clothes for tomorrow's metro event for all of them. It was a ceremonial robe for the Gallon people, and they prepared it especially for the delegation from Lattenberg. It would most likely need to be hemmed, so Dina ordered them to try it on right away. Alita looked at herself in amazement when she tried on the clothes, and Dina admired her beauty. Sihan was surprised that they wore such clothes here because he had not seen anything like it before. The thing was that all other cultures were ignored during the reign of the Berserker King, and they began to revive again after the lands were divided into 6 states. The protagonist looked at Alit, and she suggested that she looked strange because she had not worn dresses to receptions for a long time. Sihan said that she did not look strange at all, and she thanked him for these words, and Dina was indignant that this was all the protagonist could say. He did not understand her displeasure, but simply asked if he could take off these clothes already. From all these layers, the clothes were very uncomfortable, and he would not be able to walk in them. In this case, he needed to wear them until he got used to it, since the program included a ball, and Sihan would have a hard time dancing if the clothes got in the way, which Dina warned him about. He froze when he heard about the ball. And Alita remembered that she had not been to such events for a long time. Dina also had not been to a ball for half a year, and Sihan looked at Zeno, who also had not been to a ball for a long time. The protagonist was outraged that he was there too, and assumed that he could dance too. All the knights knew how to do it, and Dina looked at Sihan a little displeased, assuming that he did not know how to dance. He did not need to know how to do this, because when time passed, he collided with the enemy with swords. This is what he called dancing. He did not know what to do, because he did not think that there would be a ball here, and he would need to dance in order to get closer to Karen. He panicked, because he did not know how to dance, and Alita smiled, realizing that there was still something he did not know how to do. She decided to teach him, and came closer to him, advising him to focus on her breathing. He had to walk with her, and when they took a few steps and Alita started to spin, Sihan suddenly turned her wrist and pressed, causing Alita, Dina, and Xenon to scream. Dina was outraged by what the protagonist was doing, and he explained that it was instinctive. It had become a habit for him, and he doubted that he would be able to handle all of this tomorrow. The next evening, an event began in the central tower of Lysatarum, which was called the Night Eye of the Outskirts, in the Star Palace of the Moonflowers. People were walking through a spacious hall, musicians were playing instruments, and various foods were placed on the tables. Xenon had never seen such food before, and it tasted unusual, so he wondered what it could be. It was their traditional food, gurus, and when Sihan tried it, he was surprised because it tasted like japchae. He did not think that he would be able to taste Korean food in Tanor. Xenon decided to try to recreate it later if Sihan liked it so much. The protagonist suddenly noticed that Karen had not arrived yet, and decided to wait and see her. Dina was delighted that there were so many people here, and she noticed that Alita was too nervous, although they had not been to a party for a long time. Her state was caused by the fact that there were strangers everywhere. Suddenly, Bright from the Amos family noticed Dean and approached her and Alita. Dina did not know who he was, and although he had heard that he was here, he did not think that they would meet face to face. She looked very similar to her mother, and he recognized her at first sight. He introduced himself, telling her that Dean's mother was his mother's sister. She remembered the Amos family. She had heard of them, and her aunt moved there to get married. She was happy to meet Bryce and told him her name, and he admitted that it was nice to finally meet her. Duran Grant came closer to him, curious about what was going on. Bright explained that he had met his cousin and introduced Duran, who was his family's guardian knight. Sihan and Xenon, who were standing off to the side, became curious about them and came closer, realizing that something was going on. They turned to Dina and Alita to find out, and Dina explained that she had met her cousin and introduced Bright. She also pointed to the protagonist and Xenon, explaining that they were the escort knights of the Keltron family. She said their names, and Alita introduced herself as well, and Bright looked at her in delight, noticing that she was as beautiful as her name. He asked her to dance with him, and she humbly agreed. Dina was angry, as Bright could directly say that Alita was his original target. Xenon laughed, as Bright used Dina to get closer to Alita. Duran looked at Dina's angry expression, and then called her over and asked her to dance. She smiled happily, accepting, and Sihan and Xenon realized that this was a happy ending. The protagonist's eyes suddenly widened as Karen had arrived, and he was glad that she was finally here. She walked down to the hall. Many noticed that she was as beautiful as ever, and they did not know if she would dance, as hardly anyone would dare to ask her. Many men realized that no one here would have the courage to ask the hero of legend to dance, so they should just try not to bother Karen. However, Sihan approached her and bowed, introducing himself and asking her to spend some of the time God had given her with him. Everyone was amazed that someone would invite Karen. The protagonist never thought it would attract so much attention, but he had no choice, as he had to test Karen himself. She accepted his offer, and they began to dance. One of the men admired Sihan's courage, as he did something that none of them could do. Someone suggested that if he were 10 years younger, he would have done roughly the same. The protagonist finally noticed that the time had come, and realized that he had no choice but to show Karen the fruits of his labor. He remembered how Alita had noticed that his body was used to fighting, and because of this, he looked a little clumsy when dancing. If that was the case, then he needed to think of the dance as part of the battle, as if he was slowly luring someone into a trap. Now, everyone was amazed at how Sihan danced with Karen. They thought it was incredible, and one of the girls got goosebumps just from looking at it. In her opinion, it was delight, but Xenon was sure that it was fear, since he felt the bloodlust coming from the dance. Karen also found it interesting, since she felt something in the protagonist's dance. He admitted that she was really beautiful, like a princess of the moon castle, so even the hares living on the moon would be blinded by her beauty. Karen froze in bewilderment, repeating his words about the hares on the moon. Long before that, Karen was surprised that there was a moon on Earth too. Sihan confirmed this, and also said that there was even a storytelling about hares living on the moon. These stories were created because of the shadows that outwardly resembled the figure of a hare. The people on Earth seemed very interesting to Karen, and the protagonist was surprised and told her about other stories about the moon, and so they continued their conversation. Karen now thought that rabbits living on the moon was a very interesting story, and she asked where Sihan heard that. He frowned a little, but did not show it too much. Finally, he finished his dance with Karen. It was an honor for him to spend time with her, and she was also very pleased. When she stepped aside, the protagonist clearly understood that it was not Karen. Soon, in the vicinity of Ignatius, in the Ibransel Highlands, in the Black Ivory Tower, the magician Howland reported that they had found the heir of the Luskland family. Brundle praised him for his good work, but noted that it took longer than they expected. The whole thing was that they carefully hid their identities under the guise of high swordsmen, and they learned that this man was currently acting as an escort knight of a noble family. Brundle realized that it was difficult because of the title of the High Swordsman, because even with the power of the Berserker Emperor, it was hard to think that this man would live as a knight and not a mage. She thought for a while, then ordered Howland to send a message to the Moon Tower to the priest Romant, and if it was him, then they would gladly cooperate. Howland realized that she was talking about the heretic preacher, and asked if there was a reason to ask him for help. Brundle was sure that magic was useless in the fight against a monster summoned from another world, and they could not lose the Luskland line again. They had to be prepared for anything, and Howland understood everything. Sometime later, Sihan told his friends that he learned that the Karen they saw was not the real one. In that case, he wondered who this woman was, and where the real Karen was. He only had more questions to answer, and Xenon also admitted that it was all very confusing. They couldn't just go around asking where Karen was, and Sihan pointed out that the reason Keltron had made them escorts was so that they could easily contact the higher-ups throughout the mission. However, in the current situation, it would be too difficult to get any information they needed. First, they needed to find out everything about the real Karen, and the protagonist suggested that they should get close to the nobility. This idea occurred to him because the nobles they met at the reception were Din's relatives living here. That's why he suggested trying to contact them. A little later, Duran had already arrived at the mansion, and he was glad to see Din again. He had come to escort them from the Amos family, and Dinah was happy with the way he addressed her, and also thanked him for the invitation. They couldn't do otherwise. After all, she had come from far away. Sihan was thinking about how to get closer to them, but the situation was such that everything was working out very well. He knew that Bright and Duran were quite high-ranking people, so they should know something about the head of their church. This was a great opportunity to learn something about Karen, and he was distracted from his thoughts as the man driving the carriage warned that they were leaving. As they settled into the carriage, Duran asked permission to introduce himself again, and told them his name. He became a high swordsman at the age of 18 and had served the Amos family for about 6 years. He noticed that his conversation partners were also knights, and although he was confident in his skills, he still felt awkward calling himself a high swordsman. He also noticed that Dina was also on the right track to becoming a strong knight, given the level of masters she was training with. But she noticed that she was not that talented, since she had not even learned how to strengthen her body with the fighting spirit. Duran explained that the purpose of swordsmanship was not to become strong, but to protect one's honor and those close to one. So just because one was weak did not mean one could not wield a sword. Although he said so, he had not always been the best student, and so he was confident that given enough time, Din would become strong. She looked at him with admiration, and although Duran was right, his words disgusted Sihan. But Xenon, in contrast, was delighted and assumed that Duran was a true knight. Alita was suddenly distracted from their conversation as she noticed that they had already arrived, and Duran welcomed them to the Amos mansion. As they walked further, Bright also greeted them, as it was an honor for him to welcome such important guests. He had not managed to find out anything about Din the last time, so he asked how her mother was doing. She was very busy, but healthy, and Bright guessed that everyone in Lattenberg was very busy at the moment, so Dean's mother must be working hard. Sion was already getting bored with all this, because he had only come to find out who Karen was. However, he could not ask her directly, and it was not a topic to discuss with a stranger. First, he needed to get closer to Bright, who in the meantime had turned his attention to Alita. He had not been able to sleep well since the first time he saw her, and so he gave her a bouquet, asking if she would give him a chance to get to know her better. Everyone was amazed that he did it so abruptly, and Alita guessed that they had skipped several steps further, because she did not even know Bright and did not understand what the bouquet was for or what kind of self-confident expression he had on his face. Duran begged that this would not happen again, because Bright confessed that to every girl he liked. He really wanted to get to know Alita better, so he asked her if she would become his lover. She looked at him with confusion, then calmed down and thanked him, but apologized to him for refusing, because she already had a lover. She hugged Sihan's hand, and he looked at her with genuine amazement. Xenon and Dina were surprised, and Alita added that she belonged entirely to the protagonist. He felt very awkward that everything turned out this way, and he apologized to Bright for not telling him about it earlier. He was clearly disappointed, but calmly retreated and apologized to Alita for it. He decided to leave for a while, and Sihan felt terrible that everything turned out this way. Duran apologized for Bright's behavior because he had no idea that he would rush into it. But it was too late now, so they all thought that it would be better for them to rest and talk about everything tomorrow. When Sihan arrived at the right room, he froze in shock when he looked at the decoration of the room. He did not understand what kind of room it was and was confused along with Alita. The maid explained that Bright prepared it especially for the two of them. He confessed to Alita, not knowing that her lover was standing behind her, and so he decided to apologize for the misunderstanding, wanting them to be happy. The protagonist and Alita assumed that Bright was being too generous. The maid decided to leave, wishing them good night, and Sihan did not understand what to do now. Alita announced that it was time for them to sleep, and he noticed that she was very calm. She thought it was nothing, since she was more nervous when she saw the protagonist without clothes. He was indignant, since it was not necessary to say this, since someone could misunderstand her. However, he remembered that this was not the first time, since they used the same room in Cargon City. That's why he shouldn't have reacted so violently, but suddenly he noticed that Alita took the blanket and lay down on the floor. She wished him good night, and he realized that she was nervous too. He didn't understand why she was pretending, and decided to lie down on the floor himself, but she tried to refuse because she was comfortable here. In the end, they still lay down on the bed, with their backs to each other. The last time they slept together, Sihan slept peacefully, and he didn't understand what was going on now. He thought it was because of the decorations, and suddenly he heard Alita call out to him. She understood that they were here to learn more about Karen, and therefore they should get closer to the Amos family. She hoped that she did not interfere with their plans, but the protagonist thought that everything would be fine because Bright did not seem so petty to him since he even provided them with such a room. Alita laughed, agreeing with this, and for some time they were silent. Alita finally decided to read since she couldn't sleep. Sihan warned her that her eyesight would be damaged if she read in the dark, but it was okay since a nightlight would be enough. The protagonist created a magical light since it would be better, and Alita was surprised that magic was very helpful in such situations. She decided to read out loud, and Sihan agreed with this since he was going to sleep anyway. She started reading, and the protagonist didn't understand what it was, and Alita explained that it was the famous speeches of the alien savior when she noticed his reaction. She thought Sihan was saying a lot of cool things here, and he was outraged that she actually thought he said something like that. It was slander, and Alita read the next line, and Sihan was forced to admit that he really said that. He cursed because Alita was laughing, and he was angry that someone could publish things he said in an emotional outburst. He thought it was a new form of torture, but the awkwardness of the situation was gone, so he even thought it was good. He supposed there were books like that, but he was still surprised. There wasn't much about Sihan's first appearance in Tanor, and Alita noticed that. The protagonist barely reacted to these words, and she realized that she didn't need to be told that. But that wasn't the point, and Sihan thought about it, remembering that it wasn't a funny story at all. He was standing in a dungeon, chained to a wall, and he was very exhausted. A memory of an explosion behind prison bars appeared in Sihan's mind. Sihan was thrown in the opposite direction, wheezing in pain. The gloomy man looked at this and said that there was no point in continuing the experiments because he was useless. Another gloomy man turned to one of his comrades, ordering him to heal the burns. While the magician began to treat, one of the gloomy men continued to say that he was the same as other creatures from another world, and that treatment worked on him, unlike magic. With annoyance, the man admitted that he was just another ordinary person, after which he irritably asked what to do now. His question was addressed to the man with a cold-blooded expression, whom he addressed, calling him Sir Sparkant. Sparkant furiously approached Sihan, grabbed him by the clothes, and asked, "Just a useless child?" He began to scream hysterically that a creature from another world must have some kind of unusual ability. The magician turned to Sparkant and told him that he had not yet finished with the treatment, but Sparkant ordered that the treatment be stopped. Then Sparkant asked again, "An ordinary person?" In a fit of rage, he suggested using experimental drug samples on him, after which he turned to Lilstein. Sparkant shouted that he instructed him to watch so that he did not die. Lilstein answered affirmatively to this request, addressing Sparkant as a teacher. Lilstein became Sparkant's student at the age of 12 because at that time he hired talented children, and Lilstein turned out to be one of them by chance, and by the age of 20 he managed to master only second-class magic, not because of a lack of talent, but because the teacher did not teach him anything. Lilstein was a genius who achieved this level on his own, and if Sparkant had been a direct teacher, he would not have let his talent go to waste. When Sparkant observed his activity, he said with a grin on his face that he had acquired a pretty good specimen. Initially, Sparkant saw Lilstein as not an object for research, which is why he used him accordingly. Thus, instead of developing his potential, he experienced a lot on him, because of which Lilstein was forced to suffer, and he had no choice but to adapt to this reality, because he had no way out. Then for Sihan and Lilstein, this world became hell, and Lilstein felt that they were connected to it. That day, Lilstein turned to Sihan and asked him if he was from another world. Then Lilstein introduced himself, saying that he was responsible for him. Beaten Sihan, gloomily looking ahead, asked himself what he was telling him, because he did not understand anything. Lilstein sadly assumed that he did not understand this language, and at that moment, Lilstein became the first person to show him kindness in this world. Demonstratively pressing his palm to his chest, Lilstein repeatedly said his name. Looking at him, the main character assumed that he was trying to introduce himself. With a friendly expression, Lilstein pointed his finger at himself again and said his name, after which the protagonist did the same and pressed his hand to his chest and said his name. Then, Sihan had the opportunity to learn the language and the basics of this world from Lilstein, and this was a guarantee that he had at least one person on his side, and thus they became friends. After another story, the beaten Sihan said that he could not believe that his story was so similar to his, except that he did not have shackles. Lilstein smirked and replied that the fate of a weak person is the same everywhere, after which they punched each other, offering not to die on this day. 3 months after the protagonist arrived in Tanor, their lives changed dramatically. Abundant magical energy splashed out in different directions from the body of Sihan, who was screaming in pain and levitating in space. His eyes glowed brightly while he screamed hysterically. One of the guards loudly asked what happened after, which he noticed that it was impossible for so much mana to have accumulated in him. Sparkant, with a tense expression on his face, looking ahead, asked if there was a possibility that the speed of mana accumulation was faster than that of an ordinary person due to the fact that he was from another world. The next moment, a sly grin appeared on his face. Looking into the air, he began to joyfully shout that this was a useful result. The worried men noticed that, however, such a flow was difficult to control, and if they did nothing, the life of the sample could be in danger. Sparkant replied that he had a plan, and he had finally found a use for this worthless thing, and now he would not let him die. Lilstein ran up to Sparkant from behind, who, with a worried expression on his face, clutching a sword in his hands, informed him that he had brought what he asked for, after which Lilstein asked Sparkant if he was sure that this could help Sihan. Looking at Lilstein with cunning, Sparkant noticed that he had arrived on time, after which he ordered Sihan's limbs to be cut off. Lilstein, in shock, asked him again with his eyes wide open, to which Sparkant shouted that the explosive flow was coming from his arms and legs, and if they were cut off, they would be able to control it, because his limbs would not be needed for their experiments. Looking tensely ahead, Lilstein understood that he could not disobey and could not do this. Sparkant irritably asked him why he was standing there. He began to shout that this was just an experimental sample, and if his body and head were in place, he would not die. While Lilstein continued to silently look ahead, Sparkant shouted in rage that he was a weakling. after which he ordered that the sword be given to him so that he could do it himself. Sparkhant began to insult Lilstein, but he did not have time to finish, because his eyes became wide open from surprise and he turned around in confusion. This happened because in anger, Lilstein pierced his back with the blade of the sword. With a bloody mouth looking at Lilstein, Sparkhant asked him, "How dare he?" The next moment, he fell lifelessly to the floor with a hole in his back. The rest of the guards began to run in horror in different directions, screaming loudly. Breathing heavily, Lilstein looked at the suffering protagonist and advised him not to control mana, but to shoot it. The next moment, a powerful concentrated magical flow was directed at the ceiling, due to which the roof instantly broke into small pieces, and the magical flow rose high into the air. The protagonist was fast asleep, and Alita silently looking at him. Realizing that she did not know that he had gone through this, she assumed that perhaps they saw each other not as friends, but as saviors. After which she asked herself, how then could he betray his friend? She decided that she could understand him for the reason why he was so hurt by betrayal. Looking at the dozing main character, Alita came to the conclusion that he was definitely sleeping. Looking at him with disappointment, she began to think about the fact that she was a girl and why he did not care at all. Suddenly, she realized her thoughts and confusedly asked herself, what was she thinking about? She understood that it would be worse if he cared about it soon after which she decided to fall asleep. But her dream was not destined to come true, because Sihan abruptly rose and began to look around. Then the main character abruptly approached Alita and said that it was not time to sleep. In frightened bewilderment, Alita began to ask him, after which she shouted out that it was already late and they should sleep. The main character abruptly said, 1 priest, 2 swordsmen, and 4 magicians. Then he shouted out that this estate is surrounded. At this time, a group of soldiers stood at the gate of the estate in which they were. Looking at them, Sihan noticed that they looked like they were ready to break in at any moment, after which he asked why they were here. With a serious expression, Alita said that they need to prepare for battle. The next moment she tore the clothes off her body. The protagonist confusedly asked her why she suddenly undressed. With a calm expression, Alita said that she can't fight in her pajamas, then asked him to change into armor too. Sihan looked at her in confusion, thinking that she was embarrassed just recently by being in the same bed, and he doesn't understand her. The mage, addressing the main knight as a priest, Lument asked him if all these soldiers were really needed. Then he noticed that Luskan's blood had been diluted, and there was no one who could use the summoning spell from another world. Well, so he didn't think it was worth such a big effort. In response, Lument asked him, what if the opponent was dealing with a monster from another world? Lument confidently shouted out that there was nothing wrong with being prepared in advance. The mage looked at him angrily, realizing that the Blue Ivory Tower was paying for all the preparation costs, but it was too late. After that, he said that he thought there would be no problems with the encounter with the alien monster. At that moment, a man approached the gate and angrily asked, what does this mean? This man was Bright, who shouted that this was the residence of Count Amos, that is, the place where they worship the Temple of the Moon and the Crown of Lisath. And then Bright asked them if they understood how rude it was to bring soldiers at such a late hour. Lument smirked in response, after which he furiously asked, how dare he talk about the Temple of the Moon when he was hiding the descendant of Lusklan? Lument called him an atheist, after which Bright asked him again in confusion. All the people in this place reacted with surprise to this statement. Alita was incredibly tense. In her head there were thoughts, was she exposed and were they here because of her? Lument said that because of this disgusting hair he understands that there is no mistake. Pointing the sword to the side, he declared that there is nowhere else to run. Alita noticed that this sword is not pointed at her, after which all the people here began to look where Lument was pointing. The blade was pointed at Duran, who was ordered to surrender. At first, Lument called him Duran Grant, but soon shouted out that he was Dugrant Lustanad Lusklan. Alita, watching what was happening in surprise, realized that it was not her, but their target, Duran, after which she asked herself, is he also a descendant of Lusklan? With a confused smile on his face, Duran asked what they were talking about, and then Duran hesitantly said that he was from the same clan of Bryans as the Emperor Berserker. Bright began to hastily confirm this, stating that this was a misunderstanding. Then he began to state that if Lusklan has blonde hair, then not every blonde is Lusklan, because by this logic, Alita would also be Lusklan. Alita looked at Bright in fear, then turned her gaze to Lument, who assumed that they wanted to deny it. The magician shouted that if they wanted to prove their innocence, then they should surrender, because the truth would be revealed during interrogation. The Sihan squad watched closely as Duran suddenly grabbed Bright and ordered everyone not to move. Duran then guessed that they didn't want to see the head of the heir to Amos fall to the ground? With a tense expression, Duran cursed, noting that he had managed to trick this stupid noble and he couldn't get caught here. Lument happily noted that he had finally shown his true colors. Then he asked himself, did he really think that he would be embarrassed by the hostage game? The mage quickly turned to Lument, explaining to him that this was very bad, since they were a noble family. At this time, Duran quietly turned to Bright and apologized to him, explaining that this would not lead to doubts in the Amos family. Then he abruptly pushed him aside and looked at Bright one last time with a friendly smile on his face. Lument ordered his soldiers to charge. However, Duran hastily ran away, jumping over the high fence. An enraged Xeno ordered them to give chase since they could not lose sight of him. When everyone ran away, a confused Dina said that Duran was a kind person who was a terrible lustclan. Suddenly, Alita rushed in pursuit. Her comrades looked after her in surprise, but the main character, heading after her, cursed and asked Xeno to look after Dina. Xeno obeyed his command and then also ran after them. Bright was left alone, sadly looking after the fleeing ones. At this time, between the houses, the knight was thrown aside by Duran's attack. Lument, turning to him, explained that it was useless because he had no chance to escape since his identity was revealed. Duran shouted that he did nothing, but the next moment he was slammed into a concrete wall by a powerful attack. Spitting blood from his mouth, he listened as Lument told him that he would be sent for questioning, because even such a criminal has the right to a trial, and the goddess will decide whether he is truly sinless. With a painful expression on his face, Duran asked again, "A fair trial?" Then he said that it was obvious that the result would be death by hanging. He exhaled heavily from his lungs and asked if there was another way. The next moment, Duran admitted that he did not want to do this and clenched his fists sharply. A loud, frightening sound began to be heard along the city street. The main character, who was running after Alita, asked her what was wrong. Alita apologized to him, saying that she did not think about it, and then told him that she knew the real name Duran and perhaps that they met when they were children. Suddenly, they looked in front of them with surprised expressions. Something was glowing in front of them with an incredibly bright light. The magician, looking ahead in horror, shouted that he had summoned an otherworldly monster. A dark, frightening thing was coming out of a magical portal, high in the sky. The fighters looked in surprise at the monster that appeared. This huge, awkward creature roared loudly, holding Duran on its back. With a tense expression on his face, looking ahead, Duran cursed in his mind, realizing that he had not planned to summon such a monster. But now he had no choice. Concentrating magical energy around his hand, Duran pointed his palms forward and ordered the monster to follow in that direction. Opening its mouth wide, the huge monster attacked the fleeing knights in plate armor who loudly screamed for help. Lument addressed the soldiers and ordered them not to panic. He reminded them that they were the blades of the great goddess and that Kronlasath was protecting them, after which he asked what they were afraid of. The knights agreed with this, and one of the guys shouted that the city would be destroyed if they did not fight Ant, so he would not let his family go through this again. Inspired, the soldiers rushed to attack with renewed vigor. Lument also rushed at the monster, holding his sword in front of him, and delivered several wide sweeping blows. However, none of the warriors were able to pierce the monster's thick skin. He did not know that he was actually capable of a summoning spell from another world, and he should have taken more soldiers. The adult male mage concentrated magical energy in his hands, addressed the other mage as a Halan, and advised him to regret it later, because they had things to do even if the magic did not work. The mages used spells because of which huge boulders began to surround the monster. Lument, addressing the warriors, shouted that the mages blocked the monster's escape route, after which he ordered to kill the monster now. The knights continued to injure the monster to no avail. The protagonist and Alita watched what was happening, after which Alita noticed that the monster was strong because a master-rank swordsman and a divine warrior, as well as warrior and knight-rank swordsmen and hundreds of elite soldiers and a mage of the Black Ivory Tower, were only capable of preventing the monster from moving. With a worried expression on her face, looking ahead, Alita asked if all the monsters of the Berserker Emperor were so strong. The protagonist answered her negatively, after which she suggested how such strong monsters were. She did not have time to finish because Sihan, calmly looking ahead, explained that if the monsters of the Berserker Emperor were so weak, they would not have to work so hard because Jacksangard himself would have managed. Xenon ran up to them from behind and apologized for being late. At that moment, he was carrying Din in his hand. The protagonist, in furious bewilderment, asked him why he was here with a child. Confused, Xenon began to make excuses, saying that he himself told him to look after Din, to which the protagonist shouted that he'd not mean that. Dinah looked at the monster saddled by Duran, who tensely asked them to stop the attacks because he had no intention of hurting them. He watched the monster beat the soldiers and again asked them to stop, explaining that he could no longer control the monster and he just wanted to get away from here. Zeno, looking at what was happening, asked if anyone had died despite this chaos. The protagonist explained to him that Duran did not want to hurt anyone, and most likely he controlled the monster's power. Alita intervened in the conversation and asked why they should fight then, since neither the soldiers nor Duran had bad intentions, and his father just happened to be the Berserker Emperor. Then she asked them if this was such a big sin. Suddenly, a loud roar made everyone present look at the monster in surprise. With a pale expression on his face, Duran began to deny what was happening, realizing that the monster's behavior was starting to get out of control. At that moment, the bloody bodies of the knights began to smash to the ground. The guy named Laufin noticed that he had finally shown his true face, but another knight asked him to stop. But a moment later, a powerful blow to the back threw Laufin aside. Blood began to splash out of his mouth abundantly, and with great momentum, he smashed to the ground. Another knight with an angry expression on his face rushed to attack the monster and pierced the flesh and began to cut it with his blade. But suddenly, a thick liquid began to splash out of the wound. The liquid hit the knight's face and began to eat away at his skin, soon after which, the knight fell to the ground with foam pouring out of his mouth. The other knights watching this in bewilderment asked, "Could he really use poison?" Then the knight noticed that even Yahello had been defeated. Lumint looked ahead in horror, realizing that the monster had suddenly become stronger. He realized that the monster had been holding back its true power all this time. At this time, the terrifying monster was bloodthirstily hunting the remaining knights and quickly killing one after another. Lumint, looking at the dead warriors, realized that it was his mistake, because he should have called for reinforcements, and he underestimated his enemy. Enraged, Lumint began to curse loudly, while Duran begged the monster to stop with tears in his eyes. Soon after, the monster turned its attention to Lumint and began to attack him, aiming a sharp tentacle at the center of his face. A second before his death, Lumint cursed with a frightened expression, but this tentacle was cut into many small pieces by a sharp jerking movement of the main character. Eyewitnesses looked in surprise as Sihan confidently declared that he would help, after which he asked to evacuate the soldiers. Zeno said that in this case he would evacuate Dean to a safe place and return. The main character asked to do it faster because he could no longer just stand here. Suddenly, Alita stopped him and asked if they could let Duran escape. The main character said that he knew what she was feeling now, but there were too many people here, and if they protected him, it could be dangerous for her. Alita asked him if they needed no one to see them in this case. She confidently stated that she could make this possible because there was a way to temporarily block everyone's view. The main character stood in front of the monster. Lumint, looking at his back, said that his energy was now unearthly. The protagonist abruptly interrupted him and quickly shouted out that he was the disciple of the king of mercenaries Barak. Then the protagonist said that he would take care of this place, and Lumint asked him to take the soldiers and retreat because it was dangerous here. Frowning, Lumint said that he could not do this because this fight was their duty, and as servants of God, they could not surrender. The protagonist began to explain to him that no matter how important the honor was, he suggested that they could not compare it to human life. Thinking, Lumint agreed with him and then ran in the opposite direction and asked him to buy some time. With a confident smile on his face, Sihan said that it had been 10 years since he had to fight the Lesklan monsters. Soon after, he rushed to attack the monster. Duran warned him that it was dangerous and the monster wanted to attack him because it was out of his control. With a calm expression on his face, Sihan dodged the monster's attacks and then used the art of the Tyrant King called Waves and began to cut several tentacles at once. Looking at Sihan in surprise, Duran asked himself what kind of skill this was and wasn't he a knight-ranked swordsman? During the battle, Sihan thought that the monster continued to regenerate even when he cut it, and it would be convenient for him if he could use it in conquering the heavens or the energy of the dragon's sword, because the art of the Tyrant King is not suitable for fighting monsters. But in this case it would be difficult for him to hide his identity. Suddenly, Xenon turned to him from behind and said that he would help. The protagonist was glad to see him and then asked him to take care of these tentacles. Roaring belligerently, Xenon realized that he could finally use the art of the Tyrant King in a real fight. At great speed, clutching a sword in his hands, he rushed into battle and began to carefully cut the flesh of the monster with a huge sword. Soon, Xenon said that he was starting to get used to it. The protagonist watched the events with confusion. He understood that Xenon attacks like a boar and fries like a bee, and his swordplay became strange due to the fighting technique. But soon he came to the conclusion that in fact the art of the Tyrant King does not suit Xenon, because it is his personal version of the skill. Sihan thought that the monster's legs are tied, and its attention is focused on Xenon. And besides, Duran is fine and unnecessary witnesses have disappeared. Approaching the tentacles of the monster from behind, Sihan prepared to attack, knowing that the back is an ideal blind spot. Concentrating magical energy in his hand, he decided to take care of this part, soon after which, he froze the flesh of the monster using the energy of the dragon sword called 8 Honors. Duran turned back in confusion and looked at Sihan, who stopped the monster, and understood that now, it was Alita's turn. Suddenly, Alita appeared out of nowhere with her attack, causing stone fragments to fly in different directions. Looking down in fear, Duran noticed that there was magic on the ground. The next moment, there was a powerful explosion. The knights nearby were surprised and asked what happened. They could not see anything because of the dust. Soon after, one of the knights, looking at the monster's body, shouted that the monster was defeated, and they were able to defeat the otherworldly monster. The protagonist, looking towards the city, wished Duran good luck with her escape. At this time, Alita and Duran ran together through the gloomy city streets. However, Alita soon tiredly shouted that she could not do it anymore because her stamina was running out because she used magic. Duran asked her why she was helping him. He reminded her that she was Lusclan and she would be in danger if she helped him. Alita sat down on the ground and asked him to run away before they started chasing. Suddenly, Duran's gaze changed and he began to carefully examine Alita and then asked her, "Alifaris?" Then he asked her if she was Seraphine's daughter. Alita looked at him carefully in response. Duran was glad to see that she was also alive. However, he then admitted that there was no time to rejoice at the reunion and approached her and said that there was something he had to tell her before he left. He began to whisper in her ear surprising information, after which Alita asked him again, but in response, Duran only said that he trusted her. A sudden, sharp, bloody splash flew out of the surprised Duran's chest. Drops of blood related to Alita stained her body. Blood began to fly out of Duran's mouth in large quantities. Alita looked in surprise as her relative fell lifelessly to the ground. Then, a voice said, noticing that he almost missed this insignificant person. Duran's killer was Lument, who was staring ahead with a sword in his hand. With a pale face, Alita looked at him in surprise. When Lument approached her, he asked her how she was feeling, after which he noted that he was glad that she was safe, because it seemed that this villain tried to escape with her as a hostage, but fortunately she was safe. And because of this worthless person, so many people suffered. Crushing Duran's skull, Lument turned to the corpse, asking if he really thought that he would succeed. Then, smiling, Lument told Alita that without her, nothing would have worked out, and that they were indebted to them. Then he asked her how he could repay her for her service. Confused Alita, pressing herself against the wall, explained that due to her inattention, she almost missed him, and that the destruction of the disgusting Lusclan family was their duty. At this time, the delighted knights shouted that the victory over the monster from another world was amazing. Then the voice noticed that the protagonist was Barak's disciple, and he could not even imagine that Barak could have 2 disciples. Confused Xeno asked again, 2? With a smirk on his face, Sihan noticed that he had also taken part. Then Lument approached them and thanked the protagonist and said that thanks to him, many casualties were avoided and that he should thank him for that. However, after that, Lument said that the monster was very big and it would be difficult to remove it. The protagonist explained that there was nothing to worry about. Soon after which, they said goodbye, and while running away, Lument thanked Sihan again for his help. Suddenly, a question appeared in the protagonist's mind. Why remove it? Because it was a monster of the other world. Because these themselves disappear if you burn the summoner's heart? The protagonist asked himself, don't they know this? The protagonist said that it was impolite to touch a dead body, even if it was a descendant of the emperor, after which, he came to the conclusion that they did not care. Xenon asked Sihan if he was worried about the fate of Duran's body. Xenon then said that he heard that the mages froze the body and moved it to the ivory tower. The protagonist began to question him, but Xenon explained that he knew nothing more. Sihan thought about it and thought that it was suspicious. He began to talk about how the ivory tower mages were also involved in the conspiracy, and the monsters with otherworldly powers, as well as the corpses of those who control them. He remembered the monsters he fought, as well as Duran, and decided that there was some connection between them. Looking at the monster's body, Sihan said that the Theolant said that the first time was an accident, the second a coincidence, and the third was inevitable. And all these events were related to the other world and were unlikely to be coincidences. so he had to find out as much as possible. Sometime after these events, in the bright mansion, the owner was sitting on the couch with a lost look and talking about Duran belonging to Lusklan. The protagonist and his comrades approached him and informed him that they were returning. Bright quickly stood up and apologized for disturbing them, then said that he would prepare a carriage. But the protagonist noted that now was not the best time for pleasantries, and there was nothing wrong with that. Sad Bright said that he was very sorry and they would contact Dina later. Looking around, the protagonist asked, "Where is Alita?" Tina told him that Alita said that she forgot something in her room and would come soon. At this time, Alita entered Duran's room and remembering his words that the item was in the mansion in the third drawer of the chest of drawers, Alita opened this cell of the drawer. Looking inside, she realized that there were only clothes and nothing special. She had already assumed that she had been deceived. After which, she noticed that there was less space inside the drawer than there should be, and judging by the size, perhaps, she felt the hiding place under the chest of drawers and took out a book from there. When she opened this book, she looked in front of her in horror, since it was a collection of the wisdom of Lusklan and research on otherworldly summoning. In a rage, Alita wanted to throw this book away, but stopped herself, remembering Duran's dying request. She exhaled heavily from her lungs and said that she could not do this. Brundil contacted His Majesty through the communication device and reported that he was in their hands and the blood of the Lusklan descendant was pure enough to open a portal at a distance of 30 meters. Then Brundil noted that unfortunately they could not catch him alive, but they were careful and everything was fine with the heart. Lilstein noted that this was good and then ordered that it be immediately delivered to the Red Ivory Tower. Addressing Brundil, Lilstein said that they had worked hard and would get what they wanted. Lilstein understood that summoning Lusklan creatures from another world was more than just the ability to manipulate changes. But the most terrible thing about this was the continuous mental control over the summoned creatures, because in their lineage, there was an attribute called the attribute of changes, and it also had the key to complete mental domination. With a smirk on his face, Lilstein said that, however, Terranor's magic did not work on otherworldly creatures, and this could not be used yet. He said that it was a blind spot, and the solution was in front of him because the otherworldly summoning of Lusklan is the only magic that works even on creatures from another world. The jubilant Lilstein began to shout that, in other words, the Lusklan bloodline contains valuable magical power that is used to summon from the other world, and if they can study their blood, they will be able to use magic even on otherworldly creatures. He shouted that the blood of the past Lusklan was too weak, but now they have a direct descendant of the Emperor, and finally he can fulfill his dream. Sometime after these events, Lument solemnly announced that by the power of the crown of Lisath on behalf of the people of Terranor, he praises him for his valor and justice, after which shouts began to shout, wishing the Sihan squad the blessing of the full moon. A voice shouted that this is the guy who defeated the demon Lusklan. There was a noise in the hall. Someone's voice said that he heard that this is the heir to the king of mercenaries. Then, a voice addressed to them shouted that they were young and already masters of fencing. One of the nobles remarked that he was very talented, but there was already a lord in Rattenberg. Another noble answered affirmatively, saying that he had heard that he was a knight of Keltron. The lords thought that this was the noble who had the body of a sage and the mind of a beast, after which one of the nobles asked in surprise, "Such a wonderful guy works for such an insignificant person?" Among the nobles, the idea arose that Sihan could be lured away, after which they all rushed towards Sihan trying to get his attention. Soon after these events, the protagonist, heavily exhaling air from his lungs, began to complain that it was good to have connections in aristocratic society, but it was incredibly difficult to be in this every day. Zeno asked him if this was possible. Then he noticed that the rumors that he was a disciple of the king of mercenaries were spreading too quickly. The protagonist joined him, saying that he was also afraid that his fictitious identity would become too famous, but they had no choice, because to get close to the king, certain abilities and status were needed, and when he was in society, he always disguised himself as a toilet seat and was confident that he would succeed. And then, the protagonist, breaking the fourth wall, shouted out a remark about using toilet seats even if they were not needed. Suddenly, Alita entered the room, noticing that not only Sihan was famous, but that she had once used an arcane blaster for no reason, and a rumor had spread that she was a 7th-level mage, after which she began to receive constant orders. Then Alita shouted out that, in addition to this, Zeno considered mercenaries to be the king's second disciple. She asked, what if the real king heard about the rumors and decided to find out everything? The The protagonist noticed that if she was talking about an old man now, then everything was fine, but he was afraid that Xenon would become famous, because unlike them, everyone already knew him, and it would be strange for knights from the kingdom to be a disciple of the mercenary king. Suddenly, a joyful Sihon shouted out what he had come up with, and told Xenon that he would be Xenon Stride's twin brother. His comrades looked at him in bewilderment, asking themselves, what was the meaning of this? Xenon said that he always wanted to know the King of Kings and was a big fan of the otherworldly savior, and the Heavenly King was the savior of the world of combat equipment. So he came up with a plan that during his mission, he met the disciple of the mercenary king, Barak. The protagonist, understanding his plan, asked if this meant that they would say that he learned the king's power from him. Xenon confirmed this, suggesting that by doing so, they would not even lie, because lies work best when they are based on the truth. After that, Xenon admitted that these were the words of Lord Keltron. Sihon also said that since childhood his magical power was so high that he could not cope with it, and a random old man who passed by taught him optical system magic, to which Alita asked with displeasure, "Another old man?" Soon after, the main character suggested getting down to business and started a conversation about the whereabouts of the real Karen Inatsis. Then he asked his friends if they had any information. Alita answered him negatively and said that she had been meeting with the aristocrats for more than 2 weeks, but most of them did not suspect that their keeper was fake. The main character thoughtfully agreed with this and remembered the conversation when one of the aristocrats asked him why such a talented guy obeyed Keltron. After laughing, Sihon explained that he was a good person if you get to know him better. Then the main character began to talk about the fact that Karen is very young, and it seems that nothing has changed at all in 10 years. The aristocrats began to say that this is really amazing, and no matter how much she calls herself immortal, no one is eternal. With a sly grin on his face, Sihon began to say that he was so surprised that at first he did not even believe it, and perhaps that this saint is not the revolutionary hero Karen Inasius. The aristocrats laughed, noting that this was an interesting thought. But it was not so, after which they began to talk about how her church hosts the Silver Moon Festival every year, and at this event a sacred ceremony is held that is dedicated to the goddess of the moon, that is, Kron Lisata, and no one except Karen can imitate her colossal power. The main character told his friends that if there is enough evidence, then no one will doubt Karen's identity. Zeno suggested that it is possible that the real Karen has already died. After which he asked, couldn't they just put in a replacement with divine power as powerful as hers? Alita began to reason out loud that the power was as powerful as that of the revolutionary hero Karen, after which she wondered why such a strong person would need to disguise himself and how she thought Karen's successor could take her place. In response to this, the protagonist noted that Karen's true strength is that she has the powers of fairies and Freyr and not her divine abilities, which would make it clear if the heir was pretending to be her, so he does not think there is a person with equal strength to her. Soon after a short silence, Sihon announced that they have 3 hypotheses. Alita suggested that it is a disguise in order to hide her identity, since it is unwise to create an image of an immortal that will stand out from the crowd, and she suggested that in fact, even the royal nobility is interested in this. After that, Alita said that the reason why the fake Karen stays young is to always keep the face of the real Karen. The protagonist noted that this sounded plausible and suggested that the fake one usually takes over and the real Karen only intervenes when consciousness comes. And most likely the real Karen is alive and well. After a while of silence, each of them wondered, where is the real Karen in this case? They realized that they finally had a lead, after which the protagonist grimly decided to use extreme methods. He confidently announced that they would contact high-ranking officials who knew what was going on and interrogate them themselves. Alita irritably asked him if he was serious now. Then, she stated that they would not do this because kidnapping and torture was too risky and immoral. The protagonist explained to her that they would interrogate them, not torture them, and he would use confession magic. So if their opponent was a cleric, everything would work out. Zeno asked if confession magic would work without torture, after which he noted that he had heard that even the best mages have difficulty with mental magic. The protagonist said that he would understand everything when he saw it with his own eyes, but the problem was that this method could only be used once or twice, and you had to be sure that the person being interrogated knew the secret of the fake Karen. Alita noted that they knew someone who knew the real Karen, and that person was the fake Karen herself. The guys looked at her in surprise, after which Sihon realized that she had said something about kidnappings. Then the protagonist suggested that in that case, they could immediately kidnap the king of the most powerful country, Tanor. Alita explained that this was just a suggestion, after which Zeno noted that it would be impossible to penetrate an entire kingdom, to which the protagonist replied that he could do it just like stealing. Zeno exclaimed in admiration that nothing was impossible for an otherworldly savior. With a thoughtful expression on his face, Sihon suggested that this could be done with the help of stealth, because if they were caught, their identity would never be known. The protagonist was worried that Lavina might suspect something, but that was no longer his business, after which the protagonists decided that it was worth trying, because they had no other choice, and suggested calling the operation the kidnapping of the fake Karen. In the Anaceous Empire there was a grandiose high tower called the Eye of the Night, and if other royal palaces of Tanor consist of a large main palace and smaller surrounding buildings, then this building has an atypical structure because the entire palace consists of only one huge tower. Looking in front of him, Sihon thought that if we draw a parallel with Korea, then this tower looks more like a high-rise residential complex, because it was made so big that it cannot even be compared to a palace. The main character thought about how many bloody tears must be shed by the people to build a tower of such dimensions. Remembering the appearance of Karen, Sihon thought that she would not be like that. After which he began to hastily interrupt his thoughts, asking, "What do you mean, not like that?" Irritably turning to himself, Sihon asked, "He suffered so much, but still cannot forget about it." He understood that there was a reason why the palace was built so high, because the Tanor churches consider approaching the sky as communication with the gods. So, the higher the building, the higher the authority and dignity of the church. But whatever the purpose, he realized that this building was built through the back-breaking labor of people. The protagonist began to reason out loud that thanks to this system, it would be easier to find the fake Karen, because they say that only those whom the moon goddess loves the most have the right to live in the place closest to the moon, and accordingly, the high priestess's chambers are at the very top. Joyful Sihon said that it is convenient to know the location of the target in advance, because when he tried to kill the emperor, he constantly changed his sleeping place, and he tried to get to him several times. But he always failed, and besides, the security became more serious each time, and in the end, he gave up. Alita looked at him intently and asked, "Tried to kill him several times?" Then she asked him, "It turns out that he was that criminal?" Evil Alita started screaming that the imperial palace was turned upside down because of the assassins who invaded one after another. Because of this, she had to get up much more carefully, and she lived locked in her room for a month, and now it turns out that all this was his fault. The protagonist confusedly apologized to her, noticing that she really was in the palace at that time, and he caused her trouble. Soon Alita turned to the side and noticed that the clouds covered the moon. The protagonist decided to start because in such darkness, everything will work out. Before leaving, Alita wished him to be careful soon after, which the protagonist used the skill of temporary invisibility and in the form of a shadow began to move forward rapidly. At great speed, he approached the tower and flew past the guards, began to rise from one floor to another, soon reaching the top. Standing on the top floor, Sihon thought that everything was going well because there is nothing more effective than walking under invisibility. However, then he noticed that there was a lattice of light metal in front of him, and the local owners were ready for the invasion of uninvited guests. The main character knew that this was a magical metal that emits light and a roar when confronted with martial, magical, and sacred arts. That is, it was a means of preventing crime that was created as part of the confrontation with hired swordsmen. Making a sharp jerking movement with concentrated magic in his hand, Sihon was able to break this lattice without any problems. Noticing that it was powerless against invisibility, because the darkness of invisibility hides not only the appearance, but also blocks light and sounds. When Sihon entered the room, looking around, he assumed that it seemed to him because he was definitely here for the first time, but it seemed familiar to him. He began to examine the corridor in front of him and came to the conclusion that he had definitely been here before. He thought that there was no doubt about it, because when he looked closely, he realized that the palace had the same structure as the central palace of the Ist Clanium, that is, the capital of the Laskan Empire. He assumed that this was not a new building but an extension to the original one, and realized that in that case it was not an unbearable burden for people. He quickly ran forward, asking himself, "Doesn't Karen indulge in luxury and pleasure?" Reasoning about this, he asked himself, if so, then why did she betray him? Fake Karen suddenly opened her eyes and began to look around, asking, "Who is here?" Suddenly, a sharp dagger was pointed at her neck. Sihon, who was hiding behind her, ordered her to sit still and explained that if she moved, he would cut her throat. Karen fearfully asked him who he was. In response, the protagonist asked her who she was, and then noted that he knew that she was not the real Karen Ignatius. Fake Karen began to scream that she did not understand what he was talking about. The protagonist asked her if she would continue to pretend. Then he asked why she cared about this blade, because if she were real, such threats would be ridiculous, because with the power of regeneration, the cut carotid artery would easily recover. Fake Karen could not answer him, after which the main character said that a fake cannot have such power, and if she does not want to talk, then he has nothing more to do here because he is busy. The next moment, he introduced magical energy into her body using the ability of God's plan. He understood that this is a unique technique of the otherworldly savior that suppresses divine power, and since the spiritual power of the cleric is similar to divine power, under the influence of this magic, the cleric feels abandoned by God. With a smile on his face, Sihan explained that this is a technique that is specially designed to deal with those on whom the neutralization spell does not work, and if you use it often, his presence can be detected. So he saved this trick because it works great on clerics. Looking at the unconscious fake Karen, Sihan said that with the help of God's plan, it is easy to weaken consciousness and the magic of confession. He abruptly stopped, looking ahead in surprise, and then asked himself in fear, why was she already unconscious? He shouted that it was impossible for her to lose consciousness, and then he began to loudly ask how she could pretend to be Karen with such weak divine power. He ordered her to get up, but suddenly a voice addressed Sihan by name. Confusedly looking ahead, Sihan asked, Korean? Fake Karen stood up, her eyes glowing a bright purple color. Then the body of the fake Karen began to levitate in the air. The protagonist looked at this tensely and asked, how is that possible? Then he shouted that if he heard right, then she spoke Korean. And if she knows Korean, then he asked himself, is she really the real Karen? Karen said that in Tanor there is only one savior from the other world who can use God's plan. And in this case, the one who listens to this message is Sihan. The protagonist quickly came to the realization that this Karen is definitely fake, and the real one left a message in her subconscious with the help of divine technique. And when he used God's plan, he made the message come to the surface of her consciousness. Thus, the protagonist realized that she not only proved that it was she who left the message. Then he asked if she knew that he would return. Karen's voice uttered a request not to touch this girl because she would not say anything anyway. The protagonist realized that she did not answer his questions, and it seemed that she was simply transmitting a ready-made message, and it was impossible to communicate through her. The real Karen assumed that he was looking for her, and then said that if this was so, she would wait for him in a village on the outskirts of Lysotarium and then invited him to come to Glam. After these words, the body of the fake Karen unconsciously fell onto the bed. Silently looking at her, Sihan addressed Karen by name. In the distant past, voices cried out solemnly, Norse Clanium has fallen, after which the townspeople wished well to the revolutionary army and the 7 revolutionary heroes. The protagonist watched what was happening through the window and said that everyone was very happy. Karen, turning to him from behind, suggested that the Norse Clanium townspeople suffered from the tyranny of the emperor, after which she noticed that now only Clotil remained. The protagonist confirmed this with a smile on his face, saying that the final battle was approaching and they must definitely win. Then he shouted that if they win, she will become the bishop of Kron Lisat. Karen looked away with displeasure, which caused the protagonist to ask her what kind of expression she was wearing. Karen noticed that many people followed her, so she would not be able to refuse this rank, but in fact, she did not want to become a bishop. The protagonist asked her in surprise, isn't that the highest rank in the clergy? Karen explained to him that if she becomes a bishop, she will not be able to get married. Looking at the confused Sihan, she asked why he was so surprised. The main character answered her that it was just not like her, after which Karen admitted that she wants to give birth to a child from her beloved man, and she wants to give birth to as many children as possible who will be like her beloved, and perhaps there will even be 12 children. The main character asked himself in bewilderment, 12? Then he suggested that she wants to assemble a football team. Karen began to ask him what football is. The main character explained to her that it is a popular sport on Earth, and this is a game in which they compete for victory by kicking a sword with their feet and scoring it into the opponent's goal. Karen suggested that this is an imitation of cats, after which the main character thought that he was afraid of the reaction of the football players to this comparison. Then the main character noted that he does not know who will become her husband, but it seems to him that this man will have a hard time. Smiling, Karen noted that her chosen one should be capable of such a thing. Joyful Sihan shouted that this man must be able to make her happy because he will not leave an incompetent guy alone. Karen asked him, not to worry, because this will not happen anyway, and for the sake of the church and countless subjects, she must become a bishop and understands that this is just an unrealistic dream. Currently, on the outskirts of Licitarium, in the glam settlement that looked like a lost village, Alita walked through the tall grass and said that this is the wilderness. Then Alita asked Sihan if the queen was really hiding here. The protagonist suggested that in some sense this place suits her. Soon after which they saw a child. They noticed several children playing with a sword, looking at them. Sihan said that she really liked children. The boy ran for the sword, and when he tried to pick it up, he saw a stern Xeno, which is why he began to scream shrilly in fear, running in the opposite direction and warning the other children that a strange man had appeared. Alita sternly addressed Xenon and asked him to be more restrained, to which Xenon asked himself, what did he do? The children ran into the house and, addressing the girl as a teacher, reported that scary people had come outside and there was a huge man. The girl teacher stroked the boy and asked him not to worry, after which she assumed that guests had arrived. When she left the house, the main character and his comrades looked at her in surprise. Looking at her face, the main character first surprised and then furiously shouted, "Karen!" Alita abruptly interrupted Sihan because the child was very scared of his screams and hid behind Karen. Karen explained to the children that these people were her good friends and they should not worry, after which she asked the children to go play inside the house. When the children left, Karen, addressing Sihan, assumed that he also did not want to make a lot of noise. She began to tell him that she left a trap on that girl just in case, but he really came back. In the forest thicket, Sihan and his comrades stood opposite Karen, who assumed that no one would hear them here. Smiling, she noticed that the protagonist had matured, after which she asked him if these guys were his new comrades. After that, she assumed that these guys even knew about his true nature. But the protagonist sternly answered her that she was unperturbed, as if she had really been waiting for him. Karen said that Lilstein and Saffron said that he would never be able to return. But she did not believe them because he was amazing and broke barriers that seemed insurmountable. Then she decided that this time he would not give up either. Looking at her intently, Sihan understood that this was unexpected. But it seemed that Karen was not at all confused when she met him, because she completely took the leading position. The protagonist asked her who was the girl who sat on the throne. She told him that this girl's name was Cydia, and she was in her circle, and their appearance was very similar, which is why she used the power of 1,000 forms and changed her face, putting it in her place. Karen began to reason out loud that it was difficult for her, and perhaps this was a side effect of her magic. But over the past few years she had not aged at all, and it seemed that it was very difficult for her to maintain the same appearance as her. Hearing this, the main character remembered Alita's words that this was a disguise to hide his identity. Because it was unreasonable to create an image of an immortal that would stand out, he decided that her reasoning was correct. Then he, turning to Karen, noticed that she really did not age, because she had not changed at all, but inside she had changed beyond recognition. Remembering what she was and what she had become, Sihan angrily shouted her name. Karen asked him if this was all he wanted to tell her after returning. Laughing, Sihan offered to get back to business, after which he menacingly asked why she betrayed him. Karen confirmed that he came back for revenge, and it is obvious that he will be interested in the reason for the betrayal, but then she concentrated magic around her body and asked him, "Is the reason so important?" With a tense expression, Sihan held out his sword in front of him. With a mad look, Karen looked at him and shouted that it was pointless since one of them would die here. She suddenly rushed to attack, using the red moon chain, and tried to shackle Sihan's body, but at the last moment he jumped out of the trap, realizing that she had just wanted to kill him, and this was her true intention. The protagonist began to ask himself, what did he hope for? And does it really seem to him that only she has changed? The protagonist understood that Jacksonguard also shared a sincere friendship about 10 years ago, but Karen could not change. She sent the white moon chains towards him. Sihan intensely used the Emperor's power called the Turbulent Stream. A multitude of intricate magical rays began to tear the chains apart, after which the main character began to move closer to Karen with a swift, jerking movement. She assumed that he decided to close the distance, after which she dodged to the side, tripping him. The protagonist lost his balance and Karen tried to hit him, but he managed to dodge. Karen continued to advance, clenching her hand into a fist, using a hand-to-hand technique of the Moon Temple called Lisataran. Pushing Sihan back, she explained to him that even if he got closer, nothing would change, because her specialty was close combat. With a painful hoarse groan, the protagonist was thrown back. He looked at her with a smile and noticed that she was as strong as before, and perhaps even stronger. In response, Karen noticed that the speed of his movements had also improved, and it seemed that even after returning to his homeland, he did not waste time. Looking sternly at her, Sihan again asked why she betrayed him. Karen replied that thanks to betrayal, she took over the country and became queen, and then asked him if the reason could be more obvious. She asked him what answer he wanted to hear, and then asked if he really hoped that the reason for her betrayal would be more dramatic. Slowly approaching Sihan, she said that betrayal does not require a special reason or cause. Surrounding herself with magical chains again, Karen asked him, did he not come here to talk about past friendship? The main character explained to her that he simply wanted to know why she betrayed him, after which he assumed that he was now her enemy. The main character understood that if Karen, who is always polite to everyone, suddenly switches to personal appeal, it means that she perceives the opponent as a personal enemy. Clutching the sword in his hand, Sihan said that they betrayed him, and no matter what the reason or circumstances, this is a fact that will never change. Directing the blade of the sword, in which magical energy was concentrated towards Karen, Sihan shouted that he will make her pay for her betrayal. The protagonist reasoned that Freya knows many different combat skills, and at the same time, is an excellent owner of even high-class swords, but hand-to-hand combat is more intended for a weak princess and is mainly used for self-defense, rather than for real combat. But Karen still chose hand-to-hand combat skills. At the same time, she did not study individual weapon skills, and instead she completely immersed herself in studying the hand-to-hand combat techniques of the Moon Temple of Lysateran. For this reason, she did not need a weapon, and with a sharp kick, she threw Sihan aside. Looking at his opponent, Sihan realized that at first it seemed like an ordinary kick, but the kick was incredibly powerful due to the fact that it contained divine power, which meant that he would make it so that her attack would not reach him. Directing the blade of the sword in front of him, Sihan used the energy of the dragon sword and sent a beam forward. Karen assumed that he wanted to increase the distance. She was forced to step back, after which she noticed that this was a very standard technique and she was used to such situations. She sent magic chains in his direction. Sihan realized that these chains were lightning fast. The protagonist cursed loudly soon after, which Karen approached him, noticing that she did not even expect it to work. She struck in close combat, throwing Sihan back. He understood that he needed to increase the distance, but these chains were a hindrance and it would not be easy for him. Looking at her, he realized that her divine skill was the chains of moonlight on the surface of the water. He knew that divine chains that were created using the powers of the crown lysate were comparable to the power of incredible energy, because these can not only move freely, as if they were part of the owner, but are also able to be endowed with various properties that give them magical effects. Excitedly entering the battle, Karen shouted that he could not win. The protagonist was forced to retreat, and Zeno, looking at this, said that he saw the power of the 7 revolutionary heroes for the first time, after which he asked, "Is this their true ability?" He watched the battle in fascination, realizing that it was amazing and wondering how he would be able to rise to such a level. Alita thought that compared to Jacksonguard, the scale of the battle seemed smaller, which is why she assumed that they were not fighting at full strength yet. Karen, looking at Sihan, said that his skills had improved greatly, and in the past he had nothing to brag about except the amount of energy. But it was enough. The protagonist told her that he had changed, because 10 years is an impressive period of time. With a smile on her face, Karen noted that it was impolite to appear in such an outfit when her opponent was the world's savior. With one jerk, she tore off her clothes. Xenon and Alita reacted in surprise to this, after which an indignant Alita noted that she was talking about manners, but her behavior left much to be desired. Xenon asked about the reasons for her dissatisfaction, to which Alita shouted that she considered this abnormal. The protagonist suggested that she was gradually becoming more serious, to which Karen replied that he was the reason. She attempted a close combat attack again. The protagonist blocked her attacks with a tense expression, but was still thrown back a long distance. Alita asked in fear why her blows had become more powerful. The protagonist, sitting among the fragments with a smile on his face, noticed that her power was significantly different from what it was a couple of minutes ago. Looking at her clothes, he said that this was the true appearance of one of the 7 immortal witch heroes. Zeno exclaimed in surprise that he could guess why the destructive power had increased. He then said that unlike the destructive abilities of Freya, which strengthen the body or weapon with sacred powers, the healing abilities of Prin are applied directly to other people, and moreover, their effect is increased when used with bare hands. He then added that Karen was also a priest, who simultaneously possessed the abilities of both Prin and Freya. He understood that she was using Freya's destruction magic just like she used the healing magic of the prince. Alita worriedly assumed that this meant, but without listening to her, Xeno confirmed this, realizing that Karen's sacred powers were not just strengthening her body, but intentionally destroying the enemy. At that moment, Karen was approaching the protagonist at great speed, who at the last moment was able to dodge a powerful kick. The protagonist indignantly asked her, in addition to the fact that she was hitting with her bare fists, why was the sacred power emanating even from her knees? Then he asked if there were any princes who healed with their knees. With a confident smile on her face, Karen told him that the idea was not to try to avoid touching, because she was still a mutation, and the Crown Lysate itself did not expect that a case like her would arise. The protagonist tried to counterattack her, but she was able to dodge. The protagonist understood that he could not increase the distance and everything was useless, regardless of the length of the dragon sword, and even if he somehow increased the distance between them, Karen would still reduce it with the help of the moonlight chains. Looking at her, Sihan thought that he assumed that she had become stronger, but not to such an extent. Looking intently at Sihan, Karen asked how much longer he was going to fool around. The protagonist pressed his feet firmly into the ground and began to cause an earthquake and aurora borealis. Bursts of magical energy filled the space and smiling Karen asked, "Aurora borealis?" She was preparing for a new attack, and Sihan thought that this was the ability that was able to pin down Jacksonguard. The protagonist angrily rushed into battle, cursing, asking himself, did she destroy the aura of the earthquake with her bare hands? Karen was rapidly approaching him for a close combat attack, but the protagonist was able to deliberately push away, stepping back. Karen was surprised to notice that it was an elastic barrier, and she hadn't thought of using aura like that. She said that she wouldn't even talk about it, and then asked him why he didn't show off his full strength, because it couldn't be that this was all he could do. She suggested that such an exchange of pleasantries over the past 10 years would be enough. Karen asked him not to be boring in the hopes of gathering intelligence due to his weakness, because such a tactic would only work with Jacksonguard. The protagonist noted that it worked well with him, and Karen smiled and said that she thought that he had dealt with him because he would never have left on his own with his character. Sihan grinned and noticed that even in this position, she was able to get information, and then said that he had taken care of him with the help of the aura that she had just destroyed. Karen asked him again and then noted that over the past 10 years he hadn't learned anything. The protagonist suggested that over the past 10 years he had only eaten and rested. Karen exulted and shouted that, unlike him, she was not a fool who felt sorry for herself. Because a mighty savior was sharpening his blade on them, and she could not just sit there. Straining her body, Karen offered to show him all the great power of a divine-ranked swordsman. The main character answered her in confusion that he had personal problems, which made Karen look at him in bewilderment. Soon she asked again, did he lose all his aura and magical abilities during the transition between dimensions? The main character admitted that he had not lost all his strength, but looking at her, he shouted that everything was not as before, and he had already managed to restore some. At that moment, he asked himself, why was he making excuses in front of her? The main character shouted that although he had not managed to restore everything, he had enough strength to defeat her. Karen also looked at him seriously, getting into a fighting stance. The main character expected her to become stronger and thought that his strength should be enough. The space around him began to thicken, noticing that if she decided to get this thing, that he would kill her. He used Soul Shift and sent many dark streams in her direction. Surprised, looking at this, Alita shouted out that this is his unique skill that suppresses divine light, and it does not matter how big the difference between the forces is, because with Soul Shift, divine powers become useless. And if the enemy is a cleric, then Soul Shift can turn the tide of the battle back. Looking at the magical powers directed towards her, Karen assumed that he wants to suppress her divine powers, after which she asked, does he really think that she does not know about this skill? She shouted out that he cannot kill her like that, after which she used the chains of the pure moon and noted that if there is no direct contact, then Soul Shift is useless. Suddenly, she looked in front of her in surprise, seeing how dark energy penetrates into the chain. She understood that this skill never worked like this, soon after which she released the darkest chains, realizing the danger. She was surrounded by this dark magical energy from all sides and thought that she was in a fog. The protagonist asked her if she was surprised, then he noticed that he had not been idle for the past 10 years either, and the effect did not occur immediately compared to direct contact. But in this way, the Soul Shift would act on her simply through breathing and he could slowly get rid of her divine powers. Looking around, Karen asked him, is this the way? However, She did not have time to finish because Sihan explained that he was a little inspired by her divine art of the blessing of Maladium. Moving towards her, he asked her how it felt to get hit with her own weapon. She jumped back to retreat from him and then looked intently into his eyes. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, understood that her movement and regeneration were slowing down and the soul shift was effective, even against her. He assured himself that he could win, but suddenly, Karen turned to the goddess of Kron Lisat and asked her to bless her enemy with her trials. The test was the plague, and Sihan called her stupid, assuming that she forgot about his immunity after so long. He happily shouted that diseases will not affect him because he is from another world. But suddenly blood began to flow profusely from his mouth. The blessing of Maladium is the result of combining the sacred blessings of the prince and the destructive skills of the Freya, that is, an unstoppable blessing. People often learn to resist curses, but no one even thought about resisting the blessing. So Karen's ability can send a disease to anyone, so she ruled among the rank of masters. But there was one person on whom her ability did not work. That is, the earthling Sihan is invulnerable to all diseases and magic. With the skill of soul shifting, Sihan can suppress divine powers even without restoring all of his own, and he was confident that he can defeat her, but the thick splashes of blood now said otherwise. With a painful expression on his face, he knelt down asking himself what happened. He understood that this was the disease of Tanor, that is, the blessing of Maladium was working on him. He said that it couldn't be, and asked how it could work on him since he had never been sick since he arrived in Tanor. With a sly smile on her face, Karen asked him if he wanted to know the reason. She held out a bag in front of her and explained that the Black Ivory Tower was conducting interesting research, and they were looking for ways to influence creatures from other worlds using Tanor magic. She said that their research had borne fruit, and that this black powder could be used as a conductor. The protagonist stared ahead tensely, realizing that he had seen this powder when he defeated the cultist. Karen reasoned out loud that for some reason this research was classified as top secret, despite the fact that there was no obvious reason for it, and if she hadn't stumbled upon it, she wouldn't have even known about its existence. She admitted that she wasn't sure it would work, but it seemed to her that everything was going well. Sihan looked at her painfully and noted that during the revolution many mages had conducted this research, but they had all failed, and now she wanted to say that the tower had succeeded? Karen assumed that it was Lilstein, since all the third-generation towers except the white one obeyed him. The protagonist thought about Lilstein and admitted that he had always been interested in other changes. His eyes widened soon after, which he began to spit out blood clots with a hoarse sigh, thinking about how much pain he was in. Looking at him, Karen assumed that it was unbearable because he had never even been sick, and unlike him, she was used to the soul shift that he always used during their training in the past. Approaching, she dealt a powerful blow and suggested that he use the skill of a fighting god so that he would not die. Falling to the ground, Sihan asked her if she really thought that he was hiding his powers. He admitted that he had shown everything and that he had nothing else, and that he needed to fully recover and not rush. Karen, looking at him, asked if he wanted to say that he had lost all his powers and was leaking information about himself to his enemies, challenging them to a fight, while he himself did not even have the strength. She started shouting loudly that he was not that stupid. The protagonist looked at her in amazement and asked if she was really worried about him and felt sorry for him now. Karen looked at him coldly and explained that this was the end, after which she wished him to die. However, she was unable to deliver the final blow because Xenon suddenly approached her and tried to interrupt her. Karen, smiling at Xenon, said that obviously his friends could not let him die. She jumped into the air and Xenon asked Alita to go after Sihan. Karen assumed that he thought he had gained some time by weakening her with a soul shift. But then she asked if he had forgotten anything. She used the plague skill simultaneously hitting Xenon and Alita, and soon after began to beat Xenon in hand-to-hand combat. Then she began to approach Alita and say that if she was conscious, then she had a strong aura, and her life was hard if she could overcome the disease with an aura. Karen explained that Sihan was already unconscious and would die from a disease he was not familiar with before, and she did not want to hurt her so much that she asked Alita to be quiet. Alita said that no matter how hard she tried, she could not defeat her. But she was not going to give up. Using a lasso strike, she provoked a powerful energy flow that Karen blocked with many chains. Looking ahead in surprise, Karen noticed that she could use such magic. Then Alita shouted that it was Sihan's turn. At that moment, he was standing behind Karen, who turned around in surprise and thought that this could not be, and how did he get up so quickly? Holding a split sword in his hand, Sihan used a soul shift called Violent Night. This dark energy struck Karen. Levitating in the air, she asked herself what just happened, and how could he get up so quickly. She realized that he would never be able to heal, after which she was surprised to suggest that he was able to sense the flow of aura, and using this he created a way to manipulate the aura and overcome the disease. Although he experienced it for the first time, the protagonist thanked Alita and said that he was alive, thanks to her, after which he furiously screamed that this was the end. Many streams of dark magical energy began to approach Karen and soon enveloped her entire body. While warming up, Sihan said that his pain had passed, after which he suggested that this was because Karen was unconscious. Alita lay on the damp ground, breathing hoarsely. Approaching her, Sihan asked if she was okay. Alita painfully answered him negatively and explained that the disease had stopped spreading, but had not completely gone away. The protagonist asked, "But is he okay?" Alita explained to him that he had always had immunity and the effect of the black powder had probably disappeared. The protagonist thanked her and again said that without her help he would have lost. Alita noticed that they both tried. At that moment, Xenon, with his head stuck in the rock, continued to stick out with his legs up. Alita asked Sihan what she should do now. She said that she used all her magic and could not give him anything. But she needed to hurry so that he could take revenge. The main character asked her not to worry and explained that they would do it after she fully recovered. Alita asked to give her some time so that she could move. Holding his hand on her shoulder, Sihan asked in surprise if she still had magic. Then he noticed that there was quite a lot of magic, to which Alita shouted that this could not be because she was barely moving. Looking at her glowing palms, Sihan said that he understood and this was evident from one glance at her. But he asked where all this magic came from then, because it was definitely her magic. He suggested that it was some kind of energy that she did not know about, and noted that the mysteries only continued to accumulate. Soon after, Karen opened her eyes and asked if she was still alive. Then she looked at Sihan and congratulated him on his victory and noticed that as she thought, the soul shift was incredible and she couldn't even lift her fingers, much less heal her wounds. She asked him to kill her, to which the protagonist replied that he needed to know something before that. He asked her why she betrayed him. Karen demonstratively turned away, after which the protagonist explained that he was asking why she betrayed him. Karen explained that she had nothing to tell him and again asked him to kill her. The protagonist responded negatively, noting that she hadn't killed him. Karen cried out in displeasure that she simply couldn't kill him, and if she had the chance, he would have been a corpse. The protagonist replied that he didn't care, but that was why he was still standing here, so he wouldn't kill her. He concentrated a magic portal and suggested that she needed to be given her due. Karen looked at the portal in horror and shouted that it was a dimensional gate, then asked if he wanted to send her through the dimension. The protagonist sternly said that it was time to pay off a 10-year debt. Then he looked her intently in the eyes and said that he was asking for the last time, and if those years they spent together had any meaning, he asked her to tell him why she betrayed him that day. The protagonist furiously shouted that he considered her his sister. With an angry and incredibly tense expression on her face, Karen shouted that he was never her younger brother and she was not his sister. Then she asked if he really thought that an older sister's job was to quietly comfort him when he was feeling bad. She began to actively ask him why Levina. Karen tensely shouted that she was the first to meet him. Confusedly looking at her, Sihan asked himself, what just happened? Karen raised her head up and calmly noted that she got carried away, and he was returning what she owed him, and she deserved to burn in hell. However, she explained that her hell would be the hell of the goddesses, and she could not die in a place without the goddess Kron Lizat. Alita worriedly shouted that she still had strength and she had to be careful. The protagonist understood that it was not a matter of danger. With a gentle smile on her face, Karen said goodbye to Sihan. He tried to stop her, but the bloody splashes had already begun to fly in different directions. Karen found herself in an unknown space with thoughts about what was comfortable for her. She assumed that she had died because her heart had been crushed and her divine powers had been stolen by a soul shift, and even if she had been killed, she had accepted it. She thought about something else, but she heard voices. One of these voices, addressing Sihan, said that she was curious, after which a female voice asked if he could really summon a gate and whether it was possible to simply shove enemies in there. A male voice responded by saying that the enemy would not enter this gate himself, but a female voice replied that he had been sucked into one 10 years ago. Karen understood that this was the voice of an unfamiliar woman and a familiar male voice. The male voice said that the situation was not like before when the gate's target was Jacksonguard, and the ability to lie and draw people into itself was not enough to catch a person, so it was necessary to weaken him first so that he would not resist. Hearing this, Karen assumed that it was Sihan and his friend. Sihan said that, if in his case everything was the same, he would be able to resist the gate. But then, Ristain did not open it directly, and he still cannot understand how they did it. Karen understood that they were talking about what happened 10 years ago. Sihan explained that they used the ashes that remained from the tyrant's burnt heart and got rid of his acceptance of the contract. Because of this, the world opened the dimensional gate to get rid of him. And because he was from another world without permission. The power of the laws of the dimension sent him to the original world, and of course he did not know this then, and found out everything later while studying the dimensions. Karen came to the conclusion that he had become stronger, because up until that moment, Sihan had only copied the flow of magic in order to use it, but he did not understand the concept of magic itself, but now he had mastered it well, and that was great. Karen thought that the stronger he became, the better he would understand what he had, and it would be easier for him to achieve what he wanted. And then, the main character asked Alita why ask about how he was sucked into the gates of dimensions 10 years ago, because while he was alive, this would not happen again. Karen thought that he had reliable friends who were worried about him. Suddenly, she realized that she was dead, and began to ask herself why she could hear this conversation. Suddenly a light appeared before her eyes, and after a few moments, Alita cried out in bewilderment that she had woken up. Karen asked in surprise, was she alive? Then she asked what he had done, and Sihan calmly replied that he had done nothing, because even the great savior could not resurrect the dead, and she had survived thanks to her powers. He began to tell her about the events that had happened. Then she tried to kill herself, and Sihan rushed to her questioning her. However, not hearing an answer, he ordered her not to dare to die, because she was a great immortal witch. He began to shout furiously that he had not heard the truth from her, but Alita tried to calm him down, but the protagonist had already directed dark magical energy in her direction. Alita then thought in surprise, did he use soul shift to push divine powers inside and envelop her heart with them? The protagonist shouted that he would not let her die until she told the truth. Karen now said that this was amazing, and she did not know that you could use soul shift like that. The protagonist agreed with this, but noted that it was more difficult to bring her here because the priestess girl was holding a bloody Karen in her arms in surprise and screaming loudly asking, did this guy really do this? The protagonist only answered in confusion that he did it, but everything is not as she thinks. Then the protagonist with a serious expression turned to Karen and reminded her that she had not yet fully recovered. Karen admitted this and said that her heart had not recovered and the divine powers had temporarily replaced it, and because all of these were spent on creating an artificial heart, she could no longer even be called the prince's disciple. After some silence, Sihan asked if this was her original plan. Then he began to tell her that she knew that he would come for revenge and remained in this remote village without any support and fought with half her strength, giving him important information. After which the protagonist asked her if she wanted to die by his hand. Karen said that she had no right to beg for forgiveness, but he had the right to take revenge on her, and as a traitor, she must help him with this. However, she then explained that since her body serves the goddess, she cannot die anywhere except Tanor, and all she could think of was self-destruction. But she thinks she's a bad actress. And then Karen said that she would tell him everything, but before that, she asked Alita to leave them alone for a while. Alita agreed to this, and when she left the room, the protagonist suggested listening to why she decided to die and not ask him for forgiveness, and why she decided to betray him, and what her last words meant. The protagonist sheepishly assumed that she just said it by accident and impulsively, but Karen explained that it was deliberate, and he would not understand, after which Karen asked him if he remembered the battle on the plains of Mystil. She said that from that moment on, their paths diverged. Xenon, who was outside the room, assumed that this meant that the immortal witch wanted to die at the hands of Sihan, and that is why she behaved this way. Alita confirmed this, noting that the story was tragic, but Xenon irritably began to ask her again, after which he asked why she behaved so madly if she still wanted to die. Xenon shouted that he had not yet recovered from the illness that was inflicted on him. Alita tried to explain something to him, but Xenon continued to shout that if she felt guilty, she could have asked for forgiveness instead of trying to kill. Alita started screaming back that it wasn't about logic but emotions. Then they admitted that they wouldn't be able to understand it anyway, because they weren't in their place. Previously, No one had promised that they would be able to see the dawn, because compared to the Rusclan Empire, the strength of the Revolutionary Army was insignificant, and everyone just survived day after day. But the Revolutionary Army did not give up, and even during difficulties, they gathered more comrades, gaining strength, and finally the flame of freedom flared up, and the Revolutionary Army under the leadership of Lilstein and Sihan was able to capture one of the 4 western cities, that is, the Western Clanium. With the strength of the family of revolutionary heroes, they managed to gain enough power to call themselves enemies of the Empire, and this was enough to change the world, so the burden on the heroes' shoulders became heavier. In the central castle of the Western Clanium in the Hall of Dawn, Lilstein asked how the recovery after the war was going. Safaran answered him that he entrusted this matter to Jareth and Dipole, and they are doing well. After that, Lilstein said that they are not like the Imperial soldiers and the prisoners should be treated with respect. That is, only the commanders and officials should be executed, and the ordinary soldiers should either join them or go to their hometowns. Then, Lilstein noted that the main problem is with the members of the royal family of the Western clan. Jacksongard asked what happened to them. Then he shouted that even if they are prisoners, the summoners of foreigners must be killed. Saffron noted that not all members of the Rusclan royal family can perform summoning, and those they captured in the last battle are not related to this, and most of them are old people, women, and children. Lavina asked how they know that they are not summoners, and then she said that they need to confirm if they have such power. Karen said that they have heritage detector magic that was passed down from the Rusclan Empire, and some of the hostages had a little power, so they separated them from the rest of the nobility. Jacksongard asked if that would be enough. Then he shouted that if they learned to do this, they would be able to summon the heroes whenever they wanted. Firant explained that the question of strength was different, but there was such a possibility. After some silence, Lilstein suggested that they really had no choice, but noted that there were children and women among them, so he did not like this method, but execution seemed necessary. Suddenly, Sihan interrupted the conversation and asked if they were really talking about execution now. Currently, Sihan answered Karen's question and said that he remembered it and that it was a big argument. Karen repeated after him, an argument. Then she explained to him that if he remembered it just as an argument, then he did not understand the situation. The protagonist then furiously asked if they were crazy, because there were children of about 15 years old there, and did they really want to kill them all? Lilstein began to explain that he did not like this decision either, and it did not matter how weak or young they were, because when they could use the summoning, they would become their worst enemies, and it was impossible to leave a potential threat. The protagonist furiously asked if this meant that they were not killing them for the crime, but for the likelihood of what they might commit. The protagonist suggested that in this case, it should work with the Imperial soldiers as well. However, Saffron replied that they could not contain the aliens, because unlike other prisoners, they were immune to magic. And this was a huge difference, because using magic, they could control many prisoners with a small number of guards. But to properly contain the royals, they would need thousands. And they did not have such reserves now, and even if they did, it would not guarantee safety. D to Sihan that the safety of their troops was important, and one wrong move could result in 1,000 deaths, after which he asked Sihan if he would allow his comrades to die simply because of supposed justice. The protagonist furiously asked him again, and then began to ask if it was necessary to shed the blood of the innocent to save other innocents. The protagonist stated that he could not accept this. Breathing heavily, Lilstein asked him why the Rusclan nobility was innocent. He explained that it doesn't matter how young they are because the nobility always lives in luxury at the expense of the common people, and they benefit without working hard. The protagonist asked him, but what crimes did the children commit, because children cannot be held accountable for the crimes of their parents? Suddenly, all the other revolutionary heroes turned to Sihan and asked him, who else would be held accountable for the crimes of their parents if not the children? They explained to him that it was a pity to kill children, but they could not be called sinless, and even prisoners would agree with this if they inherited the sins of their parents. The protagonist realized that their principles were not like that, because this was not Earth but Tanor. After that, the protagonist said that however they could not kill children and asked, what was the difference between them and a mad tyrant? In a rage, Lilstein shouted that if it is necessary, then it is necessary. Then he began to prove that he did not like it either, but now he wanted to endanger the lives of soldiers who obeyed their orders so that justice would prevail. But they carry the lives of others on their shoulders and must make decisions, because they cannot just sit and wait for the future, just because they can make a mistake. Karen explained that in the medical art of the Prin, sometimes they use poison to cure the patient. Because even if there are side effects, it is still better than dying, and it is wrong to kill them. But in order to save Tanor, they must be executed. Fiorant added by saying that they are not like the mad tyrant, and they sin for the sake of salvation. He agreed that the end does not justify the means, but the duty of leaders to commit sins for the benefit of ordinary people, because avoiding duty is also a sin. Jacksonguard, complaining of a headache, explained to Sihan that they are at war, and at war, sometimes difficult decisions must be made, and even his stupid brain understands this. After a pause, Karen asked Sihan to understand that this is the most logical choice, and everyone understands that this is wrong, and he thinks nobly. Lilstein continued to say that idealistic ideas have no place in the real world and will not adapt to it. The protagonist asked his comrades if they were not going to smash this real world to pieces. He accepted their position and said that if they did not agree. The next moment, he drew his sword and began to concentrate magical energy. The heroes turned to him in bewilderment, and Sihan continued to shout that if they wanted to kill innocents, then he would stop them all. There was a loud explosion in the hall, and a voice asked, "A heaven-breaking aura?" Turning to Sihan, the revolutionary heroes asked, "What does this mean?" In response, Sihan only apologized but sternly noted that killing innocent children is wrong and he cannot accept it. Karen looked at Sihan in surprise and asked herself, has he really become so much stronger? Because just 2 months ago their strength was the same. Lilstein looked tensely in front of him, then cursed, and the revolutionary heroes began to prepare for an attack, ordering him to stop joking. Karen, turning to everyone, asked to end this. But suddenly, Lavina stood in front of Sihan and said that he was right, and she was changing her mind, because Sihan also had the right to be against it. She explained that everyone knew this, and without Sihan, they would never have achieved all this, and the whole of Tanor owed him. So Sihan had the right to be true to her principles, and she would do as he told her. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, and after some silence, the revolutionary heroes began to put away their weapons. Saffron admitted that he did not like this decision either, and she was right. Jacksonguard said that he would accept the majority decision. Lilstein calmed down and decided to leave the problems and promised to treat the innocent nobility of Rusklan with dignity. The protagonist was glad of the reaction of the revolutionary heroes, after which he thanked them for their understanding and promised that he would prove that he was right. At present, Sihan said that although she changed her mind for his sake, however, all the nobility committed suicide by deciding to drink poisoned wine. The protagonist asked how the children knew that the wine was poisoned, and he was sure that the children drank it because their parents gave it to them. The protagonist said that they were cruel, because if they wanted to die, they could have done it alone. But Karen explained to him that they did not commit suicide, but Lavina killed them. At that time, Lavina was showing off in front of the mirror, but suddenly Karen burst into her room and began to ask her how this happened. With a serious expression, Karen stated that the Ruskla nobles did not drink the poison voluntarily, and there were traces of their bodies being paralyzed before death, and these traces were from her misty death skill. With a smile on her face, Lavina said that she did not think there would be traces. Then she approached Karen and asked her if there was a problem and if anyone else understood it. Karen explained to her that no one understood it except her, and she had not told anyone yet. Lavina happily shouted out that in that case there was no problem. Karen began to question her, but Lavina calmly replied that someone had to do it, so she took care of everything. Karen knew that she was right, and everyone was thinking about how to do it since the nobles and ordinary prisoners were separated. Then Karen asked Lavina if she lied to Sihan. Lavina said that it was so because she understood that he could not be convinced, but then she asked if this was a reason for them to quarrel. Lavina said that she loved him more than anyone in the world, and knew him better than anyone. And when something went beyond his boundaries, he would stand against the Allies, because this was not the first time the Revolutionary Army had to pay for his noble views. Lavina explained that if he could be convinced, she would do so, but he would not change his mind. Karen sadly asked her how she could lie to the one she loved. Lavina laughed in response, noting how innocent she was, then hugged her and said that lovers do not share all their secrets, and when there are small secrets, the relationship lasts longer. Then Karen could not say anything, and thought that nothing could be done because no one thought that he was wrong. But then they learned about his reaction when he thinks that someone is wrong, and therefore, after these events, his image changed from a stubborn commander who can be trusted to a dictator who cannot be stopped if he decides on something. Saffron said that Sihan can no longer be controlled, and they cannot afford to have another crazy tyrant. Lilstein confirmed this by saying that Sihan looked at Tanor as a world he needed to fix, and as long as he believed Tanor was inferior to Earth, his attitude would not change. Wanted to lay down their lives for the future of Tanor? Karen said, turning to the others, that the 6 rats were happily discussing betrayal, but she asked who would volunteer to hang the bell on the cat's neck. She knew that it affected her too, and they could do nothing about it, but Lilstein stated that he had the means and they would not fight him to the death, but would send him back to Earth. Karen looked at him in surprise, asking herself if they would just send him back to where he came from. She wondered if Sihan would return and he would be with Lavina again. She knew their relationship was doomed and wondered if she should send him back to where he came from. Karen knew that Sihan had decided to stay in Tanor, but it was only to be betrayed by his own friends and sent to Earth by force. She wondered how betrayed he would feel, but seeing him and Lavina having a nice conversation in the park. Karen now said that she knew that whatever she said would only be an excuse, so she fought him without making excuses and tried to pay for his betrayal with her life, and did not apologize for that day, but simply said that he was desperate enough to resurrect her, but it did not change the fact that they betrayed him. The protagonist did not say anything back to her, after which Karen said that after that day she had nightmares every night, and no matter how much time passed, she could not forget his scream. Karen talked about running away from the queen's position, but now she will accept anything and asked Sihan to finish her revenge. The children happily ran around the street, and Karen watched them with a happy smile on her face. The protagonist was watching all this from a tree. He responded to this by saying that it was incredibly peaceful here. He thought that it was good to know the reasons for the betrayal 10 years ago, because he was always worried that he did something wrong. The protagonist said that it was not a matter of right or wrong decisions, but the nature of their betrayal was that they could not understand behavior that did not meet their standards. Thinking about this, Sihan realized that there was logic in their words, but he asked, didn't they become a revolutionary army because they wanted to restore their world? He thought about how they expelled him by calling him a dictator, but now they themselves rule as dictators in their countries. And yet he understood that in their eyes, he himself was to blame for being betrayed, and this applies to Karen too. Looking at her, he said that maybe she thought that he would be shocked by the truth, but he knows that he is not guilty, and no matter how different the culture is, some things cannot be allowed for people, and the death of an innocent person cannot be allowed under any circumstances. Sihan said that ultimately the memory, friendship and trust that he remembers were not a lie until he became strong and they changed. Looking at the sky, the main character turned to the other revolutionary heroes and asked them to just wait because he had nothing to lose. Suddenly, Sihan heard a loud scream, and when he turned around, he saw that people surrounded Karen, who fell to the ground and began to ask her if she was really ill. With a smile on her face, Karen explained that she was just tired. In Sihan's mind, a request appeared for Karen to finish with this revenge. He began to think about how he chose to be banished through the dimension as revenge for betrayal, so that they would understand what it was like to be deprived of everything and thrown into a living hell. So if they could survive there and return, he would be able to forgive them. Looking at the weak Karen, Sihan came to the conclusion that now the situation is more difficult because she is no longer an immortal witch and not the mistress of the moon, and taking revenge on her is like mocking a cripple. The protagonist thought that as a result of creating an artificial heart with the help of divine powers, she lost her divinity, and if she uses her divine powers, her heart will disappear and she will immediately die. Exhaling tensely, Sihan said that if she left the position of queen herself, she would have no abilities, no status, no power left, and if he did not know this, it would be easier to take revenge, but now he understands her. Remembering her screams, Sihan painfully grabbed his head, shouting that he did not know what to do. But suddenly Alita turned to him asking what he was thinking about. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, asking what she was doing here. Alita jumped onto a branch and told him that she had restored most of her mana and wanted to know when to open the dimensional gates, if he wanted to do it. The protagonist answered her that he had not yet decided and did not want to take revenge, being unsure, after which Alita asked him why he needed revenge. The protagonist asked her again, after which Alita changed her question and asked him how he wanted to take revenge. She began to assume that he wanted the traitors to repent and regret the past, asking for forgiveness, to which the protagonist thoughtfully replied that repentance and forgiveness were side effects of revenge, and that revenge needed to be finished in such a way that... He fell silent and looked intently at Karen, saying that it was necessary for the betrayal to be repaid. Soon after these events, Karen, standing opposite Sihan, told him that she was ready, and it was time to end this revenge. The protagonist turned to her and explained that she had paid the price by losing her divinity, power, and status, and that the immortal witch Karen Anicius was now dead. The protagonist noticed that she was now unable to even defeat an ordinary passerby. Karen assumed that he was forgiving her because she was now also alive. She then said that she thought he had become softer, but everything turned out to be completely different, and perhaps it would have been more merciful if he had thrown her into another dimension. The protagonist said goodbye to her dryly and left the room. Karen looked after him with a gentle smile on her face. Without looking at her, Sihan said that he did not know what she thought of him before or what she thought of him now. But he apologized for not being able to reciprocate her feelings, because now he could only think of one thing. He slammed the door behind him and Karen's face distorted. Remembering their past, she fell to her knees and clutching her head with her hands began to beg him for forgiveness. Alita exclaimed in surprise, saying that they had completely forgotten about Din. They thought this trip would be short, so they didn't tell her anything, but who would have thought that they would be missing for so long? Now they were completely at a loss as to how to explain everything to her. Sihan said that he would leave it to Alita because she was reacting so harshly to him, and Alita responded by asking sarcastically, "Why was this happening?" Sung Sihan thought about how he didn't have time to focus on Din after all the information he had received from Karen. He had a lot to think about. Karen had decided to attack him from the very beginning so that he wouldn't dawdle in his place. She had pretended to want to kill him violently, so she had intentionally let slip things he didn't know. But what worried him most was the very black powder that Lilstein was researching. Karen had used it as a catalyst. And she had successfully infected the protagonist with the Tanor disease. This meant that if Lilstein used this powder, he would be able to use magic on him too. It would be troublesome if the protagonist decided to attack him. This was very valuable information. Sihan thought about it. It was good that he knew about it now. But there was something more important: the 3 hypocrites who were against his death. Karen told him that during the battle she said that she would kill him if she could, but to be honest, she was one of those who were against his death. And along with her, Thierant and Lilstein. Sihan thoughtfully said that he believed that she or Thierant were against it, but he was ready to swear that Lilstein was happy about his death. Alita, in response to this, said that he was not wrong, because unlike them, Lilstein did not want to kill him for another reason. They then said that it was impossible to kill Sihan, but Lilstein said that it would be trouble if he was killed. At this moment, Lilstein walked along the corridors of the castle. He looked around and said that this place was huge. No matter how you look at it, years, the capital of the Rusklan Empire was Claddle, a city representing the empire. Unlike other imperial cities, Claddle was destroyed to the last brick. After that, the city was considered cursed, and the world simply forgot about it. But under the city, 2 kilometers underground, there is a huge hidden network of tunnels. Even the mad tyrant Rustanar did not know about it. Ruslan called this place the Legacy of Rusklan. Entering the right place, Lilstein touched the floor with his hand, opening the Gate of Dimensions. He examined it and said that so far nothing has changed. Then he took off his robe and put his hands up, painted with magical symbols. This tattoo, filled with ashes from the hearts of the nobility, he believed that he could move on to the next step. Lilstein called upon the Great Will, calling for it to open a window to the world, he said selflessly, for the spear of power to pierce 3,000 worlds and illuminate everything with eternal light. The portal shone, becoming a red hue. Everything calmed down for a moment, when suddenly, to Lilstein's surprise, he saw the very world, previously unattainable. Lilstein grinned, and then laughed a nervous laugh. He shouted that it was a success. Idle joy was written on his face when Lilstein happily spoke about the fact that the gates of dimensions finally opened on Earth. However, then, he said that it was too early to celebrate, because first, he needed to find one guy. But as soon as he tried to do this, he immediately froze in bewilderment, asking where he was. No matter how much Lilstein tried, he could not find the main character, so he wondered, did he really die? Well, in the meantime, Sihan was not dead at all. He returned to Dina with his friends, who greeted him happily. They say he worked hard. They froze in place with incomprehension, looking at the cheerful Dina, and Sihan wondered, is she really greeting them happily, instead of worrying? Alita said that she even felt a little awkward about it. Dina replied to this that if she understood Boron correctly, they were on some secret mission, on behalf of the Marquis of Keltron. They told her to wait for news, and not to disturb them. Sung Sihan thought with surprise that Keltron was so far-sighted that he even took care of this. Dina said that they should continue the procedures, because the Latinburg delegation group was returning home. They returned, following the carriage. The protagonist rode a horse. He reasoned in his thoughts that he had relaxed too much. In truth, the battle with Karen was his defeat, and since he had a modified soul shift as a scythe, he was confident that he could hold on to the upper hand no matter how strong Karen was. Well, Karen was also the new trump card, so there was no guarantee that the other traders wouldn't have something similar too. Sihan knew that he had let his guard down because he had dealt with Jacksonguard too easily, so he would lose if he fought based on the past alone. It was better not to think of it as a waste of time now, because Sihan couldn't ruin his vengeance just because he was hasty. He needed to be strong enough to defeat the enemy, even in an unexpected situation. Sihan thought about how when he returned, he would need to stay quiet and train until he got all his strength back. And to get his strength back, there was only one thing he needed most. So when they returned back, he immediately called Keltron to him, who came to him with kindness, ready to serve. Sihan told him that they needed a new hideout. This place was the most optimal to deal with Jacksonguard. But now that the matter was resolved, there was no point in it anymore. Sihan told him that they needed a more hidden place where he could train as much as he wanted, and he needed more aura, as much as possible. Keltron told him that this was already taken care of. They found several locations, so he asked the protagonist if he wanted to check it out now. Sihan was about to say that he understood everything, and it was not that urgent when he suddenly froze in surprise, asking, "Did they really take care of this already?" Keltron smiled and replied that, since the protagonist took care of Jacksonguard, he thought that he would need a new hideout. Therefore, the body of the throne chose several good places at his discretion, but finding personnel that could be trusted was much more difficult. In front of the protagonist, there was immediately a lot of documents where everything was written in detail. Keltron said that he had prepared these places anyway in the process of preparing for the war, so these places were taken care of all this time. He thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, saying that he did not say anything because the preparations were not finished. He could not find a suitable cook who would satisfy the protagonist. Sihan thought that there was no need to worry about this at all, while Keltron continued that the protagonist also did not need to worry about the aura pills. After all, they collected all the pills they could while Sihan was in Inatius. The protagonists exclaimed in surprise, asking, "Is Keltron really a psychic?" Keltron smiled mysteriously and replied that all the leaders of the Six Kingdoms should fall by his hand, right? He said that when the Civil War began, the price of swords would rise, the price of potions and elixirs would also rise, so he prepared everything in advance. Now the main character understood why Jacksonguard felt this way. Even a normal person would be lazy if everything was done for him. It was certainly convenient, but a little awkward. And so the main character began to train. He held his sword in his hands more and more, practicing the blows forgotten after the move. Stopping when he smashed another stone, Sihan said that he really liked this new shelter Keltron. It was very convenient not to worry about what others would think. In response to this, Zeno said that he felt very sorry for Dean. After all, they seemed to do everything to spite her. The new training ground is on the top of the cliff. Dean will never be able to climb up. Alita asked the protagonist if it was time to tell her his true identity. She felt like this girl could be trusted, and it was somehow uncomfortable to hide it. Sihan replied that he had thought about it too, but now he wanted to focus on regaining his former strength. Before, he never thought about rushing. He would get to a certain point and think that would be enough, but thanks to the battle with Karen, he realized that it was just overconfidence. This time, he wanted to prepare thoroughly, not like before. He wanted to follow the example of the always-ready teacher Keltron. Alita looked at him silently, and then, coming closer to him, said that she wanted to talk specifically about Keltron. She said that they should have worried about what Keltron was preparing for them at his discretion. Something good or bad, surprises always take you by surprise. Keltron was a master of his craft, but he hid his true intentions, and it would not be good if he always did everything his way. Communication was very important. Alita said that she thought it was very important to communicate with each other, and Sihan looked at her in surprise, then said that she was right, because every time he dealt with Keltron he was satisfied, but he also felt awkward, and now he understood why. He praised Alita that she was good at this, and then added that he had at least 1 million aunties who did not speak directly. It is not true that there are no shortcuts in becoming strong. There are always shortcuts, honestly, and constantly repeating training and resting every day. All this looks slow, but in fact it is the fastest way to become stronger. The protagonists' group continued to take the shortcut every day in the castle, because every day they honestly trained and thrillered. After some time, when the season began to change, the first to notice the difference was Xenon. His body was now enveloped in a special aura, and he looked at it in surprise. not fully understanding what was happening. Sihan smiled and said that everything was exactly as Xenon thought. He congratulated him on reaching the expert rank. Xenon smiled happily, and then beamed and thanked the protagonist, saying that it was all because of his instructions. He said that it felt strange, that aura was flowing through his body. Sihan immediately said that in fact, it was he who should thank Xenon for perseverance and hard work, and then said that one should not forget about the power of aura pills and elixirs, and with the right diet, even a short journey becomes even shorter. Xenon said that this was true. After all, he could never afford such luxury. All these things were too expensive. Sung Sihan clenched his hand into a fist, saying that these things did not affect the master rank in any way. After all, they were not affected by the aura outside the body. He said in a resentful tone that if he had it before, he would have been able to do the same. But then he asked if Xenon wanted him to check something for him. Xenon immediately said with a smile that it was indeed so. He wanted the protagonists to take a look at his sword art. After all, he had no problem with the Overlord's aura now. But sword art requires that the entire technique be correct. Otherwise the result will be disastrous. Therefore, during training, he used a technique that suits the Overlord's aura. And unlike a two-handed sword that is cruel in nature, a one-handed sword is suitable for one-on-one fights. Sihan looked at Xenon in surprise, who, holding his sword forward, said that the technique now that was used by the creator of the Overlord's aura technique, the king of mercenaries Barak, Federfector. Sihan looked at him in surprise, then thought that this really was a good idea. This was a sword technique that was perfect for the victorious aura technique. It was perfect, but he still didn't understand. Why was this sword the size of a two-handed sword? Was it even possible? Controlling a two-handed sword like a one-handed sword can help in a battle in a certain sense. The distance, timing, and speed, all of this changes with a two-handed sword, creating a new style. Sihan said that with such a weight, it was obvious that the balance would shift. But to swing it, one must also use the aura of the Overlord. Gilles said that Xenon must be a genius. Together with Xenon, Alita also surpassed all her limits. She became a knight-level swordswoman. Sihan told her that it had improved as much as he expected, but she, alas, was not a genius. Alita looked at him with displeasure, while Sihan said that everything was going as it should. Everyone was showing the fruits of their efforts, and his current aura would be enough to equal the levels of the Rondark General or the Barak Mercenary King. However, the problem was that his magic level did not change at all. The protagonist was clearly depressed by this, but Alita responded to this by saying that her magic level had changed a lot, and Sihan, offended, shouted that out of all of them, he was the only one meditating, so why was her magic increasing? After, she asked him if he was sure that his magic was not flowing to her. However, Sihan said that he doubted it because her magic level did not increase. According to the amount of meditation, well, at this rate, the protagonist could not deny it. He asked himself if there was a problem with his summoning method. After all, since the situation was no longer the same as before, he thought that there was a correlation with the otherworldly summoning. Alita thought for a moment, then asked him if he thought that if they had more information about the Ruskland summons, they would understand much more. Sihan told her that he didn't think so, because he personally knew a lot about the summons, since opening the dimensional gate was just an adaptation and spell. He had caught enough summoners in the past not to know about it, but even the summoners themselves only know how to summon. They have no idea why it works, or what is behind the summons. The protagonist thought that these secrets were very guarded. Because if you think about it, they are deliberately passed on with incomplete information, because if a person is not a direct member of the Ruskland nobility, then the summoning methods will not work, even if someone finds out about them. Alita stepped aside while the protagonist suggested to reason that it would be nice to learn more about summoning. However, to do so they would need an introduction to the otherworldly summoning that described the principles of summoning. But now that the nobility was gone, it was impossible to find, and Sihan wondered, is there really no way? At that moment, Alita called out to him by name, and then handed him a book. Sung Shihan opened it in surprise, asking, "What is this?" Suddenly his eyes widened and he screamed in surprise, asking Alit, "Where was this from?" He continued to flip through the pages, thinking that even if he just looked, he could tell what was written there. It was the teachings that were passed down to the Ruskland emperors. Sihan couldn't believe that it was an actual book of research on peaceful summoning too. He looked at Alit in shock, asking, where did she get this from? After all, even Rilstein couldn't get that book, no matter how hard he tried. Alita kept silent at first, then said that she found it in Duran's souvenirs. Sihan froze in surprise, then asked, did she really find it there? It was the first time he heard about it, so he asked her why she hid it. She should have shown it to him earlier. Alita said that she thought he would destroy it if he found out. After all, it was the thing of a mad tyrant. Then she asked Sihan, can this book help him get his magic back? Sihan told her that he wasn't sure about that, then said that the language this book was written in was ancient Astenian, a language spoken 2,000 years ago. He said that he knew this book was about summonings, but that was all. Only the nobility can read it. Alita said thoughtfully that she thought Sihan could read it because she was too young to learn this language, and Sihan shouted that he would read it if he could. Sihan was disappointed. It was extremely annoying to run into a language barrier. However, he knew that Lilstein or Safaran could read it, but he could not go to the traders. He suggested that maybe he could ask an expert to examine it. Alita asked the protagonist with distrust, does he really want to show the secrets of Rusklan to a stranger? He didn't know what to answer her. And then, leafing through the book again, said that this was definitely valuable information, the theory of otherworldly summons. He smiled and said that since there were still spells in Astenian in the ivory tower, they could compare the texts and translate this book. Sihan said that in this case, they would finish today's training, because he was going to read this book from cover to cover, and he would start right now. A few days later, Xenon and Alita were talking among themselves. Sihan had been training for a few days already, so Xenon wondered why he called them. Had he finally figured out the book? Alita looked at him, and Sihan turned around, cheerfully Hempranabos, calling him by name as a friend. Alita happily asked him, did he finally find the reason for his problems with magic? However, Sihan, contrary to her hopes, answered that he still had no idea, saying that he was able to partially bring the book, but the rest was still hidden. However, he raised his hand, demonstrating a powerful burst of magic, and Alita and Xenon froze in admiration. She thought that this spell was powerful, and her explosion arcana was much weaker. Sihan chanted the spell in an ancient language, and then loudly shouted that he forbids the existence of heat. At that moment, a huge stream of magic burst out from his hand, starting to freeze everything that came in its path. Alita and Xenon exclaimed in surprise, and Alita immediately began to ask the protagonist in surprise. By absolute zero, he means a high-ranking spell that lowers the temperature of an area to absolute zero? She called out loudly to Sung Sihan, asking him, has he really fully restored his magic? Sung Sihan smiled, then replied that it was not so. After all, he had not yet figured out how to do it. The secrets of summoning were still unknown, but he was able to learn something else, magic enhancement and battle meditation. He opened the book, addressing Alita, saying that she was just one of the cases where she could not control the release of magic. In general, it was impossible to use all the magic power at once, and if her maximum magic was 100, then she could use about 20. But in this book, there are methods that allow a person to use 80 to 90 of a person's magic. For this, magic enhancement was needed. Life castrated some of the energy in his hand, then conjured ice again. To use magic. At this level, you need to forcefully gather the energy of the world according to a pre-prepared formula and replenish the lost magic during the battle. Sihan said that for this, battle meditation was already needed. Alita exclaimed in surprise. Could it really be possible to replenish the magic encountered? Sihan told her that it was, but only for summoning magic. The formula did not exist on its own, it was mixed with other otherworldly magic formulas. And this was the reason why nobles could use summoning with their low level of magic power. If ordinary mages tried to apply this to different magic, they would die from magical exhaustion or overload. One of the two, because magic can strain the body to the limit. However, for the protagonist, this was not a problem, since his magic capacity was at the master rank. So he could use his magic capacity and recharge it as much as he wanted. In a sense, he was stronger than before. Sihan laughed smugly, and Alita enthusiastically shouted that Master Sihan had returned. Xenon raised his hand in surprise, asking the protagonist, could it be that he couldn't use magic like before until now? Sihan and Alita froze in place, only now remembering that it was a secret. As soon as they told him everything, Xenon said that it couldn't be. Now he understood what had happened. However, he asked offendedly why Sung Sihan told Alita about it, but kept everything a secret from him. Sihan did not understand why he was so sad, but still apologized because at first it was awkward to talk, and then he thought that he had already told him about it during his travels. After all, he often blabbed secrets to him. Xenon was just stuffy, so he believed it and was no longer angry. It was already getting cold, and they went into the house, having finished talking. Gradually autumn came, then winter. The protagonist continued his training, sitting on the edge of the cliff. He could already use the aura of the fighting god, 12 styles of fencing. His sword glowed, soaring into the air and turning into several swords at once. It was the 20 swords technique, just like when he fought the mad tyrant. The aura of a fighting god, the vast light of the heavenly void. The sword glowed, and with one sharp movement, it broke the rock that was not far from the protagonist. Sihan continued to stand on the cliff. He smiled, saying that it was great, because he finally got all his strength back. Now he was just like when he became an otherworldly savior. He even thought that he had become stronger than then. And now it was time to move to the Theorant kingdom. They were already packing their things, heading to the northernmost point of Theorant. Xenon, folding his clothes, asked, "Are they really going to this kingdom?" It was a country that was slightly north of the Safaran kingdom. Most of their lands cannot be farmed. All this is due to the harsh climate. In addition, the territory of the kingdom is often attacked by monsters. For these reasons, Theorant is the smallest kingdom of the 6 kingdoms. However, the kingdom still has military strength. Theorant was the homeland of the northern warriors of the Empire era. Although there were not many of them, the military capabilities of the kingdom were enormous. "Nothing can be easy, it will be a difficult fight," Xeno said, to which Sihan told him that since his strength returned, it was not a problem. He chose Theorant as his next destination because the radiance is there. Xeno asked him if he was talking about the headquarters in the apartment of the Order of the Sun. Sihan said that he was. This was what Karen told him, that the item he was looking for was there. In order to activate, he had to get this item no matter what, the magic sword of disaster. Keltron was doing his usual business, complaining about how busy he was. He sighed heavily, asking, "Can't Sihan train a little quieter?" Keltron knew that the protagonist said that it was a secret training, but he had wiped out an entire mountain. This is not something that can be hidden by simply ordering people to remain silent. Keltron knew that forcing his subjects to remain silent was too low, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hide absolutely everything. Rumors would still spread, so he decided that he had to spread these rumors himself. But they had to be false rumors, thereby the credibility of the rest of the rumors would simply be destroyed. He thought that he needed to spread a rumor that many mountain peaks had been destroyed, and all the other rumors about it would also be considered false. He was going to hide the truth like this. But to destroy an entire mountain, Sihan's abilities were truly incredible. Keltron thought that he had sided with the right side. After all, every action of the protagonist determines the fate of the entire continent. After all, if Sihan decides to become the Emperor of Tanor, then he, as his confidant, will be able to receive many privileges. Even if Sihan returns to Earth, Keltron will not lose anything in any case. The disappearance of the leader of the 6 kingdoms, even then the knowledge of this fact itself, is extremely beneficial. But things will become complicated if Sihan fails. However, no risk, no champagne. And given Sihan's abilities, there was no risk at all. Of course, if something goes wrong, he will be forced to take the other side, but he is confident in the success of the protagonist at this moment. There was a knock on the door of his office, and one of the maids informed the Marquis that the great protagonist was requesting an audience. Keltron looked at the door in surprise, asking, "Is he already here?" The protagonist walked inside, and Keltron asked him if he had completed the task. The two of them smiled at each other wickedly, and Sihan said that there was no need to put on a show, since the maid had already left. Keltron eagerly asked if the protagonist liked the shelter he had prepared. Sihan smiled sheepishly, saying that Keltron's acting had amazed him every time. He even said that he should have given him an Oscar. But Keltron, of course, did not understand what he was talking about, asking, "Do they really give people gifts for acting in Korea?" Sihan smiled and said that they should end with the formalities, asking Keltron what happened to the sauce order. Keltron immediately took out a document, saying that she had already prepared a report. In addition to the information about their location, he had also prepared their schedule, daily routine, internal structure, and so on, so that everything would go well. Keltron said that if they can find the 3 heavenly auras, Sung Sihan will become stronger. He asked if he would be able to disassemble the thief into pebbles in that case. The protagonists took the report from your hand. Answer that it will not become stronger. However, its range will increase so much, he needs to become perfect in everything if he wants to get rid of the traitors. He looked at the documents and said that everything was accurate and fast as always, and he liked it. Keltron smiled and thanked the protagonist, and Sion asked him if he had a schedule in case he went to Theorant. Keltron replied that he had certainly prepared everything. Sehan said that this plan must have become useless since he decided to go along the path of the sun, right? Keltron embarrassedly replied that it was indeed so. Then the protagonist told him not to do useless things anymore. After all, Keltron does not need to be perfect all the time. Keltron asked in confusion, how could his preparations be useless? He said that he was doing this for the protagonist, so as a humble servant he was always ready for it. Sihan cut him off, reminding him that Keltron had sworn allegiance to him, and he could make him do what he wanted, just as he could order him not to do what he didn't want. With power came responsibility. something he had neglected before until Alita told him, and he hadn't thought about it. Xian said that he was sorry. Keltron immediately tried to apologize, saying that it was his initiative, but Xian told him that Keltron couldn't adjust to his mood, and that didn't mean he would punish him. It wasn't a crime, and it wasn't a mistake. Xian said that as long as Keltron didn't betray him, he wasn't going to torture him. Keltron looked at the protagonist in shock, not knowing what to say. Then the protagonist waved his hand and said that it was time to get ready. What to do, and then headed for the exit, to him by name, that in fact he had something to tell him. He had not suggested it earlier, as he was unsure, planned to tell after receiving confirmation, but changed his mind. He had another document in his hands, and the main character, this in his hands, asked him, "What is he talking about?" As soon as he saw it written, his eyes opened from shock, and he asked Keltron, "Is this really true?" Keltron replied that the information was not confirmed, but he believed that this could not be ignored. He said that he would definitely report as soon as he learned anything else, and then Keltron, bowing to him, said that she probably swears allegiance to him, and Xian asked him with a smile, hadn't he done this before? Keltron smiled and replied that he was simply swearing an oath again. The preparations were complete. What also did not lag behind, training with a huge number of boars, she diligently dodged the animal's attacks, while Alita encouraged her, telling her not to let it get to her and that she was able to handle it. So the protagonist's squad went to the kingdom of Theorant. After a while, the boar fell dead, and Dina, looking at this, said with shortness of breath that she did it. Sihan immediately congratulated her on her victory, saying that her skills had become much better, and he thought that now she was one of the strongest in her age group. Looking around, Dina realized that Sihan had killed so many monsters while she was trying to deal with one. Alita said that she hoped that they would meet bandits, because they needed practice on people, not monsters. Zeno told her that they should get used to fighting people, since they chose the path of swordsmanship. Sung Sihan said that saying such things calmly was quite cruel. He had already forgotten what they really were like. Common sense in this world did not exist at all. Alita answered him that saying such things, although he himself was not without sin even before them. Alita's first kill was at 17, Xenon's at 18, and the protagonist's at 16. Deciding to change the subject, the protagonist shouted that it was time for them to set off. They had to cross the border before sunset. Right behind that mountain ahead of them was a border town, which meant that they would end up in Theorant. When night fell, they had already arrived at the place, and Sihan, sitting in one of the taverns, seeing Alita, asked where Dina was. Alita said that she fell asleep immediately after lying down on the bed. Sihan said with a smile that she must be tired, so she should rest. As long as she slept, nothing would happen to her. They sat down to dinner, but their dinner was very meager. The protagonist, looking at this, said that it was not so bad, considering that it was already late. Nothing could be done, since there was not enough food. Turning to Xenon, he asked if he would treat him to Xenon's zhang, his special sauce. Xenon shuddered, then indignantly asked what kind of name was that. Sihan said that it sounded quite good in his native language, and Xenon indignantly asked him, what was he even talking about? It was impossible to call the sauce by his name, otherwise it would seem that he only had one special sauce. However, the protagonist was no longer listening to him. Field sauce his dinner. At this point, Xenon cursed, saying that he had several more of these sauces, without noticing how he himself called it that. Alita was also dining next to them, asking the protagonist with interest. What they were looking for was called the 3 heavenly auras of the spatial saviors. Wasn't it? She wondered what kind of abilities these things had. Wasn't it written in the book? Alita said that she couldn't understand what it was about. Sihan explained to her that the magic sword, known as the strongest in all of their world, from a dagger to a claymore, it changes its shape and size. The magic blade is a disaster. Alita said that it sounds cool, but she doesn't understand what makes this sword the strongest. There were many other blades that make enemies tremble in fear or corrode them with poison. Wouldn't these things be better suited for the role of the strongest swords? Sihan smiled and replied that with Alita's level, the disaster will not shine. The magnificence of this sword is revealed in the hands of swordsmen of the divine rank. Most of the abilities of magic blades are easily revealed in the hands of divine-ranked swordsmen. Disaster, the only blade that can turn the tide of battle, as it is constantly improving. If a divine-ranked swordsman uses this blade, he will have the ability to destroy everything around him. That is why this sword is called Disaster. Sihan said that this sword not only changes its appearance, but also its shape, also adjusts its weight and alloy density in accordance with the adopted form, giving its owner a lot of privileges. The enemy will have to resist different types of weapons. Moreover, since Disaster changes its shape, if one is damaged, the others will be intact, Sihan said that they will go all the charm of this blade as soon as they see it. Xeno said that it certainly sounds convenient, but he is not sure. Alita asked Sihan, then the table about was Ruberesque and Dragon Cloak? The strongest armor in the world. Ruberesque was equipped with Enharmond. In addition, equipment, automatic size adjustment, and self-service. It was true that the bulky metal armor was difficult to maintain, but other than that, it was truly the best armor. The Dragon's Cry, in turn, protected against the effects of dragon flames, also blocked half of the magic attacks. Moreover, the cloak also protected against flame attacks from other monsters, since it was made of dragon skin and other monsters. He said that it would be nice to have all three items, but the disaster was their top priority. The protagonist said that he must obtain this blade no matter what, or at least prevent it from falling into other hands. The protagonist's party crossed the mountains, continuing to move north and Tentrigon. Although according to the calendar, winter had just begun, the lakes in the area were covered with a thick layer of ice. It became cold in the metal armor. Every day they faced worsening weather. That was until they arrived at the city of Ekwet. The streets were noisy despite the cold weather, and Alita looked around and said that she didn't think that so many people lived in such a cold place. She said that there were many more residents than she expected. It was a city built by the orders of the higher principles of the sun, pilgrims, and also for the merchants passing through. The population grew and the city became a trading city. Sihan said that this city used to be known as cold and snowy, and it seemed that things had changed a little there. Dina said that her mother's family, the Salet, also traded there. She had already contacted them, so she suggested going to them. Sung Shihan, Xenon, and Alita gathered together, and Alita asked him when he was going to tell Dina everything. Sihan told her that he was waiting for the right moment, and perhaps he should have told her everything from the beginning. He asked if it would be too sudden to tell her that he was now the savior of the dimensions. That was indeed the case, so Sihan suggested that they first look into this matter. He showed them the blueprint of the temple's internal structure that he had received from Karen. Alita asked him if he couldn't use his shadow presence like last time. Sihan said that it was impossible because the barrier was too strong, he wouldn't be able to penetrate it. Alita asked in surprise, was it really a barrier stronger than the Eye of Night? Sihan told her that the creator of this barrier was one of the strongest of the 6 heroes. They were well acquainted, and therefore had the ability to counter each other's methods. Xeno countered. But if the barrier couldn't be penetrated with the Queen of Thieves' shadow presence, is it even possible to penetrate the temple at all? Sihan replied that there was nothing they could do. They would have to break it. Alita and Xeno would ask in confusion, what does that mean? And Sihan said that they would break the barrier, go through the previously chosen path, steal the 3 heavenly auras, and escape. That was the only way. Xeno reminded him when they were already there that if they did that, there would be traces of aura left behind, and Sung Sihan replied with a smile that it was great, because he was going to break it using the lightning spirit, the Teorant skill. That way, everyone would think that he was the one who dealt with the barrier. Xeno said with a smile that it sounded perfect, because in that case, Sihan would not only get what he wanted, but also get revenge on the traitor. The protagonist said that he could be wrong, so they needed to be prepared. Alita asked, what should they do? Sihan replied that he would try not to destroy the surroundings, but he told them to consider it a failure if the temple exploded or a chair of fire appeared. Sihan was about to explain something else to them, when suddenly, the temple behind him just exploded. The 3 of them looked at it in shock, watching the flames. They didn't understand what was happening. Sihan was indignant, because he hadn't even managed to do anything yet. What happened to the barrier? The protagonist cursed loudly and ran towards the temple, shouting that the fire had to be put out. He used the torrential rain skill, and water immediately poured from the sky onto the temple. Alita said that the fire had begun to die out, however, Xenon shouted that there were people inside. He threw himself into the fire, shouting that he would save them. Alita held the priest who came out, asking him if he was okay. The priest told her that it didn't matter. The problem was that someone was trying to steal the sacred relics. The temple finally exploded. A huge explosion sounded in the air. Xenon did not have time to get to them. At that moment, as if from the fire, a knight dressed in armor appeared. The protagonists looked at this in surprise, watching the enemy rushing straight towards him, and Xenon shouted at the suddenly appeared enemy to stop right now, asking him, was it really him who started the fire? He only gripped his sword tighter, heading towards Xenon, making a powerful thrust. Xenon wondered in surprise, was it really a strengthened aura? Sihan and Alita watched this from the side. Another explosion was heard. The protagonist hurried to Xenon, who fell to the ground, who cursed, saying that this swordmaster was a rank higher than him. Meanwhile, their opponent was standing in front of them, but as soon as the protagonist rushed after him, he immediately ran back. The priest shouted that he was running away. He couldn't let him get away. This criminal stole the sacred relics. The protagonist cursed in his mind, seeing that this criminal was wearing both the famous armor and the famous cloak, and had also stolen the sword of disaster. Sihan did not intend to let go of everything that should have been rightfully his. He pursued the knight, reasoning in his mind that his opponent's skills were not that high, but there was definitely a swordmaster in front of him. He wondered as he ran, who was this person? After all, since he was a swordmaster, he should be well known. Although 10 years had passed, and perhaps a new master had appeared, Sihan said that he would find out about everything when he took off the helmet from this impudent head. The villagers turned around, looking at the rooftops, asking, "What is that sound?" Sihan's opponent's eyes flashed and he directed his attack towards the civilians. Sihan, having protected the people, repelled the attack, asking the opponent, did he really decide to save himself at the cost of the lives of civilians? He cursed loudly, continuing to chase this knight, then thought that he could run as much as he wanted. After all, if his goal was escape, then his next destination would be the walls of the fortress. Indeed, the knight jumped onto one of the walls, and then jumped down, but the protagonist did not lag behind him. He thought that he should drive him to a place where there was not a soul. Pushing off from the wall, Sihan flew down right after the enemy. He landed in front of him, blocking the way, saying that he was caught. He was silent, trying to think of what to do. The protagonist said with a smile that there was no one to take hostage, so now he must see who he really is. However, the knight was not going to give up. He gripped his sword tighter, emitting a murderous aura, and then shouted that he had to hide his ability too if he used the calamity aura to counterattack. But then, when he took the blow, he noticed a strange energy on his sword, thinking in confusion, could this be electricity? Sihan gripped his sword tighter, thinking that this aura was the real ability of Tanor, the spirit of lightning. The protagonist dodged another blow, thinking that his opponent had now used Dragon Flame, and the protagonist wondered, could this guy really be using two of Theorant's abilities at once? He turned to this guy, asking if he was by any chance one of Theorant's students. That at his age, it wouldn't be strange. After all, it must have been hard to learn two skills at once. The protagonist, looking at the opponent again, thought that he was great at controlling the aura. But why did he feel so uncomfortable? Meanwhile, the knight continued to attack him, and Sihan effortlessly dodged, thinking that this guy reminded him of Theorant in his prime. The way he controlled the aura was incredible. The knight made another attack. Sihan dodged again, but even so, this knight did not pose much of a threat to him. That strange feeling from the past continued to haunt him. These attacks were too simple. What was wrong with his swordplay? Compared to the aura, the sword was his weak point. The knight finally received a counterattack. The protagonist continued to deal more blows with the sword, eventually knocking the knight back. He thought in confusion, why was this guy so weak? It seems he was not pretending. Sung Xian asked himself what was going on. The protagonist had released a large amount of aura before, but it was not that bad. There should be a limit to how balanced his abilities could be. Sihan put away his sword, thinking that at this rate his weapon might break. At that moment, the knight attacked him, shouting loudly, but Sihan did not lose his head with his bare hands. Having made several blows to the right points, he incapacitated the enemy, forcing him to fall to the ground. It was the technique of hand-to-hand combat Risateran. Sihan found himself sitting on top of this very knight. He said that his technique was not comparable to Karen's technique, but it was enough to demonstrate to the enemy the difference between them. He told him to give up. However, at that moment, the knight got out from under him, retreating a few meters, but then again wanting to attack. The protagonist, seeing this, said that this guy had great willpower. Sian asked, did he really break his left arm to get out of the grip? Sian then took a fighting stance, saying that it didn't matter to him anyway, because he was able to hold a sword. It didn't make him stronger, because he lacked talent. The protagonist shouted that if it weren't for his sword, he would have finished him off long ago. However, his eyes suddenly widened as the knight swung his hand, sending the protagonist's sword flying by simply throwing it. The protagonist, seeing this, was shocked, shouting in confusion. What was he doing? The sword flew over the fortress, and Sihan had to work hard to quickly catch up with it, getting it into his hands. Turning back, the protagonist clicked his tongue at him, looking down from the fortress, saying that his opponent had escaped. Sihan lost his ruberesque and dragon cloak, but who would have thought that his opponent would use the sword as bait? Looking at the sword in his hands, Sihan said that the most important thing on the list was in his hands. He told the sword that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. After a while, the protagonist arrived back at the place where they stayed. Xenon and Alita immediately came to him, surprised that he returned before them. The protagonist was cleaning his sword, asking them, "How are things at the temple?" Xenon said that everything ended well. The rescuers arrived just in time. Alita asked the protagonist, "What happened to that thief?" The greedy man told her that he escaped, and he still didn't understand who he was. He missed the other items, but the disaster was his. Xenon's eyes immediately shone as soon as he heard about this, and he happily said that he would finally be able to behold the greatest sword. He asked the protagonist, "Can he look at it?" When the ending said that Xenon was already looking at this sword, Xenon asked in confusion, "Wasn't that the sword Sihan carried with him?" However, when he turned around, he saw the same sword. Sihan smiled and said that, as he said before, a disaster could take any form, so it wouldn't be difficult for a sword to disguise itself as another normal sword. What he couldn't understand was that the thief had used Theorant's abilities, so there was no doubt about the place it came from. But in Theorant, the true value of this sword was widely known. So why did he throw it away? Xenon said that it was probably because the thief wasn't Theorant's disciple after all. The 7 revolutionary heroes shared techniques with each other, just like how Sihan taught them how to manipulate aura and shadow presence. Everyone knows about the lightning spirit and dragon flame, but knowing and being able to are two different things. The protagonist replied, "Once a person reaches the level of a master, the aura spreads throughout their body according to their skills. Even if they used the same skills, the result would be different." However, the lightning spirit that the thief used was definitely a Theorant technician. Sihan was certain that the culprit behind the destruction of the Aurora belonged to the Theorant faction. Therefore, it was necessary to understand everything before drawing conclusions. Looking at the ship from the window of his room, he smiled, asking, "Who would have thought?" The king was in such a distant land, where he said that if Theorant found out there would be chaos, but this game was worth the candle. He ordered that same night to take off his armor, and the armor immediately flew off that guy. Underneath it was an ordinary man, clearly not from this world. Lilstein looked at him and said that even if it was just an experimental model, considering his rank as a swordmaster, it was strange to lose like that. Lilstein smiled and said that this was to be expected from Northern warriors. It was simply incredible. However, he still had a lot of work to do. Lilstein said that using the sword as bait was a good command to retreat, because a little more and the dragon cloak would have been lost. Lilstein took the cloak in his hand and said with a smile that his new experiment would be perfect to replace that fool. Lilstein said that it was a good job and ordered the knight to go and rest, to which the knight accepted the order, leaving the office. A huge caravan of knights accompanied the carriage, which was traveling through the snowy forest. Flack, who was sitting next to the coachman, was nervously thinking about the fact that dozens of the best warriors of the Theorant kingdom were accompanying them, and the carriage was encased in steel with protective spells. He could only hope that even those same bandits would not dare to attack at the sight of such an escort. These guys are called the Ghost of the Snowy Wasteland. However, at this time, someone was already watching. Standing on the mountain, the man prepared his arrows. Flack said that everything these foolish bandits do falls on the shoulders of the common people. The coachman told him not to worry, because they were just a gang of bandits, and he said that before the power of real knights, they would all be powerless. But before he could finish his fiery speech, the same arrow fired by the bandit hit his head, literally knocking his brains out. Flag froze in horror, realizing that what he feared most had happened. He screamed, and the knights immediately raised the alarm. It was necessary to take up defense and determine the enemy's location. Seeing that something on the mountain flashed, the knight shouted that such an attack would not work a second time. But he was killed by something heavier than an ordinary arrow. The attack hit the ground, causing many knights to lose their balance. Everyone realized with horror that the shields were useless, trying to get up. The knights said to each other that it was impossible to release such powerful attacks one after another. The nearby bushes began to move, and to their horror, those same bandits burst out. Seeing their masks, the knights screamed loudly. They realized that it was the Ghost of the Snowy Wasteland gang. The band of bandits immediately began to deal with the knights, getting rid of each one without much effort. Flack, who was watching this, thought, "Why would someone engage in dirty robbery with such force?" He cursed, and at that moment the attack hit the place where he was hiding. He was thrown back a few meters. One of the bandits who caught him loudly asked where he was going to run. As soon as the bandit took off his mask, it became clear that it was a girl who, smiling, told Flack that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man looked at her in horror, asking, "Is this really the knight Valletta?" He did not understand. Has she really been a ghost of the snowy wasteland all this time? But he did not have long to live. The the girl quickly dealt with him. Having finished with the knights, the bandits shouted that everything was already ready here, so they decided to work on the carriage. Turning around to the same guy who made the first attack, Valletta thanked the Woodrow for his excellent work. He only nodded in response. His face was stoic. She said that with such supplies, they would hold out for some time. The carriage was already being carried out. Theorant, who was sitting on the throne, asked the advisor in surprise, did he really say that they were robbed? His subordinate replied that he begged His Majesty's forgiveness, but an unknown band of robbers had already attacked the royal convoy with taxes for the 4th time. Theorant sighed with fatigue, saying that it had happened again. His subordinate continued to say that the amounts were so large that it was already beginning to threaten the governance of the state. He said that they would have to increase the collection. Theorant thought for a moment and said that it would be wrong to increase the controversy. He said that robbing the carriage with gold was the responsibility of the royal family. The people had paid their debt. They should not be held responsible for this loss, so raising taxes would be unfair in his opinion. And instead, he proposed to collect a special war tax. If suppressing banditry was the responsibility of the royal family, then helping with this was the duty of the people. He said that they needed additional funds for the army. Therefore, it would be fair to collect these funds in this way. The subordinate froze, and everyone in the room realized that it was happening again. Just as His Majesty Theorant essentially meant collecting more money. However, they all told him that it was a wise decision, and they would immediately implement it. After a while, the ringing sounded on the mirror. Lavina was there. She greeted him with a smile, to which Theorant replied that they really had not seen each other for a long time. He asked her, for what reason did she use such an expensive communication spell? He said that he was engaged in state affairs, so he asked her to speak frankly. After all, he had little time. Lavina smiled back, and then said that she heard news about the original source of the glow. She asked, was he involved in this? Theorant frowned, saying that this was absolute nonsense. In response to this, Lavina said, smiling mysteriously, that everything looked like it was his doing. She asked, did he really not covet this? He told her that she was confusing him with someone else, since it was not for her to speak of greed. The girl continued to smile, and then said that they were rulers after all, so he should not speak with such low accusations. 10 years had already passed. She asked, didn't he feel embarrassed by her words at all? Theorant told her that she was already the third, since other rulers had already expressed similar suspicions. Then Lavina said that she now understood. Theorant replied that his answer was for her. Still the same, he was not interested in the Savior's legacy. After that, he disconnected, and the mirror returned to normal again. Lavina sighed heavily, asking, is that really so? She turned to her subordinate Jordan, who was standing behind her, asking him, didn't he say that it was Theorant's Thunderblade? He told her that the witnesses claimed that it was him, but all heroes own the technique and the Thunderblade. Isn't that right? Therefore, among his royal knights, there are also those who can use it. Lavina told him that it was indeed the same technique, but even he could see that there were differences between them. The Thunderblade of Theorant was only owned by her and her disciples, and also by Sung Sihan, but he was no longer with them. At that moment, her eyes widened in surprise, and she put her finger to her chin, thinking. But her thoughts were interrupted by Jordan, who asked with a smile, coming up behind her, if she had finished her business already? He said that they had not been together for a long time, to which Lavina said with a smile that he was rather impatient. After all, it was still light outside. They giggled, and Lavina said that it was tempting. Well, it was time for her to go to the training ground. At that moment, she pushed him away with her hand, causing Jordan to awkwardly say that, with such strength, she still has not stopped training. He reminded her that she had reached the level of a divine warrior, had gained power and wealth, so didn't she have everything a person could dream of? She replied with a smile that he didn't know her at all. She asked him if he thought she would be satisfied with that. The protagonist and his party meanwhile entered one of the taverns in the city. They started talking with one of the locals, who told them that he had heard about the ghost of a snowy wasteland, but there had been no report of its appearance here. Sihan replied that it was clear to him and that she apologized for distracting the man. And although unexpected events had occurred, they had managed to retrieve the cursed sword of the destroyer. However, Sihan and his companions did not immediately head back to the kingdom of Lattenberg. They still had business in the north. They were having lunch in the tavern, discussing the ghost of the snowy wasteland gang. Xenon asked if they could find any clues. They say that these guys are so secretive that even the kingdom soldiers couldn't figure out their identities. Sihan replied that it was probably so, and he didn't really expect it. He just wanted to check since they were there. Alita asked why Sihan was interested in this gang. He told her that he had some information from Keltron, but he didn't know if it was true or not. The protagonist said that it seemed like they had nothing to gain here, so they would be leaving early tomorrow morning. Dina thought with a smile that it was the duty of a servant not to interfere and not to ask questions about the master's secret missions. Xeno tasted the food and said that the North Sea fish was really impressive. In the cold water, it became very greasy, but the fishy smell was still there. So he said that they should have used other spices. The protagonist and his team immediately thought that Xeno had caught something again, and they were curious about what he would cook this time. However, they were distracted from their pleasant thoughts by a loud shout that they needed to surround the enemy. Everyone immediately began to look out the window, and Sihan noticed people outside. The soldiers were shouting at the surrounded people to drop their weapons, because there was nowhere else to run. He asked them, do they really think they can escape? He advised them to surrender quietly, and then he would promise them generosity. The guy chuckled, saying that he had already heard about this, because they say that no one has yet survived to tell about this very generosity. The soldier chuckled, calling them stupid bandits, and then turned to the villagers, shouting that it would be a bit noisy, so they shouldn't go too close. It was dangerous. He said that they were criminals from the Snow Wasteland Ghost Gang. Inside the tavern, conversations immediately began, but the protagonist was inspired to hear this. A smile shone on his lips. It was a great success. The day after tomorrow, the soldier shouted to the enemy to prepare for death, because in the name of the great hero of the revolution, His Majesty Theorant, they would be punished. The men immediately prepared their swords. But at that moment, everyone who was preparing to participate in the battle was hit by a powerful stream of wind, which carried the snow too, literally building a wall in the air. The soldiers fussed, asking, what's going on with the weather? They did not understand. Is this really magic? The lead soldier cursed, saying that nothing could be seen. However, when the snow began to clear, everyone noticed that those guys had escaped and led them on. The man cursed, saying that he didn't think they would have a magical artifact. However, he said that they couldn't have gone far, so he ordered the soldiers to find them. Sihan was standing on one of the roofs of the buildings at this time, holding those same guys by the collar. One of them turned around, asking, did he really do this? The lead hero calmly told him that it was indeed his doing. He began to try out the phrase he said earlier in his language, not understanding whether he had even pronounced it correctly. But those guys didn't care about grammar. One of them shouted, asking, who is he? And why did he save them? Sung Sihan chuckled, saying that he was looking for that very ghost of the Snow Wasteland, and they still wouldn't believe him if he told the truth. However, he said that there was still one way. The protagonist smiled, saying that he would prove to them that he could be trusted. After all, they should have a password to identify allies. The guys froze in surprise. Alita, watching the actions of the protagonist, thought that she did not know all the details. But if Sihan had been looking for them for so long, did this mean that these people were connected to his past? However, could he really remember this after 10 years? The guy clenched his teeth, saying that in that case they should check, and in that case they would start. The guy stood in a strange pose, asking what was fast. Sihan calmly answered that it was a train. Then the guy asked what was high. Sihan calmly answered that it was a plane. Then the guy asked what was Tokto. The protagonist answered that it was their Earth. Alita shuddered, thinking later that this password was a set of unfamiliar words without any context. Could Sihan really remember this after 10 years? She thought that he was incredible. However, the protagonist understood that any Korean would know the answers to these questions. And he thought so. Since they were using this password, it meant that the ghosts of the snowy wasteland were a person he knew. The guys from the gang thought that Sihan did not even think about it when answering, so they were definitely connected to them somehow. One of them bowed, apologizing, saying that he regretted that they doubted their savior. Sihan told him that there was no need to be so upset, and then asked him to take them to their comrades. The guy immediately shouted that he would even like to ask them about it himself, because they needed to somehow get out of this village. The thing is, their hideout was discovered. The White Wolf Knights left 3 days ago, so it was necessary to urgently warn the others. However, these knights had already encountered the gang. Everyone was indignant. How did they find them? Woodrow tensed up, asking, who could have given them away? For these knights clearly did not come there with good intentions. In front of them stood a whole squad of Imperial Knights, led by a terrible man, the leader of the White Wolf Knights. He smirked, saying that he now understood what the ghost of the snowy wasteland looked like, turning to Woodrow. Woodrow gritted his teeth, turning to this man named Knight Kite. He looked at him with hatred, saying that he was still alive. Kite asked, Is he hiding in this hole? He said that it was a pitiful sight. It would be better for them to give up their pride and humble themselves. He screamed, asking how can he stand next to them? The blood of innocents they spilled still could not dry. He screamed that they were not the White Wolf Knights at all. They were the Blood Knights of the Luskan Empire. He screamed that the entire continent remembers their atrocities. He asked if they thought that if they changed their name, the past would let them go. Kite answered, smiling menacingly, that everyone lived like that back then. He said that he did only what everyone else did. Their sins were atoned for by the grace of the great hero of the revolution, His Majesty Theorant. The world has changed. Woodrow cursed at him. At that moment, a Valette approached him. She said that even if they were every single sword knight, there were only 30 of them, and only he alone had reached the rank of master. She said that their opponents had at least 50 knights and as many as 3 masters, so they had no chance. Kite laughed, shouting that they were the criminals of this era. Treason is punishable by death. At that moment, his knights rushed into battle, and a band of bandits prepared to attack, shouting that no savior would help them, the knights of the azure sky from the past. Woodrow prepared his arrows, preparing to fight to the last. He fired one of the arrows, causing the earth to tremble again from the shot. His gang members immediately rushed into battle, shouting that even though they had been rejected, they were still knights of the azure sky, and they were going to fight. But it was difficult to go against experience. Their opponents were very strong, so many of them were immediately thrown back without a shadow of a doubt. It was an unequal fight. Valletta knew that their forces should be approximately equal. However, the enemy was simply much larger. Their swords clashed, not giving them a second to rest. The enemy kept advancing and advancing. The grinding of steel could be heard. One of them, brushing off Valletta with his sword, shouted loudly that he knew her, and he was always irritated by the way she waved her sword. He said that he would teach her how a real woman should behave. However, Valletta also recognized this unpleasant guy. His name was Reciphan. She asked him, was he really incorrigible? They continued to fight him, and seeing this, Woodrow fired another arrow using the skill Reverse History. But Kite, who was standing nearby, managed to break the enemy's attack, saying that his strength was incredible. Kite said that Woodrow was still in shape, however, he will not be able to defeat 2 swordmasters at the same time. At that moment, another knight appeared from behind Kite, who immediately rushed towards Woodrow, intending to attack together. Woodrow took these attacks, trying to reflect it as best as possible. He tensely asked, have they really lost their honor to attack together? Kite, laughing madly, answered that there can be no honor towards traitors. Wounded in the shoulder, Vallette cursed in her thoughts, while the enemy began to advance again. Laughing menacingly, he shouted that it was not bad for the girl, but it was time to finish. Vallette tensed up. However, at that very moment, her opponent seemed to fall apart. A flash flashed, and his head flew off his body. The protagonist managed to come to their aid, and Woodrow immediately took themselves away from the battle, just watching. It was someone who had burst into the general duel, all in their path. She did not understand who it was. After all, he led the swordmaster with one blow. Sihan rose to his feet, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, calling her by name. Vallette thought with surprise, does this guy really know her? Could it really be that same hero? However, when the protagonist turned to her, the spell on his face, hiding his appearance, did not allow her to read and find out who he really was, so Vallette looked at him with incomprehension. Kite, also entering this dialogue, asked the protagonist, who is he? He said that they were dangerous criminals from the Ghost of the Wasteland, and they were acting under the orders of the great hero of the revolution. He shouted, asking how dare he interfere in this. He asked, was he in cahoots with them too? In any case, he was in trouble. The protagonist looked at him, then called him by name, asking why he was still alive, and why did all these fools serve Theorant? Had he gone mad? Kite shouted loudly that this was all very insolent. He asked how dare he talk about His Majesty like that. Launching an attack at the protagonist, he shouted that his life belonged to him. However, Sihan, having easily reflected the attack, said that he was allowed to do so. He removed the disguise from his face, asking Kite if he recognized him. Kite immediately tensed up, saying that his face was familiar to him, and then a cold sweat ran down his back, and he recoiled back with loud screams, falling to the ground. It was terrible. The protagonist continued to advance on him, saying that it was incredible. He buried the hilt of his sword in the opponent's chest, starting to pound it, piercing him through. Sihan said in a cold voice that these dogs were still alive, while the Kite screamed loudly in pain, frightening the others as well. Everyone froze when they saw this, and the protagonist, having thrust his sword completely into the enemy's chest, stepped back, saying, that was too easy a death for someone like him. The knights looked around in horror, the one who made this their commander. Villette also froze in surprise when she saw his face, and the royal knights immediately began to run away. The protagonist said that he never pursued those who fled from the battlefield, even if they were the Empire's soldiers. After all, they were just someone's sons or fathers, victims of circumstances, but they, the Bloody Knights, were a completely different matter. They were the dogs of the Empire. Their hands were covered in blood up to the elbows. The protagonist's face became incredibly creepy, and he said that no one would escape from there. After all, they should have died 10 years ago. He kicked him to the ground using the spirit sword formation skill. Little by little, this power reached the knights. They could not escape. The protagonist said that it seemed that some still managed to escape, and he looked at the Woodrow, asking with a smile, "How long will he stand?" Woodrow froze in place when he saw the protagonist's face, and then his mouth twitched into a smile. Did he really come back? Woodrow immediately gave his guys instructions to rush to the attack and destroy the White Wolf Knights. The same guys who brought the protagonist from the city to their comrades were now hiding behind the rocks, wondering, what the hell was going on there? They already thought that they were finished when the White Wolf Knights appeared, but the protagonist resolved the situation in no time. Of course they brought him there, but they were still wondering, who was he anyway? Then, seeing Sihan's face, they thought in surprise, could it be that he had changed his face? It was far away and hard to see. Seeing the circumstances, they said that it seemed like they were superfluous there. Xenon replied that those people were already finished, so they had to go down. The bandits crowded around the protagonist, looking at him from all sides. They asked each other, could it be that same protagonist? They couldn't believe it. Villetta and Woodrow were also shocked. Woodrow addressed the protagonist, calling him commander, and Sung Sihan smiled, saying that it had been 10 years, he hadn't returned for too long. Villetta approached him, saying that she still couldn't believe it. She reached out to his face, asking, could it be that Commander Sihan? Well, this topic. She abruptly hit him on the cheek, loudly shouting, why did he come back only now? There was resentment on her face. She shouted that he was irresponsible. But then Villetta took her hand, with tears in her eyes, shouting, why does her hand hurt? Sihan was still the same. He does not let himself be hit. The main character answered her that she still does not change, and then the gang members came closer to him. They were former knights. They immediately began to examine their former commander, looking at him with admiration. Dina, seeing this, wondered, who is Sihan? She wanted to object that they were pronouncing his name incorrectly, but at that moment they began to swing him, throwing him up. Dina shouted that it was not Sihan, but Sean. She wanted to explain to him that it sounded similar, but Sihan was too much, because the entire Tanor knows the name Sihan. Xenon looked at her, not knowing how to explain to her what was happening. At this moment, Dina was saying that even if Sihan uses the Fist of the Conqueror, a technique that only the Savior can use. But they say that the creator of this was the king of mercenaries. Isn't that right? It seemed to her that the protagonist's face changed several times, but she kept looking at the owner. Alita also smiled awkwardly, until Dina froze for a moment. Finally realizing what was happening, she shouted in surprise, was it really Sihan all this time? Alita and Xenon breathed a sigh of relief. She finally understood what they were already wondering. When would she guess? Alita said that it even somehow became easier for her. Alita said that it really was Sihan, the savior. As proof of the Knight Commander's death, Theorant brought one of the parts of his equipment. After examining it, he said that the kite was really dead. The court knight asked what happened to the kite's handcuff. Theorant explained that this artifact turns black when the owner dies. The man said that the kite must have lost his vigilance, because the Woodrow, although strong, was not that strong. He could not kill him. In his opinion, the Wolf Knight should not have lost. The Knights of the Azure Sky were the strongest 10 years ago. But they are not what they used to be. Without Aist, Conrad, and Selfid, in his opinion, they no longer had a chance against the Knights of the White Wolf. Theorant replied that this was true, but he had a bad feeling. He ordered to immediately send a messenger to the Knights of the White Wolf and find out what was going on there. After a while, Lavina and Saffron contacted each other by phone. They looked at each other for a few seconds until Saffron smiled at her in response, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. He complimented Lavina, telling her that she was still beautiful. Lavina laughed at this, asking, does Nu still love beauty? She jokingly said that they said he was the only man among the top 3 beauties of the continent. Saffron asked her, did she need anything? He said that the catalysts for the connection spell were expensive. Lavina asked with a smile, if he was so frugal, why did he even become king? She said ironically that he was a good king. With his cosmetics alone, you could buy dozens of catalysts. It was an invisible confrontation, each pricking the other a little. Saffron looked away, deciding to change the subject, telling her to get to the point. Lavina asked if he was talking about what happened to the original source. She asked if he thought it was Teorant. Saffron sat down on the ottoman next to the table where his mirror was, answering that Teorant denied everything, and it did not look like he was lying. Lavina said that Teorant was not a fool like their other friend, so she did not think that he would lie like that. Replied that, honestly, he suspected her, the swordmaster who could perfectly copy any technique. Wasn't that right? Lavina immediately shouted in an offended tone that not every master could do that. She said that he must be judging by the main character, but he couldn't do that because he was an earthling. Saffron shrugged, replying that no one could know for sure. Then he said that all he knew was that the swordmaster was capable of anything. Lavina was silent for a few seconds in response to this and then replied that she understood, because she would also suspect herself if something like that happened, but she asked him to listen, because she was going to tell him why it definitely wasn't her. If the goal was to set the 6 kingdoms at odds, then each of them had a motive, but it was not a matter of motive, but of opportunity. She said that Maloof, Samid, Raffle, only these 3 had enough power to use the Thunderblade. Anyone could have been the one who hired them, but neither she nor Karen had any way to bribe any of them. However, if it had been Saffron or Lilstein, then they would have framed not Teorant, but her. Saffron told her that she was indeed right. If it had not been Thunder Lightning, but Shadow Dance or Silver Light, then he would have no doubt that it was her. Lavina laughed, answering that all the evidence pointed to Teorant. However, everything was too obvious. Saffron asked, was this really why she used the bond spell? He told her to entertain her own guesses. However, Lavina interrupted him, saying that there was another option. She asked, what if it was Sihan? Then everything would fit, wouldn't it? She smiled mysteriously and Saffron Zammer froze for a moment, saying that it was indeed logical, but it just couldn't be. He believed that Sihan couldn't return to their world on his own unless someone else called him, but in that case, he and Lilstein would definitely have felt it. He stood up, leaning his hands on the table, saying that the Mad Emperor himself barely opened the portal to Earth, sacrificing his relatives, so he did not think that there were such powerful descendants of the Emperor left now. He asked her. Maybe she was just trying to confuse them? Lavina raised her hand in a sign that she gave up, telling him to think as he wanted. She did not care if he did not believe a single word she said. After that, she said goodbye to him. Saffron told her with a smile that he certainly did not believe her. After all, he was not a simpleton like Sung Sihan. He told her not to think that he would believe everything she was going to say. Finding herself alone, Lavina thought about what Saffron clearly wanted to tell her, that Sihan definitely could not return. But Lilstein and he could cover up the traces of the summoning, right? However, she knew that Sihan was unlikely to do this. He would never harm innocents for his own gain, and Lilstein and Saffron had no reason to risk it for his return. However, something still bothered her. Burwalt Gorge, there was a refuge for people who were once knights. Sihan went inside, saying that it was nice there, clean and cozy inside, and it was easy to hide there. He asked why they stopped in the pine forest and not there. Violetta said that at first they lived there, but the cave was damp and water was leaking. Woodrow said that this place was much more dangerous than their refuge above. It was easy to hide there, but if they were found, they would not escape. Sihan said that in any case it was nice. Xenon was even happy. Then the protagonist turned to Woodrow, asking what had been happening there for 10 years. Why do the Blood Knights serve Theorant? But does a happy life immediately follow after defeating evil? Unfortunately, the world is not arranged that way. They needed to establish a new order, create a new state, provide security and stability to the people, but they did not have enough people for this, and they had to attract former officials of the Empire. Among them were those who faithfully served the Mad Emperor. Woodrow continued to tell that the strongest detachment of Sword Knights of the Empire, the former dogs of the Mad Emperor, the 6 Blades, were attracted. 2 of the 6 clans, Lyast and Canavan, were destroyed by Drothan, Centrain and themselves, but the other 4 clans not only survived, but also retained some of their influence. However, Lilstein severely punished everyone who was guilty of the crimes of the Empire, so the 6 Blades had no chance to return to power, and the same thing happened in Enos. As for Jacksonguard, he did not want to see those he did not like with him, and simply refused the services of these people. Sihan remained silent, but thought that it seemed that he still sometimes made the right decision. Woodrow said that this was why the knights moved to Sepharon, Fallis, and Theorant, allegedly so that they could atone for their guilt by serving the people. Sihan chuckled, saying that it was a hypocritical word to serve. It must have been a pity to lose such valuable personnel. The protagonist said that everything was clear with Sepharon and Levin, but that Theorant would do this, he could not fully believe it. Woodrow said that this was exactly what was surprising. He began to make concessions, and his principles turned into stubbornness. He said that, after the Sihan commander returned to Earth, they had to swear allegiance to Theorant because he was also a Knight of the Sword, like their commander. Of course, they immediately came into conflict with the Knights of the White Wolf, these dogs of the Empire. To decided to get rid of this problem in a radical way, he accused the Knights of treason and began a purge of the Knights of the Azure Sky. Sihan didn't listen to him anymore, as Woodrow continued to say that they were more of a hindrance to him than the Blood Knights. That day, they lost almost half of their brothers. They couldn't just leave this country, they had to avenge them. Sihan apologized, saying that too much had happened while he was gone. Then Violetta asked the protagonist, what happened that day when he disappeared? Why did he leave without saying a word? Sihan froze in place and then lowered his gaze downwards. After that, they sat down at a makeshift table made of stone, and Sihan explained to them how it happened. Woodrow said that now it was clear to him there were similar rumors among the people, that he couldn't even think that it was justified. He cursed, and then a smile appeared on his face. He said that now their commander has returned, and they will punish them. Violetta smiled, asking, was it really him who overthrew Jacksonguard? She said that she knew Keltron couldn't do something like that. Sihan, however, countered that it was Keltron who did all the coup d'etat later, and that he simply finished off Jacksonguard in the end. Woodrow and Violetta froze in surprise, and then Woodrow asked in shock, could it really be that same Keltron, the one with the body of a sage and the mind of a beast, did this? Sihan smiled and replied that it was that very person. Violetta, with an equally shocked expression on her face, shouted that Keltron was always the first to run away as soon as he saw danger, and all he did was suck up to everyone. Hey, how could he do something like that? The protagonist thought that they all remembered him like that, even though 10 years had passed. In a way, it was even impressive. The protagonist sighed, saying that Keltron always planned routes, collected information, provided the mercenaries with drinks, and cozy rooms, maintaining their fighting spirit. Come to think of it, Keltron wasn't such a bad commander. I guess anyone can prove themselves, if they take the right place. To the shocked looks, Sihan continued to say that Keltron was helping him a lot now, so he asked them to put aside their prejudice and accept it. Woodrow nodded and said that they believed him if he said so. Violetta countered, saying that the ability was understandable. Was he really trustworthy? Sihan gave her a thumbs up, saying that he had put explosives on it. That was quite convincing. The protagonist said that through Keltron, they could contact their brothers. Xenon and Alita were also surprised. Violetta chuckled, saying that when they heard that Sihan had returned, everyone who had returned home would rush there without delay. Woodrow smiled, saying that the Azure Sky Knights would finally be reborn. After that, Woodrow began to give orders, saying that they had a lot to do. However, now they should rest. He said that they would make sure that Sihan did not need anything. Meanwhile, the protagonist's gaze was drawn to a shelf of books, and Sihan interrupted Woodrow, asking why there were books there. After all, they said that it was damp. At this moment, Zeno approached him, seeing that one of the books was the legend of the hero Sihan. Zeno said that he had a feeling that the author himself had seen it all. Sihan looked at the book in surprise, asking, what does this mean? Did they read about him? What is written there? Meanwhile, Woodrow smiled and beamed, saying that the author of this book is himself. Sihan and Zeno froze in surprise, and Zeno, unable to hold back, shouted, does this mean that Woodrow was the mysterious writer Arcus? Xenon replied sheepishly that he had written the book out of boredom, recording their adventures with Commander Sihan. Xenon immediately asked if he could get an autograph, and Woodrow replied with a smile that he would be happy to do so. Watching this, the protagonist wondered what was going on. Sihan sighed heavily that Xenon had always been like this, and then asked Alita to calm him down somehow. However, Alita at this moment also approached Woodrow with a piece of paper, asking him for an autograph. Sihan exclaimed loudly, asking her, did she also read those books? Alita at this moment sheepishly admitted that she also had all of them at home. He asked her in confusion when she had managed to buy them, and she replied that all of those books were in her old hut, but someone had burned them all down along with the bookshelf. Sihan and Xenon recalled the fire, and Sihan mentally apologized to her. By the way, most of the main characters' catchphrases were from these books. All of this was invented by Woodrow himself. Sihan irritably cursed at the night that same evening they had a feast. Sihan stood in front of the knights, thanking them all for believing in him and forgetting about him. All of them were no longer ghosts that wandered in the snow because he had returned, so the Knights of the Azure Sky are reborn, raising their mugs. The atmosphere reigned everywhere. Watching this, Alita smiled. She said with irony that Sihan was happy with quotes from books, but he himself says the same thing. Woodrow, with a terrible face, said that the Knights of the Azure Sky are indebted to Theorant and the Knights of the White Wolf, and Sihan had already dealt with the Knights of the White Wolf, but they cannot leave there while they are sleeping. Theorant there. The main character chuckled thoughtfully, and then asked who was the heir to the throne of this country now. Woodrow replied that it was Prince Claude, but he was only 8 years old, so the regent would most likely be Queen Sosane. Sihan asked in surprise, was the eldest son only 8? Jacksongard's son was about his age. Woodrow replied sheepishly that Jacksongard had always followed his instincts, and Theorant was a stubborn martial arts fanatic. He only married after becoming king, and did not look at any woman except his queen. He had 2 sons and 3 daughters, all from Queen Sosane. Sihan sighed heavily, saying that at least Theorant was a good father and husband. There was a bit of good in everyone. Woodrow immediately roared that this did not excuse Theorant. He told the protagonist not to give up. Even the Mad Emperor was a good husband and father to someone. Sihan turned to Alita, asking with his eyes, is that really so? However, Alita shook her head. Woodrow continued to say that if they killed Theorant, then his children would have to be dethroned. Sihan asked him who would rule the country in that case. He wanted revenge, but he didn't want innocent people to suffer because of it. Violetta said that if he was worried about that, there was still Duke Erant. Sihan immediately remembered him, saying that his younger brother Teorant, unlike him, was a talented manager, and, unlike his brother, he did not become a fanatic, according to the knights. It was he who took care of them when they were in disfavor with Teorant. Erant was Teorant's relative, and he had everything to become a good ruler. Sihan asked where he was now? In the capital? However, Violetta answered him that they had a strained relationship because of the Knights of the White Wolf. The brothers had completely quarreled. Erant tried to prove to his brother that if they did not get rid of the past, then it would definitely make itself known in the future. But Teorant insisted there would be no future if they did not have a present. He said that talented people do not grow on trees. How long could they cling to ideals? Woodrow said that when then Teorant became king, Erant became his advisor. But in the end, Erant angered his brother and was banished from the capital. It was said that he is now under house arrest in his small mansion. The protagonist said that this guy is really perfect. After all, he has both abilities and motives, and he will not harm his nephew, and Teorant will deal with his daughters. Woodrow shouted in surprise, asking, does Sihan really want to leave them alive? Who knows what they will do when they grow up? Sihan replied that he cannot kill 8-year-old children, because they are not guilty. He cannot punish them for something that has not yet happened. He has the right to take revenge on those who betrayed him, and they have the right to sit their father. Woodrow looked at him in surprise, and Violetta smiled and said that Sihan has always been like this, so they always investigated after him. Alita thought that all this was said beautifully, but Sihan would still return to Earth anyway. What right on the spot are we talking about? Sihan, having read her thoughts, asked her to be quiet. Violetta glanced at the protagonist, sipping a drink from her mug, and then with a sly smile shouted that their commander brought a girl with him. So they can't just leave it like that. Everyone immediately started shouting, asking what is Alita's name, and how did they meet the protagonist? Alita shyly put her hands forward, trying to fight off this influx. She called her name, saying that she accidentally found out who he was. That's why they are together. Violetta smiled, thinking later that she was cute. Was Alita shy? But Alita, as usual, was only thinking that this cute and cheerful girl could stab her in the back at any moment. She was always on guard. Sihan, looking at her, thought that it was obvious what she was planning. Then he turned his gaze to the other side, saying that the drink in his hands was very tasty. He had not drunk something like this for a long time. At this time, in one of the laboratories, which were kept secret, experiments were continuing. A man shouted that, no matter how hard they tried, he would never betray his brothers. He was tied up and kneeling in the dungeon. However, the voice in front of him said that this was ridiculous. After all, he had already betrayed them without knowing it. It was one of the members of the Ghost of the Wasteland, and he was not going to give up. However, as soon as the dark haze dissipated around his face, his vision became clouded. The man asked, did the Ghost of the Snowy Wasteland have any other shelters besides the one he towards Malunxus he told you about earlier? And where are these shelters? What kind of traps are there? Master Augustus, who stood in front of this guy, ordered him to tell everything he knows. As if hypnotized, he finally began to speak. August thought that the guy's stubbornness seemed to have evaporated, and he laid out all the information without concealment. An ordinary spell from the rains would not have given such an effect. He did not understand what kind of powder Lilstein gave him. It was really incredible. After a while, the guy from the Ghost of the Snowy Wasteland fell to the floor. Magister August, Through one of the knights reported to Theorant that as a result of using the confession spell on the prisoner, the location of several new shelters of the ghosts of the snowy wasteland were established. The knight asked, did they really destroy the Knights of the White Wolf? How did he manage to defeat the knights with such a small force? Theorant told him that they would find out, and then ordered the Knights of the White Horse to prepare. This time he would go personally, and this time he would put an end to these ghosts of the past. Sion contacted Keltron, and he asked in surprise if the protagonist could hear him. This was his first experience with a one-way communication spell. He was not used to speaking into the void. Keltron began to report that the Snow Wasteland ghost he had spoken of earlier was the Azure Sky Knights, and, according to the evidence, they were led by Deputy Commander Woodrow. Keltron said that, judging by the damage the caravan had caused to the kingdom of Theorant, the Azure Sky Knights currently numbered 30 to 40 sword knights, and about 200 ordinary soldiers. And, more importantly, the kingdom was deliberately destroying the Azure Sky Knights. According to the information, Theorant himself, the commander of the White Horse Knight, the Knight Maluf, and Theorant's apprentice Samid were participating in this operation. In addition, there would also be 60 White Horse Knights, 10 squads of magicians, and about 1,000 ordinary soldiers. Besides, judging by the amount of provisions and equipment they brought with them, the royal army already knows where the Knights of the Azure Sky are hiding. Keltron said that they are predicted to be 5 days away from the glacier capital. Considering the terrain where they can hide, Keltron said that the Knights' hideout could be in the Burwalt Gorge, the Paroman Forest, or the Lawful Glacier. Keltron said that they had very little time. They needed to find these knights urgently, and then he wished the protagonist good luck and disappeared. Sihan chuckled, saying that they were already with them. However, he could not send Keltron information due to the communication method. Alita asked the protagonist in surprise, can he really use communication spells without the magisters? Sihan replied that it was indeed convenient. It was a special spell to be able to communicate. Violetta asked in surprise, how could this fool from the kingdom of Lattenberg know more about their affairs than they do? Woodrow said that they would have to admit Keltron's abilities. They then began to reason that if they were surrounded in the ravine, they would not be able to escape, so it was good that Keltron warned them. It was time for them to change their hideout. Sihan stopped him, asking how the situation was with the Sword Knights in Teorant's army. He told him that Knight Malav was a beginner superhuman, and Knight Samid was a master. The rest were knights or warriors. Sihan said that they had fewer infantry, but in terms of the number of strong warriors, they were about equal. Sihan wondered, was it because he personally destroyed the White Wolf Knights? Sihan thought that he did not expect that he would have a chance to take revenge. Woodrow said that they knew the enemy's strength and could prepare. It was too tempting an opportunity to pass up, and Theorant was personally coming into their clutches. He said angrily that this was their gift from above. The knights marched in tight ranks, advancing on the enemy. When they approached the right place, Theorant ordered everyone to attack. Everyone immediately gathered their strength and carried out the order, moving forward. Maluf thought that this was an unwavering spirit. Here he was, the hero of the revolution, the conqueror of the North Sea, Theorant of Thunder Lightning. Maluf smiled, thinking that he did not know how they did it. But if they decided to compare themselves to the Knights of the White Wolf, then they would be out of luck. The Knights of the White Wolf were also unpleasant to him, and he would never agree to invite them, but they really needed them. He thought that if they accepted the Knights of the Azure Sky into their ranks, they would create two great orders and compete with each other, doing this for the good of the state. But they believed that the rumors that the heroes of the revolution betrayed the empire were true. Maluf did not understand. How could they believe such a spoon? After all, they themselves saw how they were friends and trusted each other. However, now it did not matter. That was in the past. Now the Knights of the Azure Sky were the king's enemies, and the knight's duty was to protect his king. Sihan and Woodrow discussed the plan of action the day before. Woodrow put his hand on the map, saying that, as Keltron guessed, they had no more than 30 sword knights left, and about 180 ordinary warriors if they gathered everyone. But they did not have time to gather them there, and he was not sure that they would help them. The protagonist said that it wouldn't work. The privates had no military experience, which meant they would have to fight the Teorant army with only their forces, and also 30 knights of the Azure Sky. Alita asked, didn't they have too much of an advantage? Violetta told her that the Knights of the White Wolf were destroyed, so it didn't matter. Now was the power of the Ghost of the Snow Wasteland. They showed that they were able to destroy about 100 Knights of the Sword, including 3 masters. The protagonist said that it was all because of him. Violetta sighed and replied that they would have to fight inside the gorge to somehow equalize the forces, the advantages of the terrain. Woodrow began to reason that, besides, if they fought outside the ravine, they would not be able to compete with the Knights of the White Horse in speed. Sihan said that it was ironic, for them it was the best seedling for victory. To be surrounded. While he was discussing the battle with Alita, Woodrow said that if they did not know anything, they would simply lose. Now it was good that they have time to prepare. After all, their opponents would most likely use standard tactics. Given the advantage of all Li, they would build an encirclement, dig in their positions, that is, they would use infantry simply to block their escape, and only the Knights of the Sword would enter the valley itself, nothing more. Sihan said that with such a number of opponents, they needed to break them in parts. The problem was that there were masters, and before he would have destroyed them all one by one, but now they would be killed one by one. The movement chuckled and said that he would take Tirant, asking if they agreed. Woodrow immediately replied that it suited them, and he and Violetta would take on the Maloof Knight. Xenon and Alita replied that the two of them would take on Tirant's apprentice, the Knight Samid. The protagonist said that it was a serious responsibility. If Tirant really reached the level of a divine warrior, then they could not guarantee victory. Woodrow replied that it did not matter. After all, if Sihan lost, then he did not want to live. The protagonist fell silent. He felt awkward. And he asked Woodrow not to press him. The knights of the Tirant army continued to fill the mountain range. Tirant looked around, saying that this was indeed a very difficult place, perfect for an ambush. His apprentice Samid, reported to Tirant that the arrangement of the troops was complete. He said that the reconnaissance had already found traces of the enemy, and while the soldiers surrounded the ravine, their only chance to break through was through their lines. Tirant said that this was excellent, and then, as Samid came closer to him, he asked him if this expedition was so important that Tirant personally participated in it. He said that, judging by the traces of the battle in the forest, it was a near total victory over the Knights of the Azure Sky. Tirant said that these traces could be faked. On the contrary, he did not believe that they did not fake the traces. After all, the Knights of the Azure Sky were known for deceiving the enemy by faking traces of battle. Tirant said that they wanted to pretend that they were completely defeated, but in reality they did not lose many warriors, and most likely retained a significant part of their strength. Samid asked him, how could they have become stronger so quickly? Surely someone from the sky could not fall from the sky and help them. Tirant chuckled, replying that 10 years ago when interworld monsters roamed everywhere, it was nothing strange for enemies to fall from the sky. Of course, things were different now, but they could have come from a neighboring kingdom. Tirant said that if he thought about it logically, then most likely from the kingdom of Phallus. He said that Livina probably decided to support the Knights of the Azure Sky to put him in an awkward position, but if they destroyed everyone she sent, then she would have a hard time. Tirant said that this was a chance, so he would go personally. They were standing on the edge of the ridge. Maloof said that these were impassable mountain paths. Their enemies should soon notice them. Tirant, a few moments later, heard a strange sound and turned his attention there. An attack flew straight towards him, which Maloof managed to reflect. Maloof said that it was the long range and accuracy. He concluded that they were Woodrow's arrows. Tirant asked him what he thought of this. Maloof replied that Woodrow was not showing himself, which meant that it was a trap. The Sword Knights were attacking, that you were holding them in place, while their main force was trying to escape the hive. Or Woodrow wanted to split them up and destroy them piecemeal. Tirant said that in that case the answer was simple, they should just rout them. Samid smiled, shouting that he was going to destroy Woodrow. However, Tirant ordered Maloof to select 15 knights and 5 warriors and kill Woodrow, saying that as soon as they learned anything new, he was to inform him and he would send reinforcements. Samid countered, shouting that he wanted to fight Woodrow too. However, Tirant said that he would send 20 white knights with him to find out who was behind them. Tirant looked at one of the peaks where Alita and Xenon were standing. Samid, looking at them, said that he did not know who they were. Could this really be a trap? Tirant replied that it did not matter. After all, if they decided to fall into a trap, not running away going into a frontal attack, then they would not refuse them. Samid smiled and accepted the order. Both knights headed, following the commander's instructions. Sihan, watching this, said that everything is going according to plan. The Knight of the Sword, confident in his strength, will do just that, although this was not exactly what he reserved, but now it is time to pay off the debts. After some time, the Knight Maloof led his knights to the mountain ridge, on top of which stood Woodrow with his knights. Maloof said that Woodrow had chosen a good place. They had not seen each other for a long time. Woodrow told him that she saw him for the first time after the Knights of the Azure Sky were destroyed. Maloof told him that he asked to forgive him for what happened, but it was His Majesty Theorant's decision, and if he had known, he would have dissuaded him at all costs. But Woodrow countered that Theorant understood this, so he did not take him with him. However, as long as Maloof serves Theorant, he will never rid himself of the pain of the past. Woodrow prepared an arrow, shouting that he will avenge his fallen brothers. He prepared to shoot. At this time, Sameed and a squad of knights continued to pursue Xenon and Alita, who were running away from them. Sameed thought that they should stop pursuing, because in any case they will not gain an advantage if they retreat. However, at that moment, Xeno and Alita stopped, and Sameed thought that everything was as he expected. Sameed said that he saw familiar faces, but for the Knights of the Azure Sky, they were too young. Sameed thought that from the looks of it, this was the Master and the Knights. They had so much experience that they were unlikely to have just joined the Knights, which meant that, as he had guessed, his Master was right. They were Royal Knights, weren't they? Xeno looked at him in surprise, asking, "What is he talking about? Does he really think they are Knights of the Kingdom of Phallus? What is he talking about?" Sameed asked loudly. "Doesn't this guess embarrass him?" He shouted that they shouldn't pretend that they don't know anything, because the truth will be revealed when they fall to their knees. Xeno said that he didn't understand what he was talking about, but he himself will fall to his knees. Sameed thought that he had never seen such a sword style before. Did the Royal Knights use such a technique? But it didn't matter, because it was clear that his opponent was strong. Sameed thought that Xenon was the type who relied only on strength, and he could easily deal with articles. At this moment, Theorant approached the entrance of the cave. He thought that he did not feel anything, as if there was nothing there. He did not understand. His opponent wanted to kill him? However, Theorant thought that there was no signal from Maloof and Sameed, so they could handle it themselves. Then where was the power that destroyed the White Wolf Knight? At that moment, someone's legs appeared from the shadows, and one of the knights shouted that there was someone there. Theorant looked there and saw a silhouette, but the person was already visible. However, he still did not feel anything. Are there such strong sword knights in the Royal Knights, and why was he alone? Theorant tensed up, asking himself, could this guy really be fighting him alone? However, when he noticed who it was, his eyes immediately widened. The knights also began to fuss, asking, could it really be Commander Sihan? The protagonist appeared before them and then greeted Theorant with a smile, saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Right? Seeing him, Theorant said that this couldn't be. Who summoned him? The protagonist replied that it was all nonsense. He had returned on his own. After all, 10 years ago, Theorant had betrayed him, and now it was time to pay. The knights began to fuss, asking each other, could it really be true that the revolutionary heroes had betrayed Commander Sihan? Theorant told the protagonist that it was difficult. He understood how that could be. Sihan asked in surprise, why didn't he understand? Theorant said that they should leave there and then talk. Sihan looked in surprise at the place where Theorant was a second ago. But he had already disappeared. Sihan wondered, what is this fool doing? Did he really abandon his army and run away? Where is he going to run? The warriors froze in place, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, one of the knights turned to him. Did Sihan really come back? What should they do in that case? The protagonist clenched his teeth, thinking that Theorant had betrayed him and they were enemies. He understood that if they hesitated, they would let him in too, but Theorant did not want to show his true face in front of people. Sihan clenched his teeth, starting to insult Theorant after him. At that moment, he plunged into his memories when, still distant 10 years ago, Sihan was sitting under a tree and Theorant came to him, asking what he was doing there. Sihan hesitantly answered then that he had killed many warriors today, but they were someone's fathers and sons, so could he claim that he had the right to kill them? Because of these thoughts, he could not sleep. Theorant sat down next to him, saying that these were noble thoughts because the one who shed blood must bear the weight of his sins. However, he believed that giving in to the pull of sins was stupid, because the one who fights for life was right. He told the protagonist to remember the weight of his sword, to examine his path, because only a person can judge another person. The protagonist smiled, and although he and Theorant often argued, Theorant had always been like the elder brother of the 7 heroes of the revolution to him. Thanks to him, they did not give in to reality, and so he could not understand how he could forgive the traitors, and why he destroyed the Knights of the Azure Sky. Theorant that Sihan knew would never do such a thing. So who was he now? Theorant stopped, looked around, and noticing that there was no one nearby, said that it was enough. Sihan asked if this was his tombstone. Theorant looked at the protagonist silently, then asked what happened. Safaran and Lilstein were sure that Sihan would never be able to return, so who summoned him? And what did Sihan mean by betrayal? Was the protagonist summoned by the remnants of the Empire, and now they are controlling him? The protagonist cursed loudly, asking Theorant what he was planning. Did he really think Sihan came there to mourn the past? He called Theorant a traitor, asking, doesn't he even blush when talking about it? Theorant asked him in return, can it be that Sihan still can't forgive him for what happened? Even before the appearance of the 7 heroes of the revolution, there were people in all corners of the world who fought against the Empire. But the White Horse Squad, which operated in the west, stood out. Sihan first met Theorant in a small city in the west of the Empire. Theorant asked the protagonist, is he really proposing an alliance with him? It was difficult for him to make such a decision. He admits that they were important allies in the fight against the Empire. But if he wants to be with him, he must prove his loyalty in battle. The leader of the White Horse Squad, Theorant, was an honest and wise man. Sihan defeated him in a fair fight back then, and Theorant, appreciating the protagonist's abilities, said that he was not only a superhuman and a sword knight, but also a top-ranking mage. He asked admiringly, did he really fight a mad emperor? Theorant said that the heavens had not yet turned away from their world, because it seemed that he himself had to prove his worth. After that, they shook hands, and Theorant joined the protagonist's squad. Theorant could sincerely respect his opponent. He became the first real elder brother in Sihan's life. He shared the wisdom of life and was worthy of respect and trust, and now they met again in this world. Theorant told the protagonist in a stony voice that he had no right to complain about them, because they returned him to his family safe and sound. Sihan froze in place, asking in shock, was he saying that he should be grateful that he returned him home? Because they sent him back to Earth? Theorant told him that it was true. At that time, Sihan was still a small child, so he could feel betrayed. But 10 years had passed, and at his age, he should have already understood why they did this. The protagonist's anger boiled up inside. He said that Karen had already told him about why they did this. Theorant asked if this meant that Jacksonguard's disappearance was his work too? Theorant shouted that Sihan was a scoundrel, asking how dare he be so stupid. Did he really not understand what was happening? Theorant shouted that if Sihan had stayed in their world, his immature mind, combined with the power and glory that he could not carry, all this would have destroyed him in the end, and ruined their entire world. He said that Sihan went back to his world and all the problems were solved. Then the protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, saying that they deceived him, used him for their own purposes and sent him to Earth, saying that it was all for his sake? Theorant answered directly that it was. The protagonist sighed, told him that he was too confident in himself. They condemned him for not following the rules of their world, but they themselves never tried to understand him. The protagonist said that if he really did it for him, then why didn't he tell him about it? Theorant asked him in return, what would he do if he told him? Theorant said that he has lived in this world longer than Sihan, and he already knew how Sihan would react to this. Sihan asked him why he took the Blood Knights. Theorant shouted at him that there is a necessary evil in the world, and although these guys committed a crime, they were talented at the same time. Sihan asked, in that case, what would he say in his defense about the Knights of the Azure Sky? Theorant shouted indignantly, what did he have to defend himself against? He said that they spread false rumors and sowed discord in the kingdom, and he, as the king, had to punish those who tried to undermine his authority. At this moment, the protagonist chuckled, and Theorant indignantly asked why he was laughing. Sihan replied that Theorant actually reminded him of someone. This man was just as stubborn, considering only his own beliefs as the absolute truth, just like his father. He thrust his sword forward, pointing it at the enemy. Theorant called him a fool in response, said that Sihan never understood him. The protagonist replied that Theorant was right about only one thing. He was a fool. The duel began. Sihan shouted that he entrusted his future to him, and Theorant turned out to be like that. Theorant responded by shouting that Sihan was just as arrogant, but he was no longer the same, so he was going to show him what a savior from another world was. Sihan would soon understand. Maloof used the Blood Lightning skill, Fire Sword at this time, causing the ground beneath Woodrow's feet to crack, and he took out another arrow, again shooting the enemy, using the technique of Heaven, Explosion. However, his opponent dealt with this attack, quickly blocking it. Explosions were sown here and there, but Woodrow did not fight alone in this fight. With him was Violet, who also acted quickly, but the Swordmaster was not so simple. He confidently blocked the attacks. Woodrow and Violet paused for a moment, asking Maloof if he was too arrogant. Even if they were 2-on-1, they could not fight him equally. Maloof replied that he was putting everything he could to take them prisoner. He said that this battle was pointless, and he didn't want anyone to die. In the end, everything was decided. He shouted at Woodrow to surrender. Moloff shouted that the Azure Sky Knights died because they disrupted the order of the kingdom. Didn't they understand that it wasn't the hero of the revolution who betrayed them, but the savior? Woodrow smiled, saying that from their point of view, it looked like that, so he didn't think Moloff would hear him, so it was time to apply shock therapy. They had to continue the fight. Moloff looked at him with confusion, wondering what kind of confidence this was. As if Woodrow had something that could change the situation. Xenon and Samid were also fighting each other, and Xenon, who had gained a lot of experience in fighting recently, confidently pushed his opponent back. The loudest shouted, surprised by the opponent's strength, that Xeno was like a wild boar. A sword that relied only on strength was worthless, so he was going to show exactly what a real sword was. Pushing off the ground, he quickly headed towards the enemy, shouting that this was the sword chosen by the 6 heroes of the revolution. Xeno ironically replied that, in that case, he was lucky to be chosen, and then directed an attack towards his opponent. He took his position, seeing the horrific sight. Did he just use a two-handed sword to stab? What kind of style was that? Well, Xeno did not stop. He continued to rain blows on Samid, and Samid had to sweat to stay in the fight. He thought that this was the blazing sword, a sword style from the West, and he had already fought with such warriors, but he did not know that this style could be used with a two-handed sword. However, his opponent proved otherwise. Xenon confidently held the huge weapon in one hand, and Samid felt like giant beams were flying at him. This was a completely different style. He cursed out loud, applying aura to his sword, intending to attack again. However, Xenon easily repelled the attack again, asking with a smirk, wasn't Samid a disciple of the continent's strongest sword? His opponent did not use a sword style, but a spiritual technique. It was disappointing. Samid shouted loudly, asking Xenon, who is he dealing with? However, in the moment when he was distracted, Alita came up from behind, breaking through the enemy's defense. Seeing what Alita used, he was surprised and wondered, could this really be Shadow Dance? Alita, noticing that no damage was done to the enemy, said in frustration that she failed. Samid at that moment thought that, as expected, these were the Royal Knights. How wrong he was. Samid thought that these guys were not as simple as they seemed, and he complimented Alita, telling her that she fought well. However, then he shouted that they had no chance against him. After all, the great hero of the revolution was standing behind him, and if he dragged out time, then they would have to engage in battle with him. Seeing how Alita's expression changed, he thought, is she already noticeably nervous? Let her be more nervous then, because in that case her concentration will weaken. However, to his surprise, Alita saw Alita calmly say that it was so. He froze in place, wondering, could it be that it wasn't working? Why wasn't she taking damage? She didn't even bend under the name of Tiorat. Could she really be hoping for something? He wondered, could there really be someone stronger than the hero of the revolution? At that moment, the knights who were with him called him by name, telling him to look in the other direction. Samid turned his gaze to the neighboring mountain and froze, his eyes wide open, wondering what that was. In the mountains opposite, there was a huge pillar of light emitting enormous energy. Malov, who saw it together with Violetta, also froze. He said that this simply couldn't be, this power was familiar to him. Could it really be the commander of Sihan? The protagonist at this time continued to fight Tyrant. He knew that Tyrant was known as the strongest swordsman on the continent. He had an incredible talent in studying the sword and mastering its essence. But he was not so talented in spiritual techniques, so he reached the level of a superhuman later than Lavina and Jacksongard. Of course, they had unimaginable talent, but Tyrant was a genius, a level that could only be met once in 10,000. A boy from another world mastered spiritual techniques in just 3 years and reached the level of a divine warrior. Compared to him, Tyrant's talent was not that outstanding. Tyrant knew that he could not handle him, so he was left with only one way out. Tyrant studied sword styles, honed it to perfection, mastering them, and the moment he achieved perfection in handling the sword and mastered its body, he became as strong as his friends. Tyrant was confident that he was on the right path, and even after becoming a king, he did not stop training. If he saw a talented swordsman, he would immediately invite him to his place, and in 10 years of training, he reached the pinnacle of his art. And now he was ready to engage in battle with the protagonist. Tyrant confidently told him to attack, and Sihan did so. The battle began. The protagonist was still strong, so he dodged the attacks without much effort. However, a direct hit forced him to retreat back. His opponent's flawless technique still did not change, but the power of Tyrant's blows certainly increased. The protagonist thought, slowing down, that this was completely different from the battle with Jacksongard. Tyrant really did not rest all these years and only trained. In response to this, Tyrant shouted that Sihan had hardly changed, and although he was still stronger than him in spiritual power, but now he was no longer so superior to him. The protagonist agreed with him, intending to attack and grip the sword tighter. They collided, each using their skills, and due to their collision, a huge energy column burst out, which was seen by the others, who were there. They flew in different directions, none of them were injured. Sihan said with a grin that Theorant had broken through the barrier of a divine warrior. In response, Theorant asked him if Sihan remembered the first time they met. He was a sword knight, but he was no worse in magic. Then Theorant lost to him because of his magic, but now he was going to stop him. He shouted at the protagonist to use magic like that time. Sihan smiled and replied that there was no need to do that, because his sword would be enough to convince him. Theorant grinned, asking if he was serious. Did he really want to fight him with only a sword? Did he forget what happened on Earth? He reminded him, starting to approach, that in sparring matches, where they did not use spiritual techniques and magic, Sihan had never defeated him. Theorant shouted that the protagonist's huge reserve of spiritual power was his greatest advantage, but now he was not giving in to the pressure of his spiritual power, and the outcome of the fight would be decided by sword art. He released forward, swinging at Sihan, managing to graze him with the tip of the sword. Theorant shouted that the protagonist should not think that he missed because he must take Hikth, and many more blows, because the sword that he had perfected his whole life, collecting knowledge from all over the continent, he fights with it. The protagonist had to sweat to reflect all the attacks while sticking out that the ungrateful dog needs to be taught reason, so he told the protagonist to prepare another attack, but to Theorant's surprise, Sihan reflected his blow. He wondered, did Sihan do it by accident? However, after looking at the protagonist, he realized that he was having less and less success in breaking through his defense, because Sihan was getting used to his style. He didn't understand how this was possible. Sihan, as if answering his question, said that he had imagined everything he could, but he didn't expect to hear accusations of ingratitude addressed to him. The protagonist went on the offensive, shouting at the enemy that he had no right to condemn him.